$2.5 billion.
Nobody's been able to have an exit bigger than Divvy's in a shorter amount of time. I think every good partnership starts with mutual appreciation.
We don't have a customer success team. We don't have a sales team. We have a revenue team. How do you start to envelop this one team mentality?
Everybody gets pumped up with a common goal.
This is how we did it at Divvy.
There's this idea called swing. When 8 people are rowing in such perfect unison that no action is out of sync with any of the others. When you have those moments as a go-to-market leader, they're magical.
Getting in better swing, that's the key.
Please welcome Divvy's former CRO, Sterling Snow.
I get to start out with a disclaimer right off the bat. Officially, as of yesterday, no longer at Bill.com. And we just talked about that yesterday, so didn't quite make it into the hype video. But excited to be with everybody today, kind of share some of the lessons that we learned as a go-to-market engine along our journey at Divvy. It was very, very quick in a lot of ways. We went from our first institutional round of funding to getting acquired in about 4 years, right? In a $2.5 billion exit. And we're gonna spend some time talking about the things that helped us do that. This is how it looked, right? First institutional money in 18, getting bought by Bill in 21. I joined Divvy just a little bit before we raised that Series A, so got to see essentially the entirety of this story play out. I say a lot that I have a multi-billion-dollar education, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart, because if I could go back to that moment in 2018 with everything that we've learned along the way, we could have added a couple billion more dollars, I believe, to that eventual exit. So the things that I'm going to talk to you about are lessons and learnings that I hold very dear because they were expensive to me and the people that we built this business with. Okay. One thing that always cracks me up when I kind of talk about the story, and it was quick, it was 4 years, and we did all these things, is people kind of assume that you might have gotten to skip a step. I promise we didn't get to skip any steps. We just got to cram all of the learnings and all of the experiences into a very condensed time frame. And that meant that if we were going to stay on top of it, we had to accelerate our rate of learning. We started with a base and a belief that we wanted to do something very special, very unique. So what kind of a team were we trying to cultivate? We wrote this out as a revenue team, and we lived by it. We believed that everybody deserved to know what it felt like to be part of a high-performing team. And we compared it to sports and running out of the tunnel on a Friday night with the bright lights on. Everybody deserved, in our opinion, to feel what that felt like and to work with people to the left and to the right of you who were absolute experts at what they did. That we believed that we were responsible for helping each other become the best versions of ourselves. That meant we were very high on accountability. And we wouldn't tolerate less than a full effort from ourselves and from our teammates. That all led to us outlining a couple of very important things. And this is important to talk about before we talk about operating models, because you can have the best models in the world. If you don't have the underlying team and the underlying structure, it will do you no good. That is literal lipstick on a pig. So these were the key traits of our high-performing teams. I'm not going to read them all to you, but I want to highlight a couple of the big ones. We believe that chasing ambitious goals was a fun thing. Sure, it's daunting, sure, it's stressful, but it's also ambitious, energizing, invigorating, and we had a blast doing it together. We believed very strongly in extreme ownership. If you haven't read the book by Jocko Willink, highly recommend it. We had everybody who joined the revenue team read the book and write a book report because we believed that extreme ownership at the end of the day was what was going to separate us in many regards. And then we also believed that speed was of the essence. Every single time the answer of when to act was now. The time to take an action was now, and we believed in that. Just important as the traits that you want to have are the ones that you need to avoid. Again, we spelled this out. These were well published throughout our team in our years at Divvy. So we do not on our team have excuses. So again, when you write these traits down, you give everybody license to hold themselves and each other accountable. So in many meetings, somebody would say something and be like, "Well, that kind of sounds like an excuse," and we don't make excuses on this team. We believed strongly in a principle that we would not be disloyal to those not present. Meaning if you aren't in the room, you don't get to have a negative conversation about somebody. We will engage in conflict and we will have discussions and debates and disagreements, but we won't do it behind each other's backs. Okay? That was an important one for us. And then the last one that I'll highlight here is that there is no room for passengers. When you're trying to build something really big, when you're trying to do it really quickly, you cannot have passengers. Everybody has to be engaged, everybody has to be driving, everybody has to be pushing and moving forward. And so for us, we needed to make sure that there were no passengers on our team. So again, I started with this because operating models can be wildly helpful. They can improve so many parts of your business, and we're going to talk about 6 that we used at Divvy, but they're only great when your team is. And also, as we go through the rest of the presentation here, I want to make sure everybody knows that what I'm talking about and the successes and the learnings that we've had, they're the result of blood, sweat, and tears poured over years by very talented men and women, and they're almost like in spite of me, not because of me, and I'm just telling you what I got to learn along the way. Great team is the foundation of it all. Okay, so these are the 6, and we're gonna spend a little bit of time on each. Aligning the funnel, budget, quota, goal, shorten the cycle, T3, B3, name, number, and North Star, sell, design, build. Number 1, align the funnel. In that intro video, you saw a principle that we talked about at Divvy all of the time. It's called swing. So for those of you who aren't familiar with crew or rowing, swing is when the paddle of each person in the boat is hitting the water at the exact same time, is pulling back with the exact same amount of force. Because if anything happens in this little boat, if anyone's out of sync, that boat's gonna veer off course, that boat's gonna flip. Not good things are gonna happen. So the first principle, the first operating model we had is aligning the funnel. The way that we started this was actually with me, because as the CRO, I was responsible for marketing, sales, implementation, customer success, customer support, and revenue operations. So it behooved me to make sure that everything was aligned, because if it wasn't working, there was nowhere to hide. There was no excuse that I could make. I couldn't, blame the VP of marketing. I couldn't, blame our churn problems on customer success. It was ultimately all on me. And this was a very powerful tool for us to align our funnel. Let me give you a specific example of how this model played out. We would take each stage from marketing all the way through customer support, and we would actually measure and compensate the group one stage below where they were actually responsible. So what does that look like? Marketing, we didn't talk about MQLs or SQLs. We actually talked about closed won, new dollars. That's how marketing was measured. That's how they were promoted and compensated and bonused, all of those kinds of things. Sales, it wasn't just on new logos. It was based on what they did during their first 90 days of implementation. Okay? So we would push everybody's accountability one step deeper in the funnel, because what does that do? Well, automatically, now that sales rep who has responsibility for what goes on when they're at the next stage of the funnel and implementation, well, they start to sell a little differently. They start to prep you for onboarding a little differently. They start to care about things that they didn't care about before, and bam, you have more alignment in your funnel, which allows you to go much, much faster. Every second that you spend with friction in that funnel is costing you business, and it's costing you time. And it costs you a lot of emotional energy as well. You're supposed to be out there taking on the market. You don't want to have internal friction within your own funnel, which is wildly common. The second model here is one that we call budget quota goal. A lot of people have a challenge. You want to go to a board meeting, you want to present to the CEO, and you want to have a plan that you can beat. Okay? You want to exceed expectations, right? But on the other hand, you don't want to sandbag, you don't want to leave growth on the table. And so how do you balance this? You're also, in the middle of all this, trying to manage a culture. And I'm a firm believer that this is a momentum game. And if you can get wins, they turn into more wins. And if you start taking losses, they can quickly spiral into more losses. So what budget quota goal is a financial framework that we would use. The budget number is what we would essentially present on to the board. This is the board number. This is the number that come hell or high water, we are not going to miss. And there is some conservatism baked into this number. Okay? This is the number that, given all the data that you have like I would say an 80% degree of certainty that you're going to go out and get this done. I always called this the Sterling keeps his job number. Okay? Quota. This is what you build external facing. This is where every single rep, every manager, every leader, they're built around this quota number, which is a step up from budget, right? And then you want to make sure that you have what we call a go get 'em, the goal, which is the stretch, which is something that you're probably only going to do a couple of times a year, but you're going to celebrate the hell out of it when you do. This framework was incredibly powerful for us because we got to beat and raise at a very high frequency. Most of the time, we would push ourselves and come in between that quota and that goal number, and then we got to raise our expectations. Another thing that this model helps with is, it doesn't matter if you beat your plan if the plan sucked. If you can be like, hey, our number was 50 and we hit 51, but if 50 was the wrong number, or if you could have done 60, then you didn't do it right. And so this framework is remarkably helpful for making sure that you protect your downside and make sure you always do what you say you're going to do, but that you also have upward mobility. And as soon as you go see what's possible, you can reset the expectation very quickly. This allowed us to have remarkable, it allowed us to have a lot of credibility with our investors too, because we'd pitch them one quarter and we'd show them kind of the sensitivity, and we would show them budget quota goal, and then we would come back and talk to them 3-6 months later. They would check in on how that went, and this allowed us to be very consistent and very credible with our board, within our own teams, and with the external people that we were talking to as well. Third one here, shorten the cycle. I am a huge believer in this, and I've debated this with many people internally and externally. One thing that we found out very early on is that if we took our numbers and our targets from quarterly to monthly, we saved ourselves a lot of heartache. The reason I say that is because if I am maniacally paying attention to the month, right? I'm hinging my number and my expectations to the month, I will almost never have a quarterly problem, which is, when we're talking to the board and when we have some accountability kind of outside of the building. So I wanted to shorten the cycle as much as we possibly could. The other thing that shortening the cycle allows you to do is it allows you to have 12 chances to beat and raise during a year instead of just 4. And so when you look at your annual operating plan and you think about how is this going to look in 12 months, well, a lot can change in 12 months. And when we would focus on a 4-week interval, we had years where we got to raise our annual target 12 times. And that allowed us to grow much faster than if we had operated in any other way. I've got a stack of cards here because there's a fun story with this model. We moved to monthly, and we were reporting on everything weekly. So we were really cruising. And something happened with one of our largest customers at the time. They had their cards get accidentally shipped to HQ, and also in an error at the card manufacturer, we got 4 cards for each one person. But we had 2 days left until the end of that month, and we needed to get those cards in folks' hands because we had shortened the cycle. So myself, our head of product, and our head of implementation worked on a Friday night until about 4 in the morning, sorting all these cards, putting them in envelopes, getting the addresses on them, driving them the next morning to FedEx and getting them in customers' hands. And the reason why that story goes with this model is because when you shorten the cycle and you demand more of yourself in less time, you and your entire organization, you get scrappier, you get more creative. Necessity is the mother of creativity. And when you place artificial constraints on yourself and on your team, you have an ability to do a lot more than you thought you could. And it will take you to much greater heights. T3B3. This was a very helpful formula for us. So T3B3 stands for top 3 and bottom 3. Every quarter, we would sit down with every person in the organization. We had a little template, top 3, bottom 3, and we would list out the top 3 superpowers that somebody had. And we would coach on how to lean into those more and how to continue to get the most out of their abilities. And then we would have the bottom 3, which were the areas of opportunity. What do we need to be working on? If you're trying to go from a senior manager to a director, what are those 3 key things that you need to develop to be ready for that kind of a promotion, right? As an example. Now, there's a trick to T3B3. You not only do it for your direct reports, you have your direct reports do it for you. So it's bilateral, okay? So I remember the first time that we implemented this, and I asked everybody, okay, like you're gonna rank me, T3, B3, and man, I had some great T3s. I was a rock star, and my B3s were pretty wishy-washy, and I went back and I said, like, there is no way that I don't have worse qualities or worse attributes that need to be worked on. Like, got to go back and do it again. And maybe I shouldn't have done that, because when they came back, those were real. Those were a lot of like warts, and you got to look in the mirror and figure out what you need to do better. But this created such a healthy thing for us, because in a very non-confrontational way, we got to have incredibly direct conversations. And people got to tell their manager what they felt like they needed to work on. It was a very powerful thing, because we all knew where we stood at each moment in time. There was no question as to what your leader thought you were doing well and what you thought you were doing poorly, and we were helping each other work on those B3s. We actually would present on them and say like, hey, this is who I am, these are the things that I'm going to be working on maniacally over the next 3 months, can you help me? So we helped each other, and we got better. And we had a rule, if your B3s, if they stayed the same quarter over quarter, they'd start getting highlighted, in yellow and in red, because you really wanted to see those change. We're always going to have things that we can work on. Hopefully they're not the same things over and over and over again. So T3, B3 was a very helpful model for us. Name, number, and North Star. A phrase that we circulated all the time was, if it doesn't have a name next to it and it doesn't have a number, it's not going to happen. Just book it. It will not happen. It is a pipe dream. Every single thing that we cared about, we had to be able to say, well, who's the name that's responsible for that, and what is the number? And it is complicated to have a number for every function. For example, how do you have a number for a creative function in marketing, right? It gets hard. It's easy when it's a pipe number for marketing. It's easy when it's a revenue number for sales. It's easy when it's a usage metric or an NRR metric for customer success. But nonetheless, even with the ones that are tricky, if you want it to happen, for us, we believed it had to have a name and it had to have a number. And then there's the third component to this, which is, what's the North Star? What is it that everybody orients themselves around in order to make sure that they're prioritizing correctly? So we've got a picture of a whiteboard over here. We quite often would sit down and say that we wanted to raise our targets. We wanted to go and chase. Remember, I talked about budget, quota, goal. We would say, hey, we want to go get goal. And right now, we don't see a great path to it. We would pull in 20 of the most capable people that we had, and we would have a brainstorm. And we would say, okay, where is there incremental revenue, incremental growth that we can go and chase? And between those 20 people, we would brainstorm tons of ideas. Some of the ideas were awful. Some of the ideas were brilliant. But we would brainstorm them, we would select them, and people would put their name next to their number and their initiative. And it was all oriented around, well, what was our North Star? Well, okay, as this group of revenue leaders, we're chasing goal. We're saying, screw budget, screw quota, we're going for our stretch goal. And folks, in this particular sprint, we ended up, you see this number that we set, it's 821 million. And then you can see the actuals written vertically there, 821.8, got there just by the skin of our teeth. But the principle of this is, you are constantly juggling a series of glass balls. Some of the balls that you're juggling are glass, some of the balls that you're juggling are rubber. And if everybody knows what their North Star is, you won't drop a glass ball. You will understand what the priorities are, and you won't allow a glass ball to hit the floor. So everybody, there's also an incredible power in everybody being able to understand what success looks like for them in their role. So your name, your number, and your North Star end up being remarkably powerful agents. The sixth one here. This is sell, design, build. We learned this lesson the hard way. We would set out to launch a new product or a new feature, and we would be met with kind of a lackluster result, right? And we're like, how did we get this wrong? We were so sure that people were going to be excited about this. We did all the customer interviews, and we looked at everything we feel like we could have. Sell, design, build was born out of that frustration and realizing that our resources were precious. So how could we as a revenue team make sure that the things that we were advocating for our product and engineering partners to build were the right things? We came up with this framework. So very simply, this framework is when you think you've got the idea for the product or the service, you first go out and you sell it. Put together some duct tape and baling wire version of it. Most of the time it looks like a manual process or service, and you go out and you sell it. And you will find out very quickly, are people actually willing to use this? Are people actually willing to pay for this? If so, how much? And once you figure that out, then you can start designing. By the way, it gives you a head start when you think about designing, because now you've gone and talked to 10 people. You've got 10 people sold on this thing, and they're using it, and it's manual. It's basically a service thing going on in the background with people, pushing different things around, and you know what to design, because you're actually like doing the flow, and you know what the actual needs of the customer are, and you know how it kind of looks on the back end, and so you get to design faster. And you go back to those customers who you've sold and you show them these things like, hey, how does this look? Is this going to make it better or worse than the way that we're handling this for you today? And then you get a high degree of confidence in the design, and then you go and build. And this saved us so much time and so much energy, and it's precious. Because when you're trying to get big fast, you don't have time for missteps. They're very costly. Sell, design, build minimizes those. The picture here is with myself and our head of product, because this is what we would spend a lot of our time doing. This particular trip, we went out to Detroit, and we were doing this. We were saying, hey, we have a new idea. We had sort of a target in mind for if we could get enough people sold, if we could get enough folks bought in and actually using the thing that we were going to go and build it. And we talked to 3 customers in this particular day, and we were getting on the plane, coming back home, and we had just barely gotten the last person to commit and go over the goal that we had to set out and actually start designing and building something. And head of product decided that was as good a reason as any to take a nap on the airport floor there. These are all, by design, very simple. There's no Pythagorean theorem up there. There's no rocket science. These things are simple. And that's what makes them powerful, and that's what makes them easy for everybody to understand and operate against. But they are not easy. And they are not easy to do consistently over a long period of time. These things took years for us to get really, really good at, and for us to be able to go to any person at any part of the organization and they would be able to operate this exact way. So as you think about getting started or implementing any of these models that might be helpful for you, consistency is the key. So let's say that you thought 3 out of those 6 were total crap, but 3 had some merit, and you want to go work on 3. Make sure that you focus on consistency over anything else, because it gets very easy to get convoluted, and too much just kind of breaks our brains, and we don't end up doing any of it. So again, a quick recap here before we get into Q&A. Align the funnel. Figure out how to have a singular owner. Figure out how to reduce friction. Figure out how to create virtuous cycles within your own funnel. Like, here's an interesting thought exercise as you think about aligning the funnel. What could you do today to make marketing care more about what sales cares about? What could you do today to make sales care more about what implementation cares about? And if you start going down that path, you will come up with ideas about how to align your funnel and reduce friction. Budget quota goal. Make sure that you are protecting your business. Another very virtuous part of budget quota goal is you build a finance plan around that budget number. It prevents you from overhiring, prevents you from overspending, and again, creates sort of a safe environment for you to go and chase the upside. Go do something very, very aggressive, very, very hard, but do it in a way that protects your culture because you're going to be winning. Do it in a way that protects your reputation because the board and your investors, they're going to see you beat and raise. But do it within this framework because otherwise you're simply choosing between sort of the lesser of two evils. Shorten the cycle. To make sure you never drop a glass ball as you're juggling all these important things. Make sure you never drop a glass ball. Shorten that cycle. If your business today runs on quarters, figure out how to run it in months. You give yourself 12 chances to beat and raise. You give yourself 12 chances to correct mistakes. You give yourself 12 chances to have a higher growth rate at the end of the year. Shorten the cycle. By the way, it'd be totally remiss if I didn't mention, if something is getting really hard, if you're behind, you need to shorten the cycle even more. So if you're forecasting and you're saying, hey, I don't think we're going to get there in whatever time period you've chosen. We're not going to get there this month. Then you better be meeting on a weekly basis. The scorecards that your team is sending you better be coming in every night at the end of the night because you need to shorten the cycle to give you more chances to figure out what's working and what's not and to get those feedback loops faster so that you can actually correct the problem before it's a real problem. Again, put those constraints on yourself and nobody else will have to. T3B3, give everybody in the organization a chance to give very valid feedback to their leaders and to their team, but also give them a chance to know where they stand. It's an easy way to have this conversation every quarter and then set out to maximize strengths and work on weaknesses. And nobody has to wonder, well, how does my boss feel about me? There's a lot of your high performers that, believe it or not, they walk around every day wondering if you hate them, if you're going to fire them, and you're like, whoa, I think the world of you. They don't know that unless you're having these kinds of conversations. This is a model that forces that into your normal rhythms. Name, number, and North Star. Again, if it doesn't have someone's name and a number, it's not going to happen. So don't go promise it to a customer, don't go promise it to your board, don't promise it to your CEO. But if it does, then you can have ultimate accountability and you can prioritize against the things that the organization deems most important. Sell, design, build. When you have an idea, when you have a product, when you have a new channel, when you have anything that's worth testing, go out and sell it first. And if you can do it in sort of its most nascent form, then you can design something, then you can build something, then you can have a level of confidence in what you're doing, and you will have a lot more success. And you can snuff out bad ideas well before they cost you tons of time and tons of money. So those are 6 of the go-to-market operating models that we used, and we've got some time for questions if anyone wants to dive into any of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a fantastic presentation. I had one question about the shorten this cycle. And my learning is that the customers move in the kind of purchase process in their own schedule. So how did you use these to kind of look at the different leads and cases that you have?
Yeah, it's a great question. Basically, the idea is, well, the customers they're the ones who set, what their their timing is on all of these things. But what I've learned is that we can influence that a lot more than we think we can. And there's only one way to find out, right? And so you try it. And I remember, especially with our mid-market team, the whole argument was, well, Sterling, these are much larger customers. They need a lot more time. They have a lot more processes we have to get through, from procurement to all these different things. And the truth is once we moved, it was hard. I'm not saying it's easy. It was very hard, but we could influence that, and we could take more control of that than we thought previously. So.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hey, when we think about goal achievement, you talk about hitting budget, hitting quota target,
yep,
which is OTE. How do you remunerate, or do you remunerate against hitting goal, or is it just the celebration you mentioned?
No. We definitely built in mechanisms for that to be more advantageous for what we were chasing. Here's an interesting point. We sort of had classic accelerators and decelerators once, based off of the quota line, right? But when we would go after those stretch goals, a lot of times we used it as an opportunity to take the money that we would have spent and put that into like some kind of a really cool, almost extravagant activity that we did as an entire team. And they became these pushes that we really looked forward to and we wanted to hit, because that was when everyone would bring their plus ones and we'd go to a really nice, ski lodge, or we would do something special. But the simple answer to your question is yes, we would change, the compensation obviously changed. You'd get into your accelerators once you got over goal, and you'd be in decelerators at certain percents below quota.
So thank you. So when someone is... So the whole team, basically.
Yeah.
So the goal requires the whole team to hit. If the whole team hits, then everyone goes.
Well, the goal is sort of a raw number. So it's not like everybody would hit their goals. Some people are coming in at quota or budget, but when it rolls up, it would actually, like when you looked at our plan for the month or the quarter, we had to be above that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hey, nice to meet you. I like the part where you say that marketing has to be accountable for extreme ownership as well as like sales, right?
Yeah.
And for me, the interesting part is that how to make marketing more accountable. And you were mentioning the creative roles in marketing. What sort of goals maybe you can uncover did you use for marketing to, hey guys, you have to stay put?
Yeah. So marketing had a quota for us. From the beginning of time, and the quota was essentially based in two parts. So we had the pipe, right? By the way, this is converted opportunities. So it's actually like a sales rep would convert the opportunity, then that counts towards the marketing goal. So again, you're driving the alignment, but then marketing was again based on closed won, right? Closed won, new revenue, and so they have that number and they have that responsibility, and you need to set that up. And in my experience, great marketers love that, and bad marketers run away from that very, very fast. Like I talk about it a ton in the interview, like, hey, this is how we structure it, and you're gonna be a demand gen person here, and like this is how we run it. And it was a very good sorting function, because the bad ones are like, no, I'm working on other stuff. So when you talk about the creative roles, well, they're doing a lot of other things, right? They're working on brand, they're working on different things. You still have to figure out how to tie that back into those things as best as you can. It's not perfect, but you have to work on it, and sitting down, having smart people talk about it and debate it, you figure out what works for you.
How did you measure brand?
What's that?
How did you measure brand?
So like we would have brand would like have a number. I know that's like heresy to a lot of people, but brand would have a number, and their number was the organic number, okay? So like I'm saying, okay, you want credit for basically everything, that's fine. The organic number, right? So everything we didn't use performance marketing dollars for, that starts to get wrapped into that. Yep.
Quick question. So completely agree on ops towards pipeline, agree on marketing revenue towards however you measure your yearly goals. Our struggle is, how do you ensure that when that lead closes, and it closed one, how do you determine marketing or sales, right? Because I feel like, well, marketing brought it in for you as an inbound lead, yeah, but we were already chasing it ahead of time, and then that causes friction between the two teams.
Yeah.
And so managing through that, because what we don't want is everyone has to participate in the final goal. How do you make sure that you don't drive that friction between the two teams?
So it's a really good question. The first thing you have to do is to make that matter just a little bit less. Make it more about the overall goal that you're chasing together than about what portion of this is marketing sourced, what portion of this is coming from outbound, what portion of this is coming from channel. That stuff matters, but you have to make it matter less than the overall goal. Then you're getting into things like, well, do you want to do last touch attribution? Like what model best suits you? And you kind of just have to set those rules as best you can and live with there being some gaps and some inconsistencies. But the underlying principle is make it way more about the overall goal that you're chasing. Put people on the same team instead of splitting them out and saying, well, like marketing's over here and like we did our job, but sales, outbound missed this month and they didn't do it. So marketing, good job, sales, bad job. There's no such thing. Like we either got the job done together or we didn't. And sometimes that's going to mean that marketing sourced is going to beat by a lot and sales is going to struggle. Sometimes it's going to mean the exact opposite. So just work on making sure everybody's aligned to the right North Star, and then when you're splitting things out by line item, that should be secondary.
Hi. I really like the model of name, number, and North Star. What would be, kind of bring that to life, a couple of examples of, would that be, Sam, your job is 812 million this month, and the North Star is what? And then also, how do you avoid having we've got like 20 different things all under Sam?
Yeah, it's a great question. So here's what it looks like in practice, okay? In practice, people can have their name next to several different numbers. For example, a VP of customer success, like let's say they have an expansion number that has their name next to it. Let's say that they have an NRR, an NDR number that their name is next to it, and you're going to have multiple. But you do have to clearly define the North Star for the entire organization. So most of the time, that's like an ARR number. That's a usage number. That's what new logos, like what is the model driver for your business? And that is the North Star. And that's why it's so important to have a North Star, is because you will have your name next to several different numbers. You will be responsible for multiple things at once. We can't simplify it down to just one and one. So you have to know what the North Star is so that you can prioritize appropriately and know which is a glass ball that you won't drop under any circumstances.
Hi. I love the concept of swing that you introduced. I'm not sure in my experience, the water surface is the same, because I work with sales teams and it often feels like white water rafting rather than being on a smooth surface.
Yeah.
How do you look for swing when it often feels like all you want to do is for everyone to stay in the boat and to negotiate the river?
Yeah, great analogy. It is a lot like whitewater rafting. The way that I think about swing is not necessarily that there's no variations and we're in smooth waters just going as fast as we can. I think about it as, is everybody who has an oar, is everybody who has a paddle, are they in sync with each other? Because if you're going like this or if you're going like that, I need to make sure that you're all in sync. That you're not turned around yelling at somebody over there, that I'm not because a lot of times you'll have to play policeman if this goes poorly. You have someone's data set over here telling one story, you have a different person's telling another, and you're trying to mediate a dispute and see whose fault it is and who's in trouble. That is what we're trying to completely get rid of. We're all focused, we all know where we're going, we're all rowing in the same direction, and we're all doing it with the same amount of force. Whether you're going over some waves or whether it's smooth sailing, and I don't know what smooth sailing is either. I don't think that exists. But you want those teams to be rowing in the same direction together. That's what it means.
On the B3, C3.
Yep.
What were the actual questions that you were asking?
Yes. So top 3, bottom 3. So if you and me were having this, I would have a template and it would say, what are your top 3 strengths? The things that I'm noticing in you this particular quarter that are just amazing. You're a great hirer, you're a great recruiter, whatever. And then bottom 3 is, what are the things that I as your manager am identifying that you need to work on? Okay, well, you're not organized enough, or you're not, like whatever it is. But the questions are, what are your top 3 superpowers and what are your bottom 3 weaknesses? And we're going to write those out, we're going to talk about them, and we're going to make those the subject of our one-on-ones for this quarter.
I wanted to pick up, there was this one image, and you mentioned the head of product was taking a nap at the airport, and you were on like the sales tour in
Freaking
Detroit.
head of products, man.
So how do you basically get the product on doing like a crazy, tour like this with you?
That is a great question. And the answer is, you have to make sure that his or her North Star is the same as yours. Because our North Stars are the exact same, right? And that is, we need to get here by the end of the year, right? We have to expand, we have to launch new things, we have to get there, and our North Star is the same. So you're on the same flights, you're talking to the same customers. Again, you have different jobs, I'm not trying to make it seem like you don't, but you have to be aligned with that person. By the way, it goes for finance in particular too. And if you can align those functions with the same North Star, they'll be on the plane right next to you.
Good stuff, thanks.
Yep. Okay, I think that's it. Thanks, everybody.
Everyone, we'll be kicking off in 10 minutes with Edith Harbaugh. Top 10 mistakes getting to 100 million ARR with LaunchDarkly.
Please welcome LaunchDarkly's Executive Chair and Co-founder, Edith Harbaugh.
Hi, I'm Edith. It's great to be here. You know, there's nothing like a band, a live band when you're walking up on the stage in London. So I'm here today at SaaStr Europa to talk about top 10 mistakes getting 100 million. And my qualifications for this is I started off in engineering, I was product, I was marketing, I was sales and support, and then I was founding CEO at LaunchDarkly. So the company started in 2014 and is now over 100 million in ARR. My joke is that I've always kind of started off in engineering and then worked my way out to the outer rim of the company. So my new role now is executive chair, which is super fun. But I'm going to tell you some lessons learned from when I was CEO. So LaunchDarkly, if you haven't heard of it, is a feature management platform. We have over 4,000 customers worldwide, and nothing makes me happier than when I go to a conference or event and somebody says that they use LaunchDarkly. You know, I started it because it was something I was really passionate about as a software engineer and product. It helps our customers release new features, migrate safely, target features, use experiment, and also do quicker mobile releases. So if you're a customer, thank you. And if you're not, give it a whirl. And that's all that Jason will allow me to say on that. So thank you. So 100 million does not happen overnight. So my job as a founding CEO was, number one, to always make sure there was enough money for the company, to set the vision for the company, and then to drive forward. And these sound really simple, but it wasn't. So 2014 to 2016 was this very slow grind from 0 to $1 million in ARR. The literal quote when I went to pitch Josh Stein, who ended up doing our A, was, wow, you guys really ground it out, huh? You know, because he's looking at, you know, our first month of selling, we had one customer. Our second month, we had one more customer. So if you're accruing customers at that rate, it's a long grind. But then things started going faster. So the period I'm going to cover today is from 1 to 100. I think there's a whole nother talk I would love to give on the 0 to 1. But that's a different phase. So my hope with the talk today is that you learn something. I hope you laugh at a couple of my jokes. I hope you laugh at me and the mistakes I made. And I hope that if you're a founder or working at a startup, that it gives you some recognition of here's some pitfalls along the way, either ones that you might be about to make or ones that you've already made and realize that you were not alone. All right, so with that, I'm going to start through the 10 things that were maybe mistakes. The first sounds really obvious, but if you're not making mistakes, you're not in a startup. You know, if you're just doing the status quo and doing the things that always work, you would still be at a big company. You know, you would be at Microsoft. And I learned this phrase, everything is up and to the right if you zoom out, when after our Series A, things didn't go so well. So we were an 8-person seed company with a really tight rhythm. And we got our Series A, we hired our first VP of sales. And he was this great guy, wonderful pedigree, had worked at some really hot startups. And he said he really wanted to join LaunchDarkly. And I was like, wow, this guy has amazing pedigree, really passionate about customers, great references. He joined as our first VP of sales. And the issue was about after 3 months, he came to me and he said, Edith, our customers are developers. And I said, yeah, developers love LaunchDarkly. I love developers. And he said, developers are a real pain to sell to. I'm like, what? He's like, well, they're very technical. They don't really like PowerPoint. They're very exacting. And they want the thing, they want a lot of proof points. I'm like, these are my people. I'm an engineer. And he's like, I don't like selling to developers. And he quit. Great guy, by the way. He went on to start his own company, which I actually angel invested in. So nothing to do with him, but more just there's this persona mismatch of he didn't like selling to developers, and developers were our core audience. And there was nothing you could do to fix that. So I had to very sheepishly kind of go to my new board member and say, hey, you know, all our forecasts for the year, when we said we were going to go from 1 to 5 million, we're going to be lucky if we eke out like 1.5 million, you know, because I got to rebuild the sales team. And I was extremely nervous when I went to tell you this. And what Josh said was the perfect thing to me, which was everything is up and to the right if you zoom out. Because I said, you know, we're not going to be up to the right for a couple quarters because I have to rebuild. And he was totally right. We rebuilt the sales team. It turned out that the salespeople we'd hired were great, and they started closing big deals. And you know, one of them, and then both of them actually entered the $1 million a year club, which was pretty fun. So the mistake I made was a little bit, I think, just being blinded by this guy with a great pedigree without really digging into whether he really cared about our customers. On the other hand, though, one of the salespeople that we hired at the time had never sold to developers before. He'd been a Twitter ad salesperson. And he turned out to be an amazing salesperson because he just had so much empathy for our customers and he never talked down to them. They loved him. Like I went on a sales trip with him once and I'd never seen this before. The customer gave him a present. I was like, what? Like, yeah, he's been such a great salesperson. Cool. All right. I alluded to this before, but if you're a fast-growing company, there are big changes every year. So if you go in from 1 to 100 million, that means you're basically doubling and tripling in size every single year. And a lot of people are really uncomfortable with that. What I always tried to do was to persuade people that, like, hey, this is a fun adventure, and you're going to have fun, but it's going to be different. A screw-up I did in the early days, again, from the transition from seed to A, was after we closed our A round, we started hiring a lot more people. And also, some of the people who had been there from the seed days didn't really like the new company, because they said, like, a 25-person company is actually a lot different than 8, which is true. So we had a fair amount of turnover. I saw this as just kind of normal turnover and wasn't really concerned until we were trying to get our B together. And I got this frantic phone call of, why is your turnover so high? And I'm like, what? Turnover? What? And they were like, what about this person, this person, this person? And every single person, I had a really good justification of why it looked like that. So what VCs do is they'll have some poor associate look at your LinkedIn and look at people who have titles for companies who are going in and out. And what had happened was we'd had some contractors who we replaced with full-time. We'd had a summer intern who was never meant to be permanent. And then we had a couple people who were a little bit of a mishire. But when a VC looked at this, they're like, what the hell is happening with your turnover? So a change that I made immediately was to pay a lot more attention to culture. We started doing culture amp surveys. Just to get a pulse, and I also started doing a lot more skip levels with the team. A skip level is when you meet regularly with somebody to kind of say, hey, what's up? And I think this really helped our culture become a lot stronger, and in fact, so that people started commenting about how strong the culture was. But it was definitely a wake-up call for me about if you don't pay attention to culture, culture will run away from you. Revenue is funding. So everybody here, I think, is in some sort of startup. If you didn't see Jason's talk yesterday, it was very eye-opening. He basically talked about the compression and valuations, that it's harder and harder to raise money and that you have to have more revenue. I think this is always good to have revenue, you know, because VCs can be a little fickle in terms of what they fund. But if you have revenue, you have a lot more leeway about when you take an investment. And also, by the way, the VCs like that because that way they know that you're a going concern. So I always try to pursue this path if we had revenue. This really helped me a couple times when I completely screwed up the VC pitch. So a mistake I made was VCs like to talk to you. That's not the mistake. And they'll try to lure you in, and they'll try to extract more and more information from you. Again, in the A to B time frame, you know, we were getting a lot of hits from VCs who want to learn more about the company. And they said, you know, come in. You don't have to have a deck. Just come in and talk to the partners. And I was like, okay, sure. And this was a huge mistake. I went into this, what turned out to be a partner meeting, and I was completely unprepared. I had looked at it as kind of like a workshop of, I have some rough slides, they'll give me some feedback. They were looking at it as a pitch meeting where they expected me to be on, polished, convincing, compelling. I was not. I had some rough drafts with slides. I was like, what do you think about this? They're like, So the other funny thing, I'll just briefly tell this story, is at the time I was back in DC to visit Washington, DC to visit one of our big customers. And for whatever reason, my iPhone at the time had wiped out all my contacts. It was this bad iOS release. So I had no idea when somebody called me who they were, which was kind of terrifying. It was like, is it a customer? Is it a friend? Is it a VC? Is it a random number? So this number calls me and I pick it up and they're like, hey, and I'm like, hey. And they're like, how's it going? I'm like, it's going good. I'm trying to like figure out, like, is this somebody trying to sell me car insurance or what? And I'm like, I'm in DC visiting a customer. They're like, oh yeah, customers are great. And then it turned out to be the VC that I had gone into the bad pitch meeting with, and he was calling to tell me that they weren't going to fund. This was not great for me because I was not prepared for this call. And I got off the phone. I was like, I'm going to do 10 times better in the next pitch. So every time I went into a pitch meeting after that, I was as prepared as I could be. Even if I didn't need to have a deck, I would have a deck ready. I would have my pitch ready. I would have numbers ready. And I never took it for granted again that these were automatic yeses. Always be prepared. And also always have the backup plan of revenue. Every time I got a little bit nervous about VC funding, I would try to close more deals. Worked out. All right, I alluded to this before when I talked about changes. Every single one of these phases of 1, 5, 10, 20, and 50 million, you're probably going to be hiring completely different people. The people you're hiring at 1 million are the people that want to build the machine. The people you're going to hire at 50 million are the people who want some sort of machine that's already running. So really be careful about when you interview people about what they actually want. Startup gets thrown around a lot, and startup changes every single phase. So you might get somebody who thinks that they want to work at a startup. What they really want to work at is Google. They're like, oh, a startup, Google. They have free massages and free bikes. Awesome. You're like, no, actually, we're 15 people, and the refrigerator makes a ton of noise. So be careful about who you're hiring. Be careful about their expectations. And be careful about the infrastructure that they expect. Again, we had people who came in and they just expected a lot. And we're like, no, we want you to build that. We don't have that yet. Which gets me kind of to executive recruiting. How many people here use an executive recruiter? All right. So let me briefly explain what a good executive recruiter does. A good executive recruiter, I call it kind of like a real estate agent or a matchmaker. Say you're in the market for a new CMO. If you just put up a listing that says you're looking for a CMO, it's probably not going to get a ton of traction. You're either going to get a lot of random resumes or people who are just not really a good fit. So a good exec recruiter knows who's in the market, knows who's available, knows who maybe doesn't really want to advertise that they're available, but is looking for a job. So the most recent search we did actually this way was a GC, a general counsel. And that was a really good fit because they got what LaunchDarkly did and can find a great candidate. However, a bad executive recruiter can really torpedo you. We had one executive recruiter who got this great candidate, and I found out later that the candidate almost didn't join the company because of the high pressure tactics the recruiter used. The executive recruiter gets paid when a candidate signs, so their motivations are a little bit different than yours. So the executive recruiter was telling the candidate they had to sign within 24 hours or I would pull the offer. And I was like, no. I mean, it's not open for 3 weeks, but if you need to, go talk to your partner, spend some time thinking about it, of course it's open. So make sure that your executive recruiter is aligned with you on how they close candidates. Another issue you could have with exec recruiters is just them trying to, again, jam somebody in. A real issue is if they, like say you have budgeted, 150,000 pounds for a role, and you're like, this is about what we think the market is, and then they keep bringing you candidates that are 250, and it's just not going to work. You got to have alignment. So a good executive recruiter is totally worth it. A bad one is not. The main reason an executive recruiter is totally worth it is because you need to fill that role, which brings the next one. Get leverage. I was guilty of holding on to stuff way too long so many times. So we did not have a full-time finance person until our B round. So up until our B round, I was still running all the models with the spreadsheets. In my mind, this was not a huge overhead. Like I like Excel, I like numbers, I'm a nerd. It was taking me like a couple hours a week to keep running the models, and I didn't see this as a huge overhead. In hindsight, it was a big drag on the org. Those 2 hours that I was doing these spreadsheets was 2 hours that I could have been doing something else. And there's a lot of other things that a full-time finance person could be doing that I just had no room to squeeze in at all. So as soon as you start growing, look at what you're spending time on and see if you're really the best person to keep doing it. Again, something that I was guilty of was I didn't have an EA until pretty late, an executive assistant. In my mind, it's like, well, it's not that much time for me to schedule these meetings. I'll just fit it in. Finally, what happened was our then VP of sales said, Edith, I want you on the phone with customers, not trying to schedule your own darn meetings. And that was a wake-up call to me. Like I saw it as, hey, I can just get everything done because I'm Superwoman, not, hey, even Superwoman needs to narrow her scope a little bit so that she can be more successful at that. So my advice to everybody is, as soon as you start progressing, try to get leverage wherever you can in your own tasks, and don't hang on to stuff for too late. All right, pricing. It's funny, so pricing is one of those things that can be a total time suck because there is no right answer of it. One of the issues we had at LaunchDarkly was we sell both to B2B and B2C. So these are totally different markets, sometimes with different mental models. And we also had this kind of existential talk about, are we B2B or B2C? What happened was our first attempt at pricing was we tried to go cheap and cheerful. We had a click-through where you could go and sign up with a credit card. Easy peasy. Don't need salespeople. What happened for us is that absolutely nobody wanted to use our click-through agreement. Everybody wanted to talk to a salesperson. Everybody wanted some sort of custom contract. And I was a little annoyed by this, to be honest. I was like, kind of like, please just use our nice credit card thing. And what I did to try to dissuade people from wanting custom contracts was I said, well, if you want a custom contract, we're going to charge you a lot more, thinking that this would scare people off. People were like, great, custom contract us. I was like, shoot. And that was when I started using my infamous phrase that the engineers teased me about, which was, I should have asked for more money. If you're in an enterprise sales cycle, people expect you to ask for money. People are paying for a premium service. They're paying for a premium ELA. They expect it to be higher. And the insidious thing is that they also expect it to go to procurement and get knocked down by 10%. So if you don't ask for more money out of the gate, you're actually kind of mis-selling yourself. So underpricing can be as bad as overpricing in my mind, because it also then pigeonholes you. So in the early days, I did all the sales, and I didn't really know what the product was worth at the time. I also was really shy. I was a really shy engineer. So I would ask for $29 or $9 or $2 if you could afford it. So we literally had some contracts on the books that were for $9 a month. And the idea was that over time, these customers would hopefully start upgrading and pay us more money. What happens if you have a customer that is paying you $29, $79 a month is that you have anchored them for life, that this is a product that is worth $79 a month. So no matter how much you have other customers who are now paying a lot more and getting true perceived value out of it, if you have $79 a month customers, they don't want to move up at all. And they have a budget for that, and that's what they want to pay. So there's no right answer. I just encourage you all at your own startups to think about what value are you providing to customers? What is our perceived value for that? And if you have any hopes that people will automatically start paying you more money, it's very rare. People will pay what they anchor at. Always keep creating category. So when LaunchDarkly started in 2014, there was no such thing as feature management. How do I know that? Because I made up the word feature management. I made it up because I'd had this background in portal management and content management, and I'm not very creative of a person, so I was like, what do? We manage features, feature management. The reason why I wanted to be called feature management is at the time people were doing feature flagging, feature toggles, and these made it sound like a toy. Like if you say, I'm going to pay money for feature toggles, people are like, well, that's just a Boolean. You know, that was literally the quote that we got in Hacker News. Why would anybody pay anything for a Boolean? So we were trying to up-level and move it to feature management. The other reason why we wanted to be feature management is back then, and this is a very different world, people were trying to compare us with Optimizely, which was a pretty entrenched company at that point. Optimizely, for those who didn't know, had come out of Y Combinator, and their sell was that you could do on-the-fly experimentation, A/B testing. So whenever we started trying to compete head-to-head with Optimizely, it just totally flopped. They had a nice WYSIWYG interface, and they sold to marketers. We sold to developers. But if we got in a sales cycle against them, it just completely disintegrated. The other thing we found was that people were experimenting a lot less than everybody thought. So my own background had been, I'd been at TripIt, where I had experimented heavily. My co-founder had been at Atlassian, and he'd also experimented. What we found when we got out into the real world and were trying to sell in 2014 and 2015 was that people really weren't experimenting as much as we'd hoped, and they were just struggling with basic releases. So we did this big pivot into feature management. What we found now in 2023 is that finally there is enough momentum in the market that experimentation is viable. People who have reliable releases are able to do experimentation. So we were able to keep creating a category, but we had to get some beachheads in first. Refreshing values. How many people here have written down values? Awesome. So one of the things we did when we moved from a seed company to A company is we actually wrote down our values. When you're 8 people, you just kind of know your values. You all eat lunch together every day. You know what's happening. When we got our A round, we knew that we were going to hire more people, and we decided to write down our values. So my co-founder and I did a survey of the 8 of us and asked what our values were. And from that, we kind of distilled it down, and we thought we did a pretty good job. So there were things like learn and grow, which was a big one for me. If you're not making mistakes, you're not learning. Respect for each other, our customers, our community. But then you can kind of see when we ran at oof when we were doing our values, because we had this last one, which was work is not life. And our literal thought at the time was, this is a little clunky, but we have other things to do right now. We'll just leave this be. And over time, over the next 3 to 5 years, this value of work is not life became a little problematic. In that what our intent had been was, we want to have a company where you're not working 80 hours a week. We want to have a company where you have a sustainable pace, where you can have kids. My co-founder had another kid, our engineer had 2 more kids. We wanted to be a place where you could have a life, but still get stuff done. What happened with this work is not life value was that people started weaponizing it of, we don't have deadlines. I don't owe my other teams anything. Or I don't really have to work very hard at all. It was like, no, this is not Tim Ferriss's 4-hour work week. You know, we owe our customers. You know, we owe other teams. We got to do more work, but in a sustainable way. So I actually, after 5 years, I decided that one of our actual annual objectives was going to be to refresh our values. And this time we hired a consultant, and that was great. Again, this is the way to get leverage. When you're 8 people, you can do a survey of your company very quickly. When you're 500 plus worldwide, you actually want a consultant who could come in and interview people, run focus groups, and get real input. One of the most interesting things was when we did this survey, about 90% of the company loved our old values. They didn't want to change. I was the one that wanted them to change. I wanted them to reflect the company that we were. So we did this big project, and we changed the value of work is not life to work impactfully, work sustainably. And I think it was a big success. But don't be afraid to change values. And also, like I said, the mistake I made was, I don't know if it was a mistake. It was just having a value that wasn't quite right. And the longer that time went by, it just kind of didn't sit right more and more and more. All right. So I talked a lot about culture, about making money, about building a company and scaling. I really want to reinforce that there's no right playbook, just play pages. You know, a lot of the tactics that worked in 2015, 2016, 2017 might not work now. But on the other hand, tactics that didn't work in the past can work now. So a real example from LaunchDarkly is, in the early days, we were experimenting with cold outbound emails, you know, traditional BDR activities. We had these nicely written emails, and they went out, and the issue was absolutely nobody understood what feature management was at all, so just nothing resonated. We finally just terminated the campaign because I at the time was being the AE, and I would just take a lot of calls from people that wanted to have an agile consultant. And I'm like, no, that's not actually what we do. The one success we did have out of it was we sent a cold email to somebody at Microsoft, and he said, this is the greatest thing I've ever heard of. Can you build a connector to Visual Studio, and can you come talk at Microsoft Build? And I said, yes. The other thing he said is, we really want to show that we're startup friendly. Can you get a booth at Microsoft Build? And at the time, our marketing budget per year was $36,000. A booth was about $40,000. So I said, well, that's kind of outside of our budget. He said, we'll give you the booth for free. So from that one cold email, we got a wonderful relationship with Microsoft and a free booth. Their signage was very nice. So this was a play that we ran that had a very limited result, but worked out. And then 3 years later, we could ramp up and have an actual BDR team and reach out to customers because people knew more what we are, and we had more space in the market. So I really encourage everybody, if you're interviewing or thinking about your company, it's tempting to say, you know, I want to run the Box playbook, you know, or I want to run the LaunchDarkly playbook, or I know that Deal spoke earlier today, I want to run the Deal playbook. The right playbook is a bunch of pages that you're tearing out of other startups about, like, what should my pricing be? What should my culture be like? What market should I go after? And you got to reassemble them for something that works for you. With that, here's a wrap-up slide. I'm just going to quickly run through it. Path to 100, there was a lot of, if you look at it, a lot of dip, then it went up. Be ready for big changes. I cannot emphasize this one enough. Revenue is its own funding. It's easy to get wrapped around the axle of what do VCs care about. VCs care about companies that make money. If you make money, VCs will care about you. Hiring changes over time. Value your time and get leverage. Executive recruiters worth it. No right answer for pricing. Always be creating a category. if you're noticing carefully, I tried to weave LaunchDarkly into at least 4 different slides. Always, always, always talk about your company. Refresh your values if you need to. And again, startups are fun. You're going to make mistakes. But please take some play pages and have fun with it. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Q&A. So if you're interested, there's a mic there and there. I can start assigning people to ask questions, but...
Hello, my question is about hiring. So first of all, you want to hire people who already done something that you want to achieve, but at the same time, if they already done this, why they should be joining you? So for example, let's say we want to hire like head of marketing, but if they are already a great head of marketing, most likely they will be interested in moving to the VP of marketing, CMO role in the bigger companies, no?
Yeah, that's a great question. So let me paraphrase it. How do you get people to join your company who have done it? And it's funny, this was a constant thing with me and one member of our board. It's like, well, the person who's, gone from 0 to 100 probably doesn't want to join at 1. If they probably have a lot of opportunities. So what you could do is you could look for somebody who's maybe the number 2 at a role or an adjacent industry. The adjacent industry doesn't always work out, but you could get kind of somebody who's just that one step below. But it is hard because people have this vision of this perfect person. And you want that perfect person before they're the perfect person, and they become perfect while they're at your company. Good question.
Hello, Edith. Thank you for what you've created. It's helped us really accelerate our product development process, and I like sneaking in myself and enabling some features for me to test. But a question for you is the values that you talked about, and with changing them so regularly, are your values still, and your co-founders still kind of aligned with the wider company values? Are they still in there? And how do you roll those values out with 500 people when you're refreshing them and making them real rather than just, kind of an update on a wall somewhere?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we actually put a lot of effort into the values. So the original values, I actually did a session with all the new hires. So every 2 weeks to a month, I would do a session with everybody who joined. It was off the record. I said, don't tweet me, don't quote me. But you could ask me anything you want, and I would walk through the values and why they existed. And I love doing this. I thought that it really instilled with the team what the values were. And it was one of the reasons why I decided that some of our values were clunky. One of our other values at the time was teams, not fiefdoms. We're nerds. And I got tired of answering the question of what's a fiefdom. So when you repeat your values over and over again, you learn what's clunky, what's not working. So when we rolled out the new one, we actually had consultants who helped us. Like we did a town hall, we did focus groups, we did a lot there, which I don't want to spend too much time on, but it was a deliberate effort of making sure they weren't just words on a wall. Even things like, hey, are they easy to remember? And do we have examples of them? I think you're next.
Thanks. Enjoyed that talk. So my company, SearchPilot, has the exact problem of the category creation that you're talking about. We're trying to do SEO A/B testing. I'd love any tactical examples you have or things that worked or didn't work on the path to successfully creating the category that you've done.
Yeah, I mean, just everything.
Did or everything?
So the advantage we had was that we targeted the developers, and what I learned was there wasn't a lot of technical content out there about what we did. So like simple articles that I thought were kind of throwaway would get a ton of hits. Like I wrote something like the top 10 ways you could feature flag, and that got some traction. I looked at what the #1 hit for feature flags at the time was. It was feature flags are the worst kind of technical debt. So I wrote a rejoinder called feature flags are the best kind of technical debt, and submitted it to QCon. I did a podcast. I think podcasts are a little oversaturated now, but at the time, there just wasn't much out there. Just constant, everything you can to get the word out. And then, like our engineers, at one point, we assigned them an article in every sprint. It was literally like, part of your sprint is not just checking in code, but also writing about it. And one of those articles about database migration is still a really good article that 7 years later gets a lot of hits. I could talk about this for hours.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
So thank you for your great talk. My question is also surrounding hiring. So you mentioned you hire different type of people at different stages of growth. And I was wondering what, from your experience, are the typical threats what you're looking for in a 20 million plus ARR business?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
So a 20 million plus ARR business, what are the specific types of people you're looking for at that stage from your experience?
Yeah, so one of the screening questions I would ask is, what's the smallest place you've worked at and what do you like and not like? And that was pretty good at sussing out what people actually liked at different stages. At 20 million, you have at least basic processes. You have departments. You don't just have one team, you probably have functional leaders. So people who are comfortable with that. If they say, hey, I still want to be in a 10-person team, that's not going to work when you're at 20 million unless you're probably not in a SaaS business.
Thanks for that. I'd like to understand if your, technical requirements for your salespeople changed over time as you grew.
Yeah, it's funny. So I referenced that one of our most successful salespeople, and he's still with the company, by the way, does not have a technical background. But what he did was he just was extremely willing to learn on the fly and ask questions, and then he never talked down to customers. So he was always just very empathetic. I can say this as an engineer. Engineers could be kind of dismissive and technically sometimes, and that's not a good look for a salesperson. If a customer doesn't understand something, it's your job as a salesperson to educate them, not to lecture them.
Hey Edith, thanks for the talk. I think you recently stepped down as CEO and hired a new CEO, and I was wondering why now and how did the process go?
So it's funny, our PR firm is like, you stepped into another role, and I'm like, no, everybody just step down. 100 million, it was a good time to do so. I'm really excited about my new role.
Can you tell us a little bit more?
I got time for more SEO questions. All right, Jason. Uh-oh.
I just want to, your values with your co-founder on, sorry, help me, I'll misquote it, but work is not life. This is not one I struggle with or I think about all the time. The world, you have to be more and more agile today, I think, in SaaS and software. We all know, there's so many competitors, things are faster, and what have you learned and balanced that on the way to 100? And I think the views have gotten even more polarizing, right? I meet more really young first-time founders now that literally are working 7 days a week and want the most intense cultures. And on the other hand, I think during lockdown, a lot of folks worked even less. Maybe a lot of folks started working 15, 20 hours a week. So what have you learned on that journey to 100 and how to make that work? But be competitive, because you had to win in a competitive category.
Yeah, well, thank you, Jason. So I think my intent was, I'd been in startups since the dot-com era, and I'd been that person that worked, 80, 90 hours a week. I remember sleeping under my desk because the BART had shut. And it's not sustainable. It leads to a lot of burnout. It leads to people just not doing their best work is the other thing. I learned that, I was working more hours, and I would come back and look at my work the next day, and I had made so many mistakes. I was in engineering at the time, and I did some work that ended up getting patented, which is great. So clean technical writing was really key. And if I was in this brain fog, I wasn't doing great work. And the other thing that would happen is if you get a bunch of snippy people who are working on little sleep, they start getting very snippy with each other. So it's not a productive environment. You think that you're working more, you're really getting less done. So what we were trying to build was this thing where you could do your best work. And definitely there were some weeks where we were working 80, 90 hours, but those were kind of these peaks and valleys of like, I talked about how we did the Microsoft Build conference. At the time we were an 8-person company, so all the engineers like came and ran in booth with me. And I could ask them to do that because I'm like, hey, this is a one-time thing, we're getting stuff off the ground. But if we'd done that every single week, like I know how much work goes into a conference. And so you have to balance asking your team to go up there and then saying like, hey, there's going to be this other week where it's going to be a little less hectic.
Hi. Firstly, as a woman in tech, I have to say your story is really inspiring, being a technical founder and growing the company like you did. So thank you. Secondly, obviously following the 2021 Series D funding, when you think about the future growth and next stage of growth for your company, what are your thoughts when it comes to thinking about a possible IPO in the future?
I think it's just like everybody else. It's one path for the company. What I always told the company is it's just one step in a journey. You can go up on stage and ring the bell, and then you still have to run a company and do a lot of work. So it's just a step in the journey. Where I've seen it backfire in companies is when they get too wrapped up in this one event, and then life continues after it. You still have customers. Well, Jason, you gonna ask me another hard question, or are we? I've said that.
But I think you hit on some interesting things of really going from a self-service PLG motion in the early days, and PLG. Everyone wants to do PLG. They think it's a cheat code. Like there's so many folks that think, God, sales got so expensive. I spent all the money in 2021. I'll magically turn on PLG, these 3 initials. It sounds like you really went the other way, very early from customers. And what did you learn about some of the fallacies of PLG, fallacies of self-serve, beyond just pricing, but that was very interesting as well.
I think, at least in our early days, what I discovered was that people weren't buying a product so much as they were buying a belief that the company would help them. So I remember I went to an early sales call at Circle CI, who was actually friends with us, and they asked me a couple questions. I answered. The CTO also answered. I was like, well, why did you need to do this? They're like, oh, we just wanted to know that we could trust you. So a lot of sales is trust. So the reason why PLG didn't work for us very much in the early days is we realized that we were a new category. SaaS was still a little risky, and people really needed to feel like they could trust us. I think, and I cribbed this from another talk, so I forget which one. Also, the belief that SaaS is cheap and cheerful and something that's $29 a credit card is being challenged, that now SaaS can go for hundreds of thousands of dollars. And at that point, a CFO does want to get involved, and that's not something that could be very PLG. You can run let me say there's this false economy. People still love to do trials. People like to see the software. People like to know that it works for them. So like the old enterprise scare tactics of you have to sign a contract, even install it, don't work. But if people are going to go live in production, they do want to have some sort of sales motion to know that there's a company behind it, to know that there's something that they can call when they need help.
Cool. And maybe one other interesting thing you said in the talk, if I get another one, you talked about the AE that had come from Twitter that was curious and thoughtful, and the customers liked, and was able to succeed without a technical background. But to take that, how many folks in the early days of LaunchDarkly maybe faced, how technical, and I'll put technical in air quotes, did the sales team need to be? A lot of folks struggle with this for B2D, how technical they need to be, and a lot of folks in vertical SaaS struggle on a variant of this, which is domain expertise, right? I'm selling a deep environmental compliance product. Do my reps need to know how this works? And it's a very interesting question because I don't think the answers are obvious. So what did you learn about domain expertise being technical?
So it's funny because I do have an engineering degree. My co-founder has a PhD in CS, so I would say we were both considered technical. But when we started hiring our first salespeople, I remember telling them that they were an expert in what LaunchDarkly did. They were trusted advisors and that nobody knew as much as they did about LaunchDarkly. And that really helped them with the boost of confidence of, hey, I'm here to help the customer. I don't have to understand everything about what they do, but I need to be able to understand how LaunchDarkly works with them. And that helps slot it in of, I'm not here to lecture, I'm here to help.
God, so you did the first 20 sales executives on the team, did they need to be able to speak with enough confidence to a VP of Eng or CTO? How did they overcome that hurdle? From my perspective, I think about it more simply, which is most VPs of Eng and CTOs, they won't suffer fools. Like they smell a fool in the sales process and they have an allergic reaction to someone that doesn't but most sales reps cannot, they have to find a way to speak and work at that level without having that skill set. So how smart did those first 20 have to be, or special?
So I am over time, but it's Jason's conference, so I'm going to answer this one. It's a mix. I mean, the thing, this is about No Right Playbook, is LaunchDarkly was creating this field, so there weren't people out there that were experts in feature management. You know, it was like we were creating feature management, so we had to train the salespeople in how do you talk about feature management. The first 20 came from a mix of different backgrounds. Some were from traditional, I'd say, BD companies like New Relic. Some we got from more apps, like from app analytics. So they had to at least know the basics, but of what is an SDK and what does an engineer do. But most important was really just again figuring out how to slot that into a customer's workflow. And as you said, VP engineering, they don't like fools. So being in a non-dismissive way where they can work together. All right, I'm out of time. This was really fun. If you have more questions, I'm happy to talk more, especially if it's about tactics for category creation, because I have like 10 more things I want to say now. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Please welcome OpenView's operating partner, Kyle Poyar.
Hi folks, I'm Kyle Poyar. I'm an operating partner at OpenView. We're a SaaS-focused VC, and I have something to admit to you all. I am a SaaS metrics junkie, complete nerd, probably off the deep end, and it started when I launched OpenView's annual SaaS benchmarks report. I did that back in 2017. We're now in our 7th year running. It's been really great hearing from folks in this room who use the benchmarks for planning their business, whether it's figuring out how they're comparing to their peers or updating their board around their performance. But the more time I spend in this space, and the more time I watch where SaaS is going, the more I'm convinced that our traditional SaaS metrics playbook is broken, and that we need to rethink SaaS metrics for the way software companies are being built, how they're distributing their products, and how they're monetizing their products. So I have a V1 of this what I'm calling next era of SaaS metrics playbook, and would love to get feedback after this during the Q&A because we're in an evolution right now, and it's going to be continuing. So first off, how do we even get here? And I think it's important to note, SaaS metrics, they've been with us for a little while, but not all that long. It's not some preordained truth or law of physics. The idea was, software originally was on-premise, sold on a perpetual license maintenance model, and had a really fantastic economic model. We would sell software for 6 or 7 figures, right? We'd immediately pay off the cost of acquiring that customer, and then we could use some of the proceeds to go acquire more customers. It's a really amazing economic model. Then we saw the rise of cloud-based products sold on a subscription basis. And this was better for customers, right? Instead of buying on a capital expense basis, they could buy on an OpEx basis. It lowered the costs of adopting new software. It made it a lot more flexible to swap out software. But there were fears that you would all of a sudden be spending all of this money on sales and marketing to acquire customers that could leave at any time. And so we were unsure, hey, is SaaS actually as valuable as on-premise software? How do we get comfortable with these business models? And that's where SaaS metrics really took off. We started to say, hey, look, based on these inputs, these are leading indicators that we can get comfortable with what a SaaS business looks like today, because we know it'll be extremely predictive of what the future will hold. So this company X might be burning a lot of money today, but they actually have an efficient model, and we know that for metrics A, B, and C. And so we believe even though they're $1 million today, there's a path to 50 million, 100 million plus ARR. That was really powerful for valuations. In fact, it might have even been too powerful. We almost got too confident of guessing about how the future would turn out for software businesses. And some of this overconfidence in SaaS metrics helped contribute to SaaS valuation bubbles. Now, this initial SaaS metrics playbook was built on a simplified understanding of how software companies grow. And I'm going to simplify that even further to say, we believe software companies looked more or less like Salesforce, right? The growth model started with prospects, and then you'd convert those prospects to be leads, turn leads into opportunity and pipeline. You might do a proof of concept to close that business, but that was more of a bug rather than something you were aiming for, and then hoping to close the business, right? And we had a number of operational metrics that we looked at to measure the health of these businesses. We looked at things like marketing qualified leads, number of calls and meetings set by our SDR teams, sales qualified leads, factored pipeline, number of ramped reps, and so on. And these might be metrics that you're still using to run the business. And these are very helpful for a sales motion. But there's a number of things that I think this model gets wrong. One is that it's extremely focused on the software vendor's perspective, and it ignores how people buy products, right? More and more research is done outside of conversations with a sales rep. That's a very small part of the buying process. So more part of the buying decision happens up front before someone even learns about your solution, and through channels that are not just via your sales team. The other thing is this model focuses on the executive. That executive is that marketing qualified lead, that sales qualified lead. It ignores the users. They're almost an afterthought in this process. But today, end users are typically empowered to go find solutions to everyday problems. They start, adopting software, seeing value, and advocate from the bottom up. And we can actually identify those users, turn them into champions, and use that as an important part of our sales and marketing motion. Final thing is product interactions are pretty much ignored in this model. And so we think about it as sales and marketing is what contributes to growth. But now, oftentimes, the product interaction is the first thing that a customer does, right? They sign up for a free trial, a freemium product. Sales comes later. And so how do we think about product as actually an influencer in the growth model of a business? And this SaaS growth playbook, 1.0, still works for many businesses. In fact, still works for Salesforce, right? And it had some pretty powerful unit economics attached to it. So we look at metrics like CAC payback period, net dollar retention, and gross margin. And looking at OpenView's benchmarks, the good CAC payback would depend on the customer type that you were selling to, but we generally thought of around 18 months was fairly healthy. If you can get below 12 months, that was great. And CAC payback was about how fast you're paying off the sales and marketing costs of acquiring a customer. Net dollar retention, you're generally looking for above 100%. So this refers to how much existing customers spend over time with you. So if you get $100 from new customers, what does that $100 look like next year, the year after, and so on? And if it's above 100%, the great thing is that you could, in theory, stop any sales and marketing and continue to grow with your customers. So it indicates sticky products that are expanding over time. The final thing is gross margin, right? Are we selling software? Are we selling services? And typically we look to see that software products are high margin, at least 70%, but ideally 80% plus. So the magic of all this together is SaaS revenue often means efficient customer acquisition paired with sticky customers who spend more and more over time means as a company reaches scale, they can be highly profitable. But we're starting to find that software companies are changing and our metrics aren't keeping up with these changes. So one example is around CAC payback. Now, this assumes that we grow through sales and marketing, right? Through that Salesforce-style growth playbook. In a PLG model, your product is front and center in how you drive acquisition, conversion, and expansion, right? So how do we think about growth teams or building a freemium edition, building a free trial, supporting free users? How do we think about that as part of our CAC payback? Is that part of the mix? And how do we know that what we're doing is actually paying off? I think there was hype around PLG. I'm a PLG fan, but there was certainly hype around it. Many companies didn't see the results they were expecting. And I think part of that is we weren't measuring whether PLG was actually effective for our business and holding it to the same types of standards, to the same kinds of metrics that we hold sales and marketing to. On the net dollar retention side, we're seeing more and more companies, particularly ones with a consumption-based model, where the initial land is really not that big of a deal, right? We try to land customers with low friction, low dollar size, and Spencer at Cockroach talked about this a bit yesterday. And then there's a lot of expansion opportunity within those accounts. And so what happens with many consumption-based businesses is that logo retention is lower than benchmark. It looks like there's a lot of churn, but the customers that stay grow significantly over time. And it's almost like you have a portfolio of customers, like a VC has a portfolio, and you have some winners, and those winners offset the folks that don't grow. And the blended basis, net dollar retention can be through the roof, right? Potentially 150%, 200% and above. And a final thing is around gross margin. So software companies today aren't just monetizing software. The three revenue streams that are exploding the most are around payments and fintech, marketplaces, and usage-based revenue. These often have different margin profiles and valuation expectations than traditional software. So how do we value things like payments and fintech revenue or marketplace revenue? Is that less valuable than software? Is that maybe more valuable for other reasons? Right? How do we think about that in that mix? And I want to unpack a few more examples of some of the most iconic companies built that have scaled over the last 10 years. One is Snowflake. Now, Snowflake has a consumption-based business model where they recognize revenue as customers consume the product. And this has worked very well over time for Snowflake. Their net revenue retention peaked at 177%, right? Truly off the charts. But at the same time, because they recognize revenue as their product is consumed, customers could, in theory, stop consuming the product. And we're seeing some of that as there's macroeconomic headwinds. Customers are optimizing their cloud spend, being more thoughtful around how much they use the product and therefore how much they spend. And so we have to think in the case of, if you're a Snowflake, how much should we spend on customer acquisition if LTV is essentially limitless in this business, right? An 18-month CAC payback period probably doesn't make sense in this business model. But also, how do we get comfortable with valuing this business when revenue is on a basis of consumption rather than commitment? Another example is Atlassian, one of the poster children of PLG. Now, when we look at publicly traded companies, they tend to spend 2 to 3 times as much money on sales and marketing as they spend on R&D. Atlassian actually flips that. 50% of their revenue goes into R&D and only 20% into sales and marketing. And with their self-service motion, the product is essentially selling itself. The product is part of customer acquisition. But how do we contemplate whether the investments they're making in R&D are driving incremental growth for the business, right? The product managers probably don't have a quota like a sales rep would have, right? Is Atlassian spending money to make money, or is this inefficient? All right, that's an important question if you're running a business like Atlassian. And finally, Shopify, right? Shopify, like many vertical SaaS businesses, does have a software subscription angle, but that's less than a quarter of their revenue. 76% of Shopify's revenue comes from merchant solutions, so things like payments, fintech, marketplace revenue. And this isn't just Shopify, Toast, Ramp, many of today's top companies have this kind of revenue mix. So how do we benchmark ARR if less than a quarter of their revenue is actually typical software subscription revenue? And I think the first thing we need to start with is ditch that traditional Salesforce era growth playbook and think about a new playbook around how companies grow. And at OpenView, we think about it in terms of the user journey. Now, imagine you as a founder or operator are going out looking for products to buy for your business, right? Think about the journey that you go through. You first discover a product, usually in the context of solving some pain in your workflow, or because you just discover it through someone in your community, right? Someone recommends it. You see it mentioned on LinkedIn, like the 10 ChatGPT-based products that are going to change your life, right? You probably weren't even serious about a software evaluation at that point. You might not even known software solutions exist to solve the problem you were facing. So you discover it, land on the website, seems interesting. You decide to get started, like sign up for the free account. What's there to lose? You might sign up through Google login, GitHub login, or some sort of social login, so you don't even need to create a new account. You do something where you might either see value or don't see value, get to a stage that we call activation, and then maybe buy initially on a credit card, right, an initial small purchase. And then there's a lot of scaling over time that happens later on, right? So after that initial purchase, you might work with a customer success person to onboard more folks on your team. You might start to engage with the sales force about expanding across your company or growing your usage or growing into new products, right? And so with this user journey, there are a few key differences versus the typical Salesforce model, right? It's focused on the user as opposed to just the executive buyer. Now, the executive buyer still comes into play. You got to get to them in the sales process, but that's usually later in the customer lifecycle, right? It's not the first interaction that you have, because your user is probably not signing. Your user who signs off on a $1 million purchase is probably not the same person as the one who wants to jump into your freemium edition. The other thing is it treats product usage and not just sales and marketing touchpoints as a signal of buying intent, right? So product usage tells us that customers are seeing value, they're consuming more value over time, and that they're ready to buy. The other thing is that while in a traditional Salesforce style model, growth is limited by how fast you can hire more people and then how productive can you make them. In this model, growth is limited by how quickly and cheaply can you acquire new users, and how can you remove friction points across the user journey, right? And so we're looking for ways to drive efficiency, take things that would be manual, resource intensive, and probably break, and look for automated productized solutions. And more of that is through PLG, but there's other things that you can do in this user journey beyond classic PLG techniques. So if you buy into this user journey, that then influences the operational metrics that you want to look at to understand the health of your business and where you can get better. And I'll walk through some of the ones that I focus on from an operating perspective. And first is around discovery. So this is, are people discovering your product? Top KPI here is just new website visitors. How many website visitors are you attracting? Specifically, how many high-intent website visitors are you attracting who land on pages like your home page or your product sign-up page, your pricing page, rather than just folks that land on a generic blog post you wrote that was optimized for SEO. The other thing is that you want to look at your lead generation, so how many of these website visitors and signups you get by sources in different channels. PLG businesses disproportionately grow through channels like organic search, word of mouth, community, product virality, and you can't afford the same kinds of spend on things like trade shows, outbound sales, and so on, right? You're looking for really scalable ways to drive this discovery. Then you want folks to go from learning about you and landing on your website to getting started, right? Signing up for your product. And here you're looking at the conversion from those website visitors into either new signups or people that request to talk to someone on your team. And I treat these as equal. You shouldn't be necessarily, you might have data on what converts better and what has better LTV, but you should treat these as a similar kind of outcome, right? You're not overly prioritizing those demos. You want to let the customer opt in to the buying process that's right for them and where they are. The other thing I look at is new activations. So folks who sign up, oftentimes if you have a free sign up or a demo sign up, 90% or so of the share goes to signing up for the free product. So among that group, how many activations are you getting? And these are people that sign up and do something in the product that indicates that they're seeing value, right? You're delivering on the promise of what brought them to the product in the first place. And what I think about new activations is they're normally time-bound, and this is a much better metric to look at to identify your marketing spend than signups alone, right? Because you might have some signups that are really low intent, really low quality users, and you might pay a certain amount of money to acquire them. And then other signups that are very high intent, know exactly what to do, see value immediately in the product, are in your ideal customer profile, and you want to double down on those. Now, if you wait to find out if these folks become customers or turn into revenue, it's going to be hard to drive continuous experimentation and optimization of your demand gen channels. So activations gives you a leading indicator of what the future performance is going to look like that's beyond what happens at sign up. And then as folks are continuing their journey, you want to look at, first that initial conversion. Are folks seeing enough value in the product that they're not just using it, but they're willing to, take out their credit card or talk to someone on your team to purchase? And I like to look at cohorted free-to-paid conversion rates, normally on a time basis. And the time depends on different businesses, but if you don't look at it on a fixed time period, it's hard to tell if you're getting sequentially better over time. The other thing I look at is product influence revenue. And so a misnomer with PLG is that PLG means self-service. In fact, at most of the top PLG businesses, not a whole lot of their revenue comes from self-service purchasing channel. A lot of their revenue maybe starts off with a self-service adoption. Someone signs up for the product and sees value before talking to a rep, and then they opt into a further engagement from there, but probably don't buy self-serve. And so that's where I like this metric of product influence or product-driven revenue, which to me refers to the health of your PLG motion and whether it's actually working as intended or not, right? So is your product interactions meaningfully influencing your funnel and how many folks are signing up, as well as how those folks convert down the line. Other thing is sticky users, right? So you'll have an initial product-based metric around activation, but you want deeper metrics that show that you're continuing to bring folks back into the application and that they're inviting their team, they're deepening their usage over time. And then finally, on the scale basis, I always want to have a North Star usage metric in a company. And in a PLG company or a usage-based company, product usage is very highly correlated with ultimate revenue, right? If we look at portfolio companies, the correlation rates between usage and revenue are extremely high. But you can drive product interactions that increase usage in a much more natural way than driving product changes that influence revenue. There's more of a lag time there. And so have a North Star usage metric that is correlated with future revenue. Make sure that if you have, for instance, a growth team, that they're thinking about that usage metric across all of your users rather than just, for instance, self-serve revenue on its own, which sets you up for channel conflict between sales and PLG. Other things that I'll mention, just one final one on this slide, is product qualified accounts. And so, like I said, the revenue for a PLG motion often starts with a product interaction, but it doesn't end there. You want to be turning these product users into pipeline for the sales team. And there was some hype around what was called product qualified leads, or PQLs, for a while, which are users that are showing that they're seeing value in the product. But we need to get much more sophisticated. So we need to look at users who are signing up. What kind of account are they at? Does that account have potential to spend a lot of money? Is that an account in our ideal customer profile? You might even assign a sales rep or have a sales assist touch point before that person even does something of value in the product. But you want to be pairing that customer fit data with the product usage signals to get really smart about who you're selling to and how you're going to sell into them. And that's where you can really drive efficiency in the go-to-market motion, by pairing sales and PLG. So with these metrics, there's then a new set of benchmarks for what success looks like under this kind of new framework. And I've broken out some of the benchmarks from OpenView's product benchmarks report. I've broken them out for PLG companies and more traditional sales-led companies. And then within PLG, where it's relevant, I've added freemium versus free trial. Now, a few things I'll call out here. In a PLG business, the rate limiter, or one of the rate limiters, is how efficiently can you acquire new high-intent users at the top of the funnel. And so you need to be showing that you cannot just rely on, for instance, outbound SDRs and BDRs, paid marketing, trade shows, and so on. You need to be finding organic ways of acquiring users through communities, through word of mouth, through product viral loops, through programmatic SEO. Happy to talk more about that. The benefit, though, is that because there are hundreds or even thousands of users for every one executive buyer, it sets you up to be able to take advantage of marketing channels that would normally be things that a B2C company would use, right? And so you can attract a lot more users, get a lot more people to experience value in your product. Your marketing is also often not as targeted. And so your marketing is going to attract a lot of people. And then you can be proactive about where you want to focus with your sales time, your marketing time, to make sure that you are converting those highest value, highest intent users. So when you look at going from discover to signing up and getting started, freemium businesses see a higher conversion to just signing up and creating an account. So that's where freemium is kind of an acquisition strategy to get more people experiencing your product, but you're getting them earlier in their journey. And the flip side is they tend to convert at much lower rates across the board. So there's lower free to paid conversion, and time to conversion is longer than a free trial. So just something to be aware of between the nuances between the two motions. Final thing I'll call out is around activation rates here. 20 to 40% of your new users signing up, seeing real value in a product, is normal in a PLG motion. And you should expect, because you're reaching people earlier in their buying decision, before they put a lot of thought and work into it, before they're ready to talk to sales, many of them are going to be tire kickers that really treat your product sign up as a way of educating themselves about who you are and what you do. So make sure you have a path for these low intent users to nurture them over time, but expect that there's going to be a lot of drop off, right? It's going to be, by definition, a more leaky bucket than a traditional motion. And if you are a product with a lot of barriers to usage, right, where you maybe need a team or a complicated data to set up, aim to be on that lower end of the range, probably 20%. If you're below that, your product might not be ready for a self-service PLG motion. And then accelerating growth in this motion means reducing friction throughout the user journey. And so a few things to call out here around the activation piece. It ends up being really important to deliver value before the paywall, right? So be able to get someone to really have a real aha moment as part of the free experience and giving them a quality enough free version that they can see real value. What I see a lot of times that happens is as PLG companies add sales, they start to believe that the free edition or their cheap self-service editions are competing against the enterprise editions. And so what happens is sales slowly cuts away at the free version. Oh, let's move this feature out of free. Let's cut this usage by half. And what happens is you're left with a free product that only really works for prosumers, consumers, hobbyists, SMBs, not the kind of customer you're trying to sell to. So make sure if this is part of your strategy that you're delivering real value to your target customer profile. The other thing is because you're attracting a wide set of users, right, you're attracting a wider top of funnel, you have opportunities to personalize product onboarding. And there's going to be multiple ways that you can do this. I think the starting point is just ask questions as people sign up for the product that help you collect data on them, right? And so some of this you can enrich through services like Clearbit or ZoomInfo, like company size, industry, and so on, to see if it's an account in your ICP. And some of these are questions that you can just ask your users. And then in the future, you can personalize that product experience based on what you've learned. But at the very least, you can personalize the emails and the sales touch points based on what you know. A final thing I'll just point to here is that on the previous slide, I showed some of the nuances between freemium versus free trial. And freemium businesses are great from an acquisition angle. So if your product has a virality component, if it gets more valuable as more people are using it, that's when we often think about freemium. But if you're looking for more efficient near-term revenue generation, we often think about free trial. More and more companies are combining the two into what's called a reverse trial motion. And this is where you put your best foot forward when a new user signs up, so they get a premium version of your product, but for a limited time, often 14 days, maybe a little longer. And then that downgrades to free if that user doesn't convert. It's a really powerful way of getting the best of both worlds between those two. So those are operating KPIs, ones that you'll be looking at on a daily and a weekly basis with your team, KPIs you can give to people on your team. But then you need to bring your investors along with the right board level KPIs. And you might not have board members that are bought in, so make sure to talk to them about this first, right? You want to be looking at the same set of data to evaluate the health of your business, because this is going to be your way of talking about the future direction, right? We want to invest more money here for XYZ reasons, or we think it's time for the next fundraise because here's what we're seeing. You need to be speaking a common language. So I've split these out into growth-oriented KPIs and then efficiency-oriented KPIs. On the growth side, one is just reframing away from annual recurring revenue, which really focuses on software subscription revenue, to annual revenue run rate. So if the software is if the revenue is high quality revenue, it acts reoccurring, right? It grows over time or stays steady over time. It's predictable in the aggregate, right? High margin. You should be valuing it similar to how we've historically valued software subscription revenue. That's my view. Not everyone's on board. But think of it as like ARR in quotes, and then you can break out the sources of revenue below because people will be interested in the drivers of that revenue. Then with this broader view of run rate, you want to be looking at the quarter-on-quarter change in net new ARR. So net new ARR incorporates new, upsell and expansion minus churn. And so what that looks at over time is, are you growing linearly, right? We're like adding the same net new consistently, or are you growing exponentially? And if you're growing linearly, that would be a case to be relatively lean, be more efficient, and continue on the current motion, or run experiments to see if you can inflect that growth. But you're probably not looking to pour a bunch of additional venture dollars onto that business. VCs are often looking for signs of nonlinear growth, right? Things are accelerating, it's an exponential growth curve. And this is your way of being able to show that that's happening or not happening in your business. Final growth one here is just cohort-based everything. So I specifically look at cohort-based retention. And so this is cohort-based, is just looking at the same set of people who signed up for the product and what happens to their spend over time. This is not new in SaaS, but it's particularly important as you have cohorts that have some subscription revenue, some payments, some usage revenue, right? You have folks on self-serve plans, on sales-assisted plans. We have a much more complicated business, and so we need to break these down so we can compare apples to apples. And when you're looking at cohort retention, my only point here that I'll just leave you with is don't look at self-serve versus sales as the conversion point. That's just a channel. Look at a customer type, right? Your enterprise customers. Most of them are probably buying via a sales touch point, but you want to focus on the customer type and not how that customer is choosing to buy. On the efficiency side, Jason and I were actually just debating this. He's not as much of a fan of this metric as I am. Quarterly net new ARR versus cash burn, right? Your ratio of new versus burn. And to me, this is an evolution of CAC payback. So CAC payback is really focused on sales and marketing. This allows you to see how efficient is your overall business at attracting net new revenue. And so incorporating not just sales and marketing, but R&D expenses, other expenses of growing your business. Now, just because your burn ratio is solid, best in class, it doesn't necessarily mean you have the runway to support high burn. And so make sure that it's in context with other metrics. Another one is natural rate of growth. And so this is basically pulling out your baseline rate of growth before you add incremental paid efforts. And so you can think of this as how much of your revenue comes in through organic sources and starts with a meaningful product interaction. And then how much of your growth comes from customers that you're paying to acquire and using expensive sort of sales and marketing touch points. And this gets a little bit complicated to calculate. I'm happy to share more if people are interested. But to me, what happens in PLG companies is that there's a baseline of very efficient growth, and then there's things that they do on top of that, especially if they have the funding for it to drive more growth. And then those get blended together. And it, on an aggregate basis, looks okay. But it's basically a very efficient business hiding a very inefficient business. And what happened is PLG actually companies, while they should be more profitable, they got less profitable over the last couple of years than their traditional peers. And so you want to understand the drivers of profitability. Final one is ARR per FTE, right? How much revenue do you generate per employee? And we in SaaS love complicated metrics. I personally love complicated metrics, but this is one that's super simple. Anyone on your team can understand and assess. Here's some benchmarks to get a sense of whether you're on the right track. And this shows that you're able to have an efficient overall revenue generation, and then you're getting more efficient over time. So expect this number to increase as you scale. You should also expect that there's going to be times when you're investing a lot in scaling up your headcount, where you're going to take a short-term hit to ARR per FTE. So just know that this is a guide and not something that dictates every decision that you make. And PLG companies should be better in theory, right? This should be the magic of PLG, that you're able to take things that would normally be manual, people-intensive processes and turn them into product-based solutions. So companies like AHA have close to 1 million ARR per FTE. That's not benchmark yet, but it is possible with efficient PLG motions to have this be very, very high. So wrapping up, and then I've got some time for Q&A. SaaS metrics were great. They served an amazing purpose to help us understand the power of SaaS business models, maybe even too well. But as we've adjusted how we've built, distributed, and monetized software products, they're no longer keeping up. We need to focus around the user journey and not just the B2B sales process, and make sure that we're growing not just by adding people as fast as we can, but delivering value and reducing friction throughout the user journey. And then we've got to bring investors along to make sure that they're measuring the health of our business the way that we look at it. And so if you are interested in this topic, follow me on LinkedIn. I also have a newsletter called Growth Unhinged that comes out every week. And check out OpenView's SaaS benchmark reports. And otherwise, line up on both sides for Q&A. All right, what questions do people have? Yes.
Thank you so much. A really engaging presentation. Really appreciate you joining today. Question is kind of indirectly for you. Why is Jason not a fan of net new ARR versus cash burn?
Well, we were literally just talking about this. It's because people will use it to inform too much of their business, right? So if your burn ratio looks good, then in theory that should be a case for spending more, increasing your burn rate. But capital isn't infinite, right? If you're burning money, that means you're not profitable, and you have to look at your runway and the ability for you to sustain a high burn rate given other characteristics in your business. And so the TLDR is basically don't make decisions in a silo based on one metric. Make sure you understand the overall health and picture of your business.
Thank you. Great presentation. Quick question for you. You shared some metrics around the user journey and then board level KPIs. What would you identify as good leading indicators that are more 6-month versus, the user journey, which was probably at the month? Board level KPIs seemed quarterly. What would you identify as good leading indicators for a 6-month period for both sales-led and PLG?
Yeah, great question. So it's the leading indicators are going to be the things that are earlier in that journey, right? That flywheel. And so for a PLG business, my take, for example, is that you can get more comfortable that a company has product market fit earlier in their revenue generation, right? So a sales-led business could close 10 enterprise deals and hit their first $1 million in ARR, but each of those companies has their own set of requirements. They have their own feature requests. It's not fully product market fit. PLG business might get to that same point with hundreds or thousands of customers paying small dollar sizes. And so I look at a leading indicator of how efficient you are at bringing in new folks to the product and how efficient are you at converting them to see some sort of value where they become sticky users. And maybe they convert at some small dollar amount, but you're looking at product usage as a proxy for this motion is healthy. And over time, these cohorts are going to turn into valuable customers. In the sales motion, you want to look earlier, right, as well as how efficient are you at being able to attract new, marketing qualified leads and then opportunities within your target market. What is your, conversion rate through the pipeline? How predictable is your revenue generation machine? And I specifically will look at things like the contribution per quota carrying rep. So if it's just founder selling, it's hard to get confident that that motion is going to be ready for scale. But if you've hired a handful of reps, those reps sell their first deal pretty quickly, and they're hitting quota in a consistent way. That gives you the confidence to say, we can actually spend money to make money, and we can further invest in this motion. Hey, yes.
Thanks, Kyle. Bertram from Make. And I'm a huge fan of everything you're writing around usage-based pricing and product-led sales. In particular, I have a question around product-led sales. Which would you say is the one metric we should be looking at in order to determine if we have figured out a good product-led sales motion?
Yeah, that's a great question. And so it actually goes back to some of the classic sales metrics of as you're adding sales to a PLG motion or pairing sales in PLG, are you able to get that sales team productive, right? So as you hire reps, can they close deals? Can they hit quota? Can they consistently do that? The thing that I would pair that with is sales incremental beyond what PLG does, right? So I've seen companies that add sales, and what sales is basically doing is taking opportunities that would have bought via self-serve, but just turning them to enterprise buyers on an invoice payment, maybe even on a discounted price point. That's not a signal that adding sales is doing a whole lot for your business, right? Sales is more order taking in that case. And so what I like to do oftentimes is run experiments with it. Hey, if we carve out any signups that are at companies with less than 50 employees go to self-serve only, or we're going to do an A/B test, half go to self-serve, half go to sales. Can you prove that adding sales is incremental? And it should be incremental in either converting new folks, so net new revenue, or expanding people at a faster rate than they would organically.
Hi, Kyle. Stephen Forth.
Stephen?
So OpenView has a lot of data. Have you done any analysis on how combining some of these new metrics you're proposing create better predictability into the future? So I think a lot of the reason we're interested in these metrics is because they help us predict and then steer the future. And often combinations of metrics are more powerful to do that. So are you doing work in looking at the combinations that give better predictability?
It's a great question. More work to be done there is the summary. I wish we had time series data, right, for every company. What did their metrics look like 3 years ago, 5 years ago, and what was the outcomes? We're not at that point, especially with private market data. And so we can get signals of public companies as an indicator, but those companies often don't look like early stage companies do. And so these are things that we will look at from an investment, like a diligence standpoint. But I wish we had more concrete evidence beyond that. So more work to do. Yeah. Okay.
Hey Kyle, I'm Bhattacharya here. Love your LinkedIn content, monetization and PLG stuff. It's just brilliant. My question is, it's quite a broad question actually, around like LTV to CAC ratio, and how much focus you would actually put on that and strategies that you can recommend to actually improve LTV to CAC ratio. Obviously LTV is a difficult one to measure sometimes, so yeah.
Yeah, so I'm very conflicted about SaaS metrics, and I'm especially conflicted about LTV to CAC in a B2B business, because LTV, if you have net dollar retention above 100%, should be more or less limitless. So I tend to like to look at the drivers of that separately. So looking at CAC payback period versus NDR. If you're gonna still use those two metrics, look at them independently versus combining them. And then make sure that you're pairing where you are on the right map. So if your CAC payback is below 12 months, you want to have, you can have kind of permission to have a lower NDR. If your NDR is higher, you have permission to have a higher CAC payback and still have an efficient business. In our SaaS metrics report, we have a little grid with 9 different quadrants that shows growth rates based on where folks fall within those quadrants. But in terms of strategies to improve, first you have to prioritize which do you want to drive efficiencies or drive more motion in. I tend to think that NDR tends to be a better place to mine because we tend to be very focused in SaaS on acquiring new customers. It's very expensive to acquire new customers. We don't put enough effort and resources into retaining and expanding our customer base. And then when you look at that side, I would look at how much of the NDR is driven based on churn. So what's your level of leaky bucket? What amount of revenue do you lose from churn? And are you comfortable with that? What are the reasons behind it? Is it for things that you can influence or things that you can't influence? So you might be in an industry where you're selling to small businesses, they shut down, right? That's not actionable churn. And so how much of that is actionable churn that you can address? And then on the expansion side, often I'm looking at levers like whether it's products, packages, or pricing to try to drive that. Those are often the best ways that you can inflect net dollar retention relatively quickly that don't require adding a new account manager function on your team, building a totally new product. And so specifically, it's one of the reasons I like usage-based pricing is from an expansion perspective. And so a lot of companies that maybe have a traditional seat-based subscription model have been adding usage-based expansion on top of their core subscription offerings to drive more efficient expansion motions. But happy to talk more after this session. Yes.
Hi, Kyle. Laura with Pavilion. A lot of companies have laid off the sales team to transition from a sales-led to a product-led motion. So when you're in that transition period, what metrics are most important before you get to the point where you're A/B testing the product-led motion? What are some of those key metrics that will lead you to believe we are ready to kind of rehire, reinvest in a product-led sales motion?
Yeah, great question. So companies that have been disinvesting essentially in sales, when do you know if they should reinvest in sales?
Correct.
Yeah, that's a good question. So I think one is the overall business model efficient, right? So one of the reasons folks do cut folks from the sales team, but also folks from other teams, is that they're looking to have some sort of more profitable economic model where they need to reduce burn rate and extend runway, find ways to do more with less to have a model that's more sustainable for their business, right? Businesses fail because they run out of cash. So you always want to make sure that you have line of sight. And so a lot of times the thought process is let's extend our runway, let's build a sort of default alive company. And then we'll look for signals from there about where are their pockets to invest going forward now that we've taken back some of the investments. And I would look at it as, so there's the decision about whether to invest more in more sales reps, but companies should not really be thinking specifically about sales in a silo, because that decision sits alongside every other investment decision. Do you invest in a growth team? Do you invest in SDRs versus quota-carrying sales? Do you invest in adding new products? Do you invest in maybe an acqui-hire or a small tuck-in acquisition for a company that might be a distressed asset that you can buy revenue? And so I think the first thing would be understanding where you're going to grow and where are the best places to invest. And then within sales, for me, the idea would be you are scaling up the number of users and product qualified accounts from the PLG motion that you've continued to invest in. And there's too many opportunities for the sales team to prosecute all of them. And so they're either dropping the ball or having to kind of work around the clock, but they're hitting quota consistently and they're essentially too busy. That would be a strong signal that, hey, look, the PLG motion is humming, but what's blocking us from growing faster is adding sales to work all of this great pipeline. Yes, last one, and then we are out of time.
Okay, thanks for the very interesting speech. And for your metrics, we use them a lot, and thanks for promptly answering random emails on them, like how they're calculated, the benchmarks. My question is around, actually we introduced the PLG motion, but we struggle a bit with changing our funnel, and there is a lot of internal resistance of moving to the 2.0 version. So what do you suggest how to more efficiently and make this happen, how to build internally a business case or whatever to shift to the new ways of the funnel? It's easier said than done, like just change the metrics of all the teams and align around it.
Yeah, it's easier if the CEO or founders are bought in, right, or the board's bought in. Much harder to do it from the bottom up. And so the first thing I would say would be do some work to quantify the metrics and how they're performing over time, and make the case for how you're going to drive decisions based on the data, right? So before you start to kill other metrics that people have been using to run the business, you have to make the case for how this is going to allow the business to be smarter in terms of overall operating. And so that would be my starting point. And oftentimes things get organically added all the time if you find that they either help tell the story of how your business works, or you really need to see that data to make smarter decisions. And then you'll start to notice kind of organically you're not looking at some of the other data to make decisions, and so why even report on it anymore? And so that's how I would kind of plant the seeds for evolution over time. All right, well, that's it, everyone. Thank you for listening to me geek out about SaaS metrics. Hopefully this helped you run the business, and I'll be around if folks want to talk more. Thanks, everyone.
Please welcome ICONIQ's General Partner, Seth Pierrepont, and ICONIQ Growth's General Partner, Head of Analytics, Christine Edmonds.
All right, it's amazing to be here. Thank you all for joining us for this session. Thank you to Jason and the SaaStr team for hosting this incredible event. It's awesome to see SaaStr in London. Our session today is about efficient scaling, and efficient scaling in what is probably one of the most turbulent environments that we've seen in recent times. Certainly in my venture career, some of the most challenging market conditions I've seen operators endure. Undoubtedly, many of you are founders and operators yourselves, so are living this firsthand on the front lines and painfully aware of that. But what does it look like in the data? How hard has it been across the board? What is a blueprint for how to navigate in these uncertain times? And as you think ahead, how to build a more solid foundation to help you navigate going forward. That's what we're going to talk about in this for the next 30 minutes or so. Just before we jump in, briefly as an introduction to myself, I'm Seth. I'm one of the investment partners at ICONIQ. I've been investing in early and growth stage SaaS companies for more than a decade, and I joined ICONIQ a year ago to launch our office here in London.
And I'm Christine Edmonds. I'm a general partner at ICONIQ Growth, and I have been leading our analytics practice over the last 5 years.
For those of you who are less familiar with ICONIQ Growth, we are a growth stage platform. We focus on investing in Series B stage technology companies and beyond. We just turned 10 years old, and with that launched our 7th fund, so have over $5 billion of capital to invest now. But what makes ICONIQ unique, what we feel sets us apart, is that we are very fortunate that the investors in our funds is a very special network of founders, of leaders, of the families behind some of the biggest companies in the world. And they view ICONIQ Growth as a vehicle to invest in the next generation of entrepreneurs. And so a core pillar of our platform is really to bridge the connection between the founders that we're investing in and this unique community of individuals to really help them accelerate and ultimately amplify the impact that they're having on the world.
In addition to the connectivity that we facilitate across our network and portfolio, analytics is another core function and manner in which we support the various leaders across our portfolio. What that looks like in practice is a few different primary motions, the first of which is broad thought leadership and studies, some of which we're really excited to share today. It's always a lot of fun to share our latest insights at SaaStr. In addition to the broad thought leadership, we also work with leaders on custom one-on-one advisory and very specific tactical questions that they're grappling with on a day-to-day basis. And then finally, we really believe that putting together a picture of what best-in-class looks like across a whole number of different dimensions also makes us better investors. And so we put those learnings into practice across our own investment platform in terms of how and where we invest. So a quick note on the data that we're going to share today. We now have really had the fortune of partnering with all of these companies on this slide, for many of which we've been partners with for over 10 years now. And so the data that is included today comprises tens of thousands of data points and a number of companies that you probably recognize that we've really seen grow from $10 million in ARR all the way up through and past IPO. So names including Snowflake, Braze, Datadog, GitLab, as well as a number of companies that have roots in Europe. We know we're at SaaStr Europa, and in addition to companies like Adyen, which was our first European-based investment back in 2015, as well as Calibra, Dataiku, Miro, and others, almost every company here operates globally. And so we really feel like the data points that we're going to share today are representative of the dynamics that we're seeing in Europe as well as the broader network.
So we wanted to start today by level setting on how we see the current state of the market. And we think that the public markets are often foreshadowing of what's to come in the private market, so we wanted to start there. This is a chart that you've undoubtedly seen some form of. These are our public SaaS multiples over time. You can see how dramatically they've compressed from the peak to the trough. If you look at that green line on top, that is the high growth SaaS companies, so companies that are growing more than 30%. It's down 70%. And what's interesting is that we've now, over the past 4 or 5 quarters or so, seen some semblance of stabilization around this kind of 7.5 to 8.5x multiple. Another aspect of the public markets that we focus on is the number of public software companies that are beating analyst consensus and then raising guidance subsequently. If you look at the left-hand side of the screen, I guess it's right hand here, it's Q1 2022, the gray bars, by comparison to Q1 2023, it's markedly down. So the number of companies that are beating consensus is a lot lower. The number of companies that are raising guidance is also a lot lower. And this is kind of, as I said, a barometer for kind of how public companies are seeing the market conditions in which they're operating. So unfortunately, they see it as continues to be challenging. Again, this is a topic that I'm sure you've heard ad nauseum in the last 12 months or so. This chart indicates the public market sentiment for the trade-off between growth and efficiency. A very quick way of reading this chart is the green line represents public market sentiment for growth, and the blue line is for efficiency. When blue is on top, the public markets are favoring efficiency. When green is on top, it's growth. And if you look over time, pre-pandemic, it was really favoring efficiency. As we all know, during the pandemic, it was all about growth and growth at all costs. You can see the gap widening between those two lines through 2021. And then the lines crossed again, and that was this kind of whiplash moment that we all lived through where over a very quick period of time, it was revaluing efficiency over growth. What's interesting is that in Q1 of this year, the lines crossed again. But what I would add is that it's not just about growth at all costs, it's still efficient growth. And what we tried to lay out on this slide, this is a slide that on the x-axis, it highlights Rule of 40. And what Rule of 40 is, it's your year-on-year revenue growth plus your profit margin. So it really is a good measure of efficient growth. And the companies on the left-hand side of that screen, the green dots, are companies that are Rule of 40 or better. And the companies to the right-hand side, and the blue dots are below Rule of 40. And so what you can see is that the Rule of 40 companies are better are trading at almost a 2x premium to the companies that are below Rule of 40. So efficiency is still very important.
So that's the macro context, but how did this actually play out when it comes to the financial and the operating profile of companies that we analyzed? One of the metrics that we look at on a quarterly basis and have done so over the past several years now is attainment of top-line plan. So how did performance actually line up to the plans that companies had when they entered the year? And what you can see here in the chart for 2022 is the year started out quite optimistic. Many companies were actually using 2021 levels of growth to forecast the year ahead, which of course we all know now is quite an ambitious feat to have in any given year, let alone one where the macro backdrop is challenging. And that really played out in the numbers. So you can see accumulation of impact every single quarter through the end of the year, landing at just 66% attainment of their original plan. One way to put this into context is thinking about 2020, which is the best benchmark of another challenging year that we have in the recent history. And what you can see there is, again, challenging early start to the year, Q1, Q2, but many companies being able to rebound as they closed out the year, ending just above 80%. So again, putting last year, which we know many of you lived and breathed and felt, into context from a numerical standpoint. And I think if you think about both of these numbers in the context of a quote-unquote healthy year, we normally see attainment really around that 95% plus standpoint. So from a top-line attainment, certainly saw a lot of impact. In addition to absolute growth and ARR, though, there are a number of other metrics that we always look at when we really think about the fundamental health of businesses. And we have coined the term the Enterprise 5. Some of you may have heard about this group of metrics and are really excited to be refreshing this a bit later this summer and sharing our latest views in terms of what these look like across best-in-class companies. But starting at the top, we really like to think about the full spectrum of true growth, the predictability of growth in terms of retention, and then also how does that growth generated from an efficiency standpoint. So Rule of 40 that Seth mentioned, net magic number, thinking about the efficiency of your sales and marketing teams. And then finally, ARR per FTE, which we'll get into a bit later, really thinking about both efficiency, but also the productivity of your teams. So today, instead of talking about these on an absolute basis, we really wanted to dive into the evolution of these 5 metrics, especially over the past 3 years. This is a fairly powerful and stark reminder of, again, the pain that I think many companies felt last year. One of the discussions we've been having internally is, what do we do with benchmarks from the 2020-2021 period, where companies really were incentivized to grow in a manner that they hadn't been before? And you can see the whiplash in terms of a shift back to efficiency play out in the numbers. So growth coming down by over 40% in the past year. And at the same time, although companies implemented many cost management practices, we didn't see the impact of those play out quite in time, given just the lagging effect that those take. And so, again, saw many of these efficiency metrics also deteriorate. One that we want to spend just a second on talking about is the last one here, ARR per FTE, which I think is a great example of why these have and will continue to evolve. Many of the companies included in this analysis, unfortunately, did have to undergo RIFs in the past year and let go of a number of folks on their team. And so some of these may seem artificially stable for a period, but again, we think they'll continue to come down, and hopefully over time, some of that efficiency will pick back up and rebound.
We thought it'd be worthwhile digging into ARR growth and why that has declined so dramatically in recent quarters. What we're showing here is a typical ARR funnel. The green bars on top is gross new ARR. We're representing it as a percentage of beginning of period, but that's what the green lines represent. The red lines are churn. And what you can see here is that while churn has remained relatively stable over the last 4 or 5 quarters, gross new ARR has declined pretty dramatically. And we're seeing in Q1 only contributed 10% to overall ARR growth on an absolute basis. When you actually double click into that and break out the gross ARR into its constituent parts, so the lighter green lines on top are expansion ARR versus the darker green lines are new logo ARR. You can see that both are obviously down, but expansion has taken a pretty significant hit, especially when you compare it to the quarters in 2020 and 2021, where it was a meaningful contributor. Unsurprisingly, how this then translates into net dollar retention is also quite dramatic. And on the orange line on top, this is top quartile net dollar retention that we're showing. At the peak, you can see it was 137%. And in Q1 of 2023, it was all the way down to 105%. So it's been a very dramatic change in terms of that overall picture. To add insult to injury, Christine alluded to this already, efficiency metrics have not yet caught up to changes that were implemented in the last few quarters. So magic number, which effectively indicates how much ARR you generate for every dollar of investment you're making in sales and marketing. In previous years, in 2020, 2021, we saw that all the way up at 2x, at very healthy levels. And we've seen it down at 1x now for the past 4 or 5 quarters, and have not yet seen it tick back up as these changes have been implemented but have not yet translated through.
The culmination of all these dynamics is the softest start to the year that we have observed since we've started looking at this analysis. Q1 in particular tends to be a relatively strong quarter for companies, given proximity to the planning phase, as well as general visibility into the pipeline. And so the fact that the median attainment landed at right around 84% the first quarter of this year speaks to the ongoing impact that companies are feeling. But we promise we're going to flip this and become a little more optimistic, and there are certainly stories of resiliency that we are excited to touch on today. While over half companies did miss their plan, over half of the companies analyzed were also able to meaningfully reduce their spend. And so again, implementing very tactical changes, even in the first quarter of the year, to reduce the average OpEx. This 2x2, so we have top line attainment across the x-axis, bottom line attainment across the y-axis, and obviously in ideal scenarios, you want to be in that top right quadrant. The reality is most ended up being in that top left quadrant, which again is still a more positive outcome than the bottom 2 quadrants here. One of the things you might expect is to see the companies with more scale, more robust operations to end up closer to that top right. And that is the case for a few here. But I think what you'll note is there's not a super clear trend when it comes to the scale of companies and where they landed. Just speaking to how pervasive the impact that we've seen. Where we did see a more marked trend was when it came to the different sectors. And so again, many of you here are probably feeling this real time where decision making is now very much more centralized, most purchasing decisions going through the CFO, and with a lot more scrutiny than in the past couple years when folks were really trying to fuel their engines and operations. And so as a result, tools and parts of the tech stack that might now be deemed more nice to have versus those that are truly mission critical, like security and infrastructure, are feeling a bit more volatility, especially companies that are selling within the go-to-market space, as well as a number of vertical SaaS companies, including those like healthcare IT that might have some lumpier sales cycles to them.
So we appreciate that was not the rosiest picture in terms of the state of the market, but what we wanted to try and provide you with is a blueprint for how to navigate some of these conditions. So in addition to the Enterprise 5 that we always encourage our portfolio companies to remain hyper-focused on, we added a few more things here to add to that. So we'll step through some of these in more detail. To kick off on go-to-market health, what we saw in 2022 was a lot of softening around top of funnel go-to-market metrics. Things like longer sales cycles, slower inbound, more pipeline degradation. What we're starting to see now in 2023 is a lot of those impacts start to trickle down to the bottom of the funnel. So we're now seeing lower win rates, lower quota attainment, and lower net retention. One of the things that we are hyper-focused on with the companies that we're working with is around sales attainment, both individual rep attainment, but also attainment across the broader team. What we've highlighted here is how attainment has declined by comparison to 2021, and also calling out top quartile attainment typically. What we typically want to see in top quartile attainment is in the 70-80%, and what we're actually seeing is high 50s, low to mid 60s, depending on the stage of company. And what we're encouraging everyone to do is not only diagnose, track these metrics closely, but diagnose what's really behind that, a level or two down. And also, we're exploring with some of our portfolio companies different compensation levers that we can pull to keep reps incentivized and also keep them hyper-focused on some of those more underlying metrics that matter. If you're at all interested in this topic, we actually just published a report on sales team compensation, so please check it out. We're also publishing in the next week or two a report on customer success compensation that addresses these exact points.
Another metric that we're really encouraging companies to keep in their line of sight is burn multiple. And I'm sure this is one that you have all heard of at this point, but really in the most simplest form, we're looking at for every dollar that you're investing into your operations, what is that generating from a net new ARR standpoint? And again, here I think is where you can really see the shift in dynamic and how companies were incentivized to grow over the past few years with that burn multiple skyrocketing. And it's now really helping companies focus on bringing that back closer to the 1x or below standpoint. Another way to think about efficiency and productivity is on a per FTE basis. For most of you here running companies, headcount is still your primary cost. I think for the most part, we're still seeing it around 70% of total OpEx. And so looking at ARR per FTE as well as OpEx per FTE is a really healthy way just to make sure that you're continuing to get leverage out of your team as you scale and ideally generating more efficiency over time. These shouldn't come at the cost of one another. And what we typically have seen when we look at historical data over the last decade is right around that $100 million ARR mark, we see the relationship flip. So companies on average are able to generate more ARR per FTE than they are incurring costs. But what you can see here is over the past 2 years, that hasn't quite been the case. And so again, really encouraging all companies to reorient towards a pre-2020 mindset as they think about both the efficiency and the productivity of their teams. And to what end? So one of the key pieces, again, that we really are working closely with leaders to keep an eye on is their liquidity and their runway. we are really focused on making sure that there's a line of sight across all companies towards at least 2 years of runway, and that really hasn't changed. That's something that we've been encouraging and working with leaders on for the past couple years. But I think what's notable and what you can see here playing out over the past 6+ months is a dynamic that we've been really heartened to see over the past year or more. The ability of companies to really double down on efficiency and extend their runway even without having additional financing rounds. So excited to talk through tactically what those look like.
So we've given you our views of the state of the market. We've offered a blueprint to help you navigate some of these current market conditions. But we also wanted to bring it to life a bit more through some of the conversations we're having with companies that have started to implement and operationalize some of this. From these conversations, we tried to pull together a framework to help ourselves and the companies that we work with think about this in terms of prioritization. This somewhat resembles the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and so we start at the bottom and work our way to the top. The bottom is about strengthening the foundation, strengthening the core. Hiring slowdowns and freezes, this is almost uniformly something that we've been hearing companies talk about. We actually ran a survey in September of last year, and 80% of the respondents to that survey said that they had already or were planning to implement a hiring slowdown or freeze. So it is becoming very uniform in this environment. Tool rationalization, this is, again, a pretty dramatic pivot to the carte blanche that employees were given in 2021, where they could procure any tool that was helpful for them on a day-to-day basis. We're now seeing that those decisions being centralized and rationalized, focusing on the must-have tools versus the nice-to-have tools, much more rigorous conversations with vendors to procure on an enterprise-wide basis, those sorts of things. The next tranche up is about rethinking the operating model. A number of the companies that we spoke to have really taken time in this environment to rethink how they inject more operational discipline, rigor, excellence into everything they're doing. So that impacts org chart, that impacts culture, that impacts processes. We're also seeing companies explore, again, the offshoring of certain functions, which is something that we've seen sort of come in and out of focus over the years. We've actually done a very recent piece of work on that, which Christine will talk about in a moment. And disrupting the future, this is kind of more further out type initiatives, but experimenting with changes to pricing models, just given this new environment that we're operating in. And I could not end this presentation without mentioning AI. It's here. It's being initially used, I think, for improving customer experiences and on the product side. But actually, we're increasingly seeing it more heavily adopted to help drive operational efficiency, which we'll get into in a few slides. To kind of double click on a few of these things, what we're seeing now is SaaS companies forecasting much more conservatively for this year. And if we sort of look at this across, from left to right across the slide, top line growth, companies are on average forecasting 35% growth this year. And if you compare that to 2022, where the median year-on-year forecast was 56%, and they actually landed at 42%, you can see kind of the conservatism and expectations for this year are markedly down on what people were expecting this time last year. Additionally, the people are expecting to invest much less in OpEx and headcount. If you look at this, the chart one over, OpEx growth is expected to only be 11% versus 53% a year ago. And on the far side, headcount growth is only expected to be 8% versus 40% a year ago. That hopefully will have the desired impact on EBITDA, which you can see in the middle here. But it is a very dramatic shift, both in top line expectations and also further investment in OpEx. Reduction in force, reduction in headcounts. I'd say this is more common than not when we talk to companies that they've have implemented one, if not multiple reductions in force. If you look at just Q1 of this year alone, 68% of the companies that we surveyed have implemented a RIF this year. Interestingly, if you actually break out that 68%, which is the number below, the 40% below, the 40% represents companies that are operating below a rule of 40, so less efficient. They also have less than 2 years of cash runway. So you can think about that posture as kind of one more of, I don't want to say necessity, but more one of defensiveness and kind of extending the runway. If you look at the balance, the delta between the 40% and the 68% are companies that they are rule of 40 companies. They do have more than 2 years of growth, and they're doing that more to reallocate resources and doing it from a posture of strength. If we look at the median size RIF today, it's 14%. And most of the companies that we're talking to are not planning to increase or fill those positions for the rest of the year.
In addition to actually rethinking the size of teams and the organizations of teams, we've also seen a number of examples of companies really shift the way in which they're running different meetings and different tactical approaches to drive a culture of performance. And so we'll walk through a couple case studies here, but first, just to think back, it's hard to believe it was only 2 years ago, but back in 2021, when we were amidst the so-called talent wars, many companies were forced to take a very bottoms-up approach when it came to recruiting and retaining their employees. As a result, entering 2022 with quite bloated teams, but also in bloated incentives that didn't necessarily align with those of efficient and peak performance. And so from a cultural standpoint, what we've seen is companies really rethink how they are bringing their teams together and ensuring that they're all rowing in the same direction. We talked to a leader that was bringing not just their sales teams together at the beginning of each quarter, but including marketing, customer success, and even product teams in the same room to make sure they were all aligned on what those performance metrics were and really rowing towards a path of profitability. From an incentive standpoint, we've also seen some companies implement changes to drive non-regrettable churn. So again, thinking through how do we retain and actually incentivize our top performers to continuing to drive that high performance, but make it a less attractive place for some of that bottom performing tier to work at. And so what we've seen is quotas have a minimal floor to them that have really been risen, companies starting to implement clawbacks to a much greater extent. And I think also looking to teams that historically we haven't necessarily measured performance against, including engineering. Another lever that we've seen companies increasingly use over the past year and expect to use even more so in upcoming years is offshoring. This is actually hot off the press. We ran an analysis in the past couple months, and across the companies that we surveyed, over 70% were using offshore resources in some form or fashion. What was interesting is we might expect that this becomes more relevant as you scale your teams, but the most common time frame in which companies did start to implement and utilize offshoring was when they had less than 25 employees. So again, just part of the way that they're building their teams and really getting more leverage. There's obviously a number of different roles that this may be relevant to, and as a result, different geographies that you might pull from, but we're still seeing geographies like Eastern Europe, the Philippines, India, as well as Brazil and other parts of South America be most common. And on average, are seeing a cost savings of about 50% for offshore resourcing relative to their equivalent counterparts. Again, I think from a role perspective, you can think about roles across G&A, accounting, recruiting, sales. We've seen some SDRs as well as, of course, customer success be offshored. And then finally, engineering, which in addition to offshoring, we'll talk about a number of ways to really drive performance and productivity internally.
So engineering efficiency is now something that is becoming very top of mind for companies. An area probably that has been historically less scrutinized. This is a framework that we actually pulled together internally to help our portfolio companies really think about resource allocation of their engineering teams. The orange part of this pie chart we call keeping the lights on. This is the 10 to 15% of resources that you should allocate to ensure that you're meeting the minimum level of requirements that your customers expect from you. The blue parts of this pie chart are really elective investments. And this is not to scale, but new capabilities, we sort of see that as 50% of resource allocation. These are things like adding a new product, adding a new feature. Quality improvements, this is more focused on customer requests or increasing your security posture, things like that. This is usually 25, 30% or so. And then the balance is really focused on internal productivity. This is tools for your developers or how to reduce the size of the keeping the lights on bucket here. We're actually also seeing a number of software tools being built to help their VPNs or CTOs monitor this closely. And these are increasing in adoption across the companies that we're speaking to as this becomes more of a priority. I alluded to this earlier, but AI is here and is being implemented far and wide across the companies that we're talking to. Initially, this was largely being used for product enhancements and how to create a better customer experience. But increasingly, which is the bottom pie chart here, 57% of the companies that we analyzed are now using AI for some internal productivity use case. On the previous slide, we were talking about engineering efficiency, so you see things like Copilot being adopted for code generation and code review, but that also extends across lots of other functions in the enterprise. Sales and marketing, people are using it to generate copy, they're using it to generate call transcripts, and customer support is another area where we've seen a lot of adoption with things like chatbots. So still in the early innings, but I think the pace of adoption that we've seen here has been incredible. And a lot of the advice that the best technologists in our network are giving our portfolio companies is just get started and keep experimenting with these tools to start building that muscle and building these processes into your workflows.
So we'll end with just a few takeaways. As we started with, again, the balance of growth versus efficiency has shifted. And it's hard to say for however long, but I think what's clear is efficient growth is what matters. It's not just efficiency. Growth always has and always will matter. And we're starting to see that come back into balance in the last quarter in particular. With that context, we are in a very challenging era, and we've seen impact to growth, efficiency across almost every type of company and every type of scale, with obviously certain companies in different sectors like go-to-market and vertical SaaS being more heavily impacted than others. This isn't gone yet. The beginning of this year has continued to be challenging, and although many companies have started to and will continue to implement really thoughtful ways to manage their costs, some of those impacts haven't yet caught up to the degradation in growth that we've seen. Cash conservation remains critical, and so again, encouraging all the leaders and companies within our portfolio to really make sure that they have clear visibility into at least 2 years of runway for the time being. In order to do so, how are they tactically managing those costs? Again, we talked through some of those foundational changes that have really been being implemented for the past over a year now, and thinking about the overall size of your teams, pausing hiring, unfortunately needing to do RIFs in many cases, as well as tool rationalization, all the way up to more meaningful changes in how you're operating, how you're measuring productivity, how you're incentivizing your teams to really drive high performance, and then thinking about more novel ways to use AI and other means just to up-level the efficiency of your overall growth. We'll end with just a few resources here. Again, we ran through a ton of data today, and we are very excited to share a lot of this on our website. So Seth and I will hang around for a bit afterwards, and we have some postcards with a QR code on it. You can scan and access all of this content. I also just wanted to reiterate what Seth mentioned around our go-to-market series. I think no matter what sector you're in, what scale you are in, almost every board meeting is starting with a real deep dive into the go-to-market health. And so we have been really excited to put together a view of 200 plus data points of companies and how they're thinking about very granular pieces of go-to-market strategy, incentives across sales, marketing, customer success, org structure, what do their own tech stacks look like, and how are they driving their strategies amidst this era. Thank you all. It's always a real pleasure to share our latest insights at SaaStr. And as I said, Seth and I will hang around in the back corner. If there's any questions, welcome you to come up, and look forward to engaging with many of you on an ongoing basis as well.
Thank you.
Please welcome Creandum's partner, Peter Specht, Dawn Capital's principal, Shamillah Bankiya, and OpenView's operating partner, Kyle Poyar.
Hello.
How's everyone doing? Good. Not all at once.
Great. Love the post-lunch energy. Yeah. No, thanks for joining us, and welcome to the VC Ask Me Anything. And the purpose of this session is really, to have the audience ask any question you would like to ask us. We have gotten via social media before on Twitter and more a few questions from the online community that we'll go through here and discuss. But this session is really about engagement, and so I encourage you to get up, ask questions that you want to ask any of us or in general to the VC world. But before we kick it off, maybe we start briefly with each of you or each of us spending 30 seconds about the sweet spot of your firm and what your fund is doing.
Yeah. Hi everyone, Kyle from OpenView. I'm on the operating side, so I work with our portfolio companies post-investment, but I can speak about both sides. From an investment standpoint, we're on our 7th fund. It's around 500 million. We invest generally in Series A, Series B, Series C in all B2B SaaS, so extremely focused investment strategy. Other thing to call out is we think about investing in terms of the expansion stage. So post-product market fit as you're scaling go-to-market.
And hi everyone, I'm Shamillah, principal at Dawn Capital. We actually invest in very, very similar things to OpenView. We were just chatting about that earlier. So Series A, Series B investments, B2B SaaS and FinTech, typically writing check sizes of anywhere from 5 or 10 on the low side to 30 or 40 on the high side. We manage about $3 billion in capital today, and our last fund is about $500 million. So very excited to hear all your questions and nice to meet you all.
And rounding this off, I'm Peter from Creandum. Creandum is an early stage fund, pan-European, also an office in San Francisco, focusing on seed and Series A. Check sizes typically between 1 and 20 million, back companies like Spotify, Klarna, iSettle, and many more also on the SaaS side. And kicking this session off here, my first question is one about investments, and we got this online, and maybe Shamillah, you can tell more here. Tell us about your most recent investment or Dawn's most recent investment.
Yeah, and it's a question just to figure out why we did it, scale, etc. Yeah, cool. So I'll talk about one of my more recent investments first, and then we'll talk about one of our later investments, which we just announced a couple of weeks ago, in a couple of minutes. So the last deal that I was involved in was a company called Funoa. It's a B2B tax automation platform. So think, you're Uber, and you're trying to figure out how to effectively automate your taxes across your entire portfolio of riders, how to get your tax reported on time, correctly, accurately, and without hassle to the team. So that was the Series B that we participated in. It was about a $60 million Series B. The reason that we loved that deal was, there were many reasons. The first of which was that it was an exciting market. I think there's lots of regulatory change happening from a tax perspective. As you can imagine, as we head into a recession, there's much more focus on actually collecting income by governments. So everyone's thinking about this very proactively. The market is fantastic and growing and supports multiple competitors like Avalara, who you may have heard of, or Service or Vertex. The second reason, which I think is probably more interesting to you, is the actual company performance. So the company was growing extremely fast. To use your words, Kyle, had kind of proven out product market fit and signed over 20 different logos, big enterprise logos with extremely exciting ACVs and equally exciting in economics. So the actual fundamentals of the business were exciting beyond the market, which made us super keen to invest there. And then the final reason was the team. So the guys who actually founded this used to work at Uber. They used to lead Uber's Croatia business as general managers, as they were GMs, got hounded by the tax authorities for not filing their taxes on time. So it's actually inspired by an actual product they had built internally and then spun out. So they were the right people to actually take this forward and build the business. And actually Uber is one of their really, really big customers. So I think the story there in general is, businesses that continue to be in exciting markets, continue to perform extremely well with great economics, are still raising a lot of capital in this environment. The second deal that we've done, I will mention, is a company called FlowX.ai, which is a banking automation platform. So think about legacy banking companies. They have all this really, really, really old infrastructure, and they need to figure out a way to actually build new applications with this super old legacy stack. So instead of ripping everything out and bringing in a bunch of new, cool, exciting SaaS tools, they actually want to leverage what they have to actually build products efficiently and effectively. So that's a company based out of Romania. We just led a $20 million Series A round for that business as well. And again, similar dynamics, right? Great market where actually, if you look at the different sectors that are spending today, banks are some of the only parts of the market that are still actively buying software. So lots of momentum driven by that trend. Legacy infrastructure isn't going anywhere. It's much more expensive for you to actually change your existing stack versus essentially try to leverage it and sweat your assets and build new products and applications on top. And really good economics, growing super fast with a very, very small team in Romania, and a team of founders who've actually spent, again, lots of time with the problem. So I think across those two deals, you kind of see what our investment thesis and strategy is. It's very much, we're hoping to be in large, exciting, fast-moving, dynamic markets, hoping to work with businesses that are actually capitalizing on opportunity, growing extremely quickly, to take advantage of the opportunity ahead of them, but also keeping in mind core unit economics such as paybacks, which are important, gross margins also important, and finally teams that are particularly well suited to capture the opportunity and attract talent that helps them build the business into, hopefully both of these become multi-billion-dollar outcomes out of Europe.
That sounds very exciting. One question to one of these investments: how have your discussions internally been between like high growth and efficiency these days when you think about these deals?
Yeah, well, I can kick it off on this one. On the investment landscape, one thing that people might not realize, last year investment pace, at least for our stage and the kinds of companies we look at, investment pace was down quite a bit. And I think part of that is relates to not just the economic environment, but a valuation mismatch. There was a correction in valuations in the public market that happened very fast, but the expectations of founders, given past capital raises and just given past valuations, there wasn't a market clearing price where it was easy to get deals done. But VCs have a lot of capital, a lot of dry powder. A lot of them are looking to more actively invest. And at least from where I sit, in the last quarter or two, we've seen deal pacing pick up pretty significantly. And so there is still capital available for efficient, high growth businesses. And so I think that one thing, just to get to Peter's question, you want to understand the characteristics of your business and your growth model. And there's a lot of advice right now around efficiency, but efficiency means different things for different people. Really what we think about as a VC around efficiency is that the business has product market fit, signs of repeatable go-to-market motion, and is ready to scale up that motion, and can do so in a way that might be burning capital today, but for every dollar they're spending, maybe they're getting $2, $3, $4, $5 back. And so you can prove out that it's long-term going to make a larger, more enduring business to be able to take that effort. And so I think the first thing is like understanding your model and how you're going to grow and how capital can support that, but also how you have to have alignment with your investors around how you're going to deploy capital. Be honest with yourself around whether your motion is ready to scale. And also look at your end customers, the end markets. There are some buying environments where it is very hard to get a deal across the finish line. There are more stakeholders involved. Procurement is taking forever, right? Deal sizes are down. now might not be the time to scale in that type of buying environment, but there might be other verticals that you want to test. The areas where we've seen the most deal activity, at least for us lately, have been in either vertical software companies or companies selling to a customer that it's less affected by this economic environment. But in vertical SaaS, customers just have legacy tools that aren't working, are underserved by technology, and many of them have seen their businesses boom. It's very hard for them to hire staff, and so they want to use technology to automate processes. And so in those models, like, it's sort of like things were pre-COVID days, right? Where there's a lot of opportunity for fast-growing companies as long as you're efficient in how you deploy capital.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I would say is that the difference between what good looked like 12 months ago versus now is probably night and day. We did this exercise to figure out across our whole portfolio what is the efficiency of every single company. So we did that exercise at the beginning of 2021, at the beginning of 2022, and at the beginning of this year. And frankly speaking, a lot of our companies were extremely inefficient because the market wasn't penalizing you for inefficiency. It didn't matter that you were burning $4 to make $1 if you were growing 5x, right? It was kind of like, well, actually the value of that incremental revenue is so much stronger than your current burn. So you could raise money at really high prices, you could continue to aggressively gain market share, and the idea was that in the long run, at some point, your efficiency will look a lot better. And I think looking into this year, that's kind of changed a lot, right? I think growth expectations have shifted slightly, at least for most categories in software. I think there's pockets where it's different, like generative AI, but for a lot of categories, precisely because of what you were saying around slower spending, especially in enterprise software as a category, 5x is kind of an anomaly now. It had become relatively normal, actually, a couple of years ago, and now it's an anomaly. What we're looking at more is actually, are people growing 2x, 3x? Are they doing that efficiently? And we aren't ever expecting anyone to be profitable as an early stage Series A, Series B business. But as Kyle was mentioning, I think for us it would be that for every $2 you're burning, you're generating $1 of revenue, right? So you're still not necessarily at one-to-one, and you're not necessarily generating $2 for every $1 you're burning, but ultimately you're showing some signs of positive trends towards actual efficiency in your business. And the final thing that I'll say is, obviously valuations have changed as well in a lot of categories, not all, but in a lot of categories. I think we look at a lot of Series B plus businesses as well. We have a big portfolio of Series B plus companies, the Tyco, Calibra, et cetera. And a lot of those businesses are raising at 50, 60% discounts on a multiple perspective versus last year. So I think the realistic expectation for growth stage businesses around exactly what prices should look like, especially if you are in that 2x growth bucket with that 2-to-1 burn multiple, are slightly different than they were 12, 18, 24 months ago.
Peter, let's take this to you. Let's say one of your companies were to say, in the next year, we're going to go from 1 to 4, but we're going to burn $10 million to get there. Is that a good plan, a bad plan? What do you say?
So that's roughly 2.5 burn multiple, right? But I think, for me, actually, for Series B, the current expectations, our expectations, ideally you burn less than 2. So it's a bit similar to you. It's like burn multiple between 1 to 2x is what makes sense. And the factors that influences, of course, how high is your growth actually? The slower your growth is, the more efficient your multiple needs to be. But it should be still in that benchmark of max 2, ideally. That said, if that company has 3 years of runway and has a lot of cash on the bank and is probably planning the fundraise in 2 years next, I think we're a bit more fine to saying, like, if you want to go aggressive, like 1 to 4, 1 to 4.5 this year, we're fine with a 2.5x burn multiple as long as we have a good path to go lower than that in the year that is leading up to the next fundraising process. Because there's sometimes market or operational reasons why it makes sense to go slightly more aggressive in the early stage. But when it comes up into the 12 months before fundraising, where these are the metrics that are going to count for that point in time, it's a 2x and below that is the right multiple, I think. I'm pausing here and looking into the audience, anyone has a question that he wants to ask, Kyle or Shamillah or myself about life, about the weather, or maybe about VC stuff. There are 2 microphones, one here on the left, one here on the right.
Yes, please don't be shy. VCs love to give unsolicited advice, so this is really up our alley right now.
So, Stephen Forth from Ibica. So, listening to the noise from your colleagues, especially in the Bay Area, there's an obsession around investment in Gen AI stuff. And I'm curious, and there does not seem to be as much buzz around Gen AI at this conference as I had kind of expected. What are your either individual or funds thoughts on investments in generative AI and how you value these investments and how those investments are going to get monetized going forward? I know that's a lot of questions piled together, but maybe just the first one. What's your general attitude towards investment in generative AI?
I can start. Was recently asked this question actually by an LP, so I have a really nice, I hope hopefully helpful answer for you. So I think there's lots of buzz about generative AI in Europe as well. I would say from a company perspective, at least at Dawn, we're probably tracking about 150 companies in Europe that are building something in the space. I think a lot of them are very, very early, seed stage, some stuff coming up to Series A. It's probably been 1 or 2 Series Bs in Europe that have happened in the space. So the market is extremely early. But I think the buzz exists and it's there. And I think what we at Dawn are trying to think through is a framework to figure out, how much of this is a trend and how much of this is hype. And I think the expectation for valuation depends whether it's a trend or whether it's hype. And what do I mean by that? I think there's lots of opportunities happening at the application layer. So you guys have probably all tried ChatGPT. It's amazing, it's incredible. Everyone's planning their trips on it. Kids are doing their homework on it. It's an incredible application. And so a lot of businesses that we've seen at least are building something similar to that, a conversational engine that helps you write blog posts, write bids, write legal contracts, right? Helping you essentially harness a lot of that power with some softer feature enhancement to drive that specificity that you need in your particular vertical or industry. And I think for us, what good looks like there is very much, okay, great. You're doing something that's interesting and important. You're probably growing really, really fast because this is an important conversation right now and everyone's excited about this. But for us, what we think of as a big scalable business in the space is something that does 2 things. One is something that ultimately fundamentally transforms your entire workflow. So for us, what that means is beyond going into ChatGPT and saying something, you're building a layer on top of ChatGPT that says something, kind of taking multiple steps that would have taken you months to pull together, that happening from a workflow perspective in minutes, hours, days is significant. And the actual attachment to that from an ROI perspective is important as well. So how much does that workflow get you in terms of revenue? Does it increase your revenue by 50% if you use the tool? Does it decrease your cost by 2x? Are you able to actually let go of half your team or save half their time by using this tool? So what are the tangible impacts of the workflow benefit to your business? And the second thing, which I think is quite important, is ultimately the market is large, right? I mean, there's lots of big, exciting players in the space, both in the US and Europe, right? Stability AI is based here in Europe. In the US, obviously, OpenAI. There's a couple of there's multiple different large language models that exist. And they will keep getting better over time because they've raised tens of billions of dollars. And so as a SaaS company, the question is, how do you create defensibility for yourself in the space? And I think what's interesting to us there is people that somehow have managed to tap into use cases that actually use internal data that's not publicly accessible, because that's all of a sudden an advantage. So the things that we are excited about in the space are things that kind of hit those 2 different zones, and those businesses are commanding premium multiples because ultimately those are game-changing fundamental businesses that we believe will be big at the application layer. And we're spending lots of time as well at the infrastructure layer. I mean, in the US, I think everyone has done a vector database, which is the semantic search that enables you to actually use large language models appropriately and actually create more enterprise applications, so a critical part of actually building enterprise SaaS use cases. And there's quite a few in Europe as well that have gotten funded. And I think all the tools, the picks and shovels that actually help you build stuff there are also interesting, but again, very early. Ultimately, the other interesting thing I'll share is a lot of our portfolio companies have already integrated OpenAI products or features into their products, right? So there's just so many different ways in which the angle is being played, but we're definitely not ignoring it. I think it's a massive SaaS trend. Not everyone has to build something there, but it is possible, may I say likely, that several big companies will be built out of there.
Yeah, I just want to see more companies adopt AI in their internal operations, right? And how they build products, how they go to market. All the hype is around what we're going to sell to the customer, and it feels like we're in the very first inning of internal operations in AI. Final thought is, if you don't have .ai in your domain, no VC is going to be interested. Just a joke.
Next question from the audience. Anyone?
Yeah, hi, it's Paul Maher here with Categorical. Might just be me, but I heard a hell of a lot of negativity around valuations and expectations and all the things that founders should do. Where's the positivity? Think about, could the panel share some of the categories that they think are unsung heroes on like Gen AI? And when there's a low data threshold, you're talking about what they call a $0 billion market. It's a brand new category, no proof points. How do you guys go about evaluating their worth to you guys, whether you're going to invest? And maybe if you really want to, you can share a couple of the categories you're interested for the future.
Yeah, well, a lot in that question. Thank you. I'm happy to kick off with some thoughts. I mean, my take is, from a VC perspective, I'm not on the investment side, but if I were, I would look at now as when I'd actually want to make the most investments, because we have companies that have proven that they have mission-critical products that are sticky despite challenging selling environments. We have companies with efficient growth models that can grow without burning a ton of capital. And we have valuations that are reasonable. And so from a VC perspective, this is the time that a VC is going to make a fund returning investment, just based on those macro kind of economic factors. And so I think from a VC standpoint, the sentiment from where I sit is actually much more positive than maybe what is the sentiment shared with founders. That's it. In terms of specific spaces around areas that we're getting excited, I mentioned vertical software before, so we do a similar exercise that Don mentioned around looking at our portfolio companies. The folks that have been least affected by any macroeconomic headwinds have been in industry verticals where unemployment rate is really low. There's not enough skilled workers in spaces like manufacturing, in hair salons, right, and other kinds of specific industries. And so a number of our most recent investments have been vertical SaaS companies. The other thing in vertical SaaS is that we've learned the playbook for building a big company has a software component, but there's also often an embedded payments component, fintech opportunities, marketplace, potentially marketing or helping customers with marketing and lead generation. So the number of revenue streams within vertical SaaS makes the TAM much bigger than people thought. And so even one of our most recent investments that we announced was a Series C in Parts Tech, which is an automotive marketplace that connects essentially a local car repair shop with all the suppliers of the parts that they need to do a job. And so it's an e-commerce-like marketplace, very product-led growth, very self-service heavy, but they have a competitive advantage around the data that they have access to and all of the partnerships where they can get inventory on their platform. And cars still need to be repaired even if the economy is not doing well, right? And for every hour a shop spends sourcing a part by calling folks on the phone, that's time they can't spend billing a customer. So there's so many of those opportunities in SaaS that, at least my vantage point, we are very much in the early innings of software adoption across all of the places where it can live, and AI is going to help us accelerate that software adoption. But there's still plenty of runway.
Maybe just adding onto that is whenever in venture we see new categories emerging rapidly, it seems like the excitement is extremely high in venture, and everyone wants to find the next big new thing and new categories emerging. I mean, think about crypto back then, a few years back, also one of the largest hypes and like categories emerging. And I think the excitement level of that is in the early days in particular high because funds try to hit the early winners to take potentially large market share. I think for AI in particular, or Gen AI, it's is the fundamental belief that this will be a lasting long-term trend and so relevant for so many industries, which basically explains why so many VCs just look so closely into that area, because the belief is high that the impact of this will be lasting and very large on many aspects in SaaS and technology in general. And that to the point you asked, like, how can you evaluate market size and how big these things become? It's also part of psychology in VC, I think, where sometimes you can raise more on vision than on actual numbers. And as long as the vision is still like, this is massive, and it's emerging, and we cannot prove everything yet, it's also there that this is potentially massive, and you can pay up because it can become massive. So there's a little bit of the element of that. It's still early days. It's harder to grasp, but VCs are also there to invest in sort of like big grand visions.
Hi, I'm Abhishek from Togai. We help companies do usage-based billing. I had a couple questions, not necessarily related, a little bit of inside scoop on how VCs work, right? How do you optimize for fund versus partner, right? So we've raised a couple of times from so far during building our company, and almost each time we raised, we've had scenarios where we wanted to work with a certain partner in a fund, but somebody else had reached out and we didn't know how to navigate to the right partner, so that didn't go through, right? So how do you, within a fund, how do you guys work with each other, within partners, within deals flows, right? That's one. And the second one would be valuations. I know everybody talks about how, as a founder, should we think of dilution, right? Any broad rules or thumb rules on how much should we be diluting at each stage, and how much should a founder be holding, assuming the company eventually goes public and exit, right? So, yeah, thank you.
I'm happy to take the first one. So I think there are two things you can optimize for as a founder. Ending up at exactly the person or partner or check writer, which can be a principal as well, or sometimes in some funds investment managers, ending up with the right person that you envisioned as hopefully the right fit for you, or optimizing for conversion in general. And I think these might not be aligned in this aspect, because typically the people that reach out to you are often the ones that are very excited about a specific area. And so if you would sort of ask me like, hey, Peter, I'm building, let's say, in healthcare in that area, like I would probably know internally who are the 2-3 most people that A, are most knowledgeable about the area, but B, where I would also feel that they have the biggest excitement about a certain area, and thus sort of like increasing your likelihood of conversion, because people have different preferences, which from the outside is sometimes harder to see. And I think the benefit when you have proactive inbound from check writers and funds is that those are likely the people who have more excitement for what you're doing and have sort of like an increased likelihood. While sometimes the person or partner that sort of like you want to reach out maybe doesn't have that. And so it's a little bit of a trade-off in between like inbound interest from a certain person is sometimes increases your likelihood of conversion versus trying to get to a certain person. When you really like fixated on a certain person, you can still try to get an intro to a person. I mean, like if you got inbound, you can still try to get inbound, an intro to the right person. Like find good reasons for it. Ask your existing investors or angels to make an intro to that person. But I think in general, I would say that the people that reach out to you are typically also people that have a higher likelihood of conversion about your topic, because interest is naturally there.
Yeah, I would agree, and I would say I think Creandum done a bit similar from that perspective, is that we're all quite small collaborative funds. So we don't have hundreds of partners. We have, really 10 people who effectively, across all of them, do our 20, 25 deals per fund. And so in our case, if you reached out to someone, for example, if you were a data business and you reached out to one of the fintech partners, they would happily take the call and bring the data partner on the call as well, right? So I think you can also trust that a lot of funds are thinking actively about how to be helpful to you, right? Because if I only know about fintech and you're a data business, I'm not going to be helpful on your board. So actually, it makes no sense for me to be on your board. So you can also trust that you end up with the right person within the firm, because ultimately, the biggest successes seem to happen when there is a good amount of chemistry from a personal and sector perspective across partner and VC, right? Because ultimately we want to help you. We don't want to just sit there. We want to actually provide value to you. And then your second question on valuations, I can start to help address it. I had a session this morning specifically on valuations and how they've changed. So the reality is, if you look at the best data available, which is public market data, valuations have effectively halved in each single recession. So if you look at the dot-com bubble, things went from trading at 10 times, let's take, market cap or valuation revenue to 5 times, right, in the span of a year, right? So a 50% reduction in valuations at that point in time. If you run the same analysis on the global financial crisis, multiples went from trading at about 5x to about 3x, so a little bit less, but still a reduction. Call it, 40%, 30%. And if you look at where we are today, as of last year, public companies were trading at about 13 times. Now we're at about, 6, 7, right? So again, a 50% reduction. I think what's important is to translate that into what it means for you guys. Obviously, a public multiple for a $1 billion SaaS company trading effects doesn't mean as much to you guys. But I think what it means is that you can expect different levels of dilution on average, right? There will be exceptions that are higher and lower, but I think what you can say almost conclusively is corrections in terms of dilution are expected. So think about last year, lots of founders were rightly raising 10% dilution in their rounds, right? So based on this math that I've shared, you can perhaps expect that would be 20%, right? With 15%. So I think have that expectation in terms of how things happened last year versus how they're going to happen moving forward. There will be a slight shift. And for growth stage businesses, so everyone who's Series B plus, you are going to be compared to public companies. So if there is no public company trading at 100x LTM revenue, which there isn't right now, it's unlikely. It's not impossible. I have seen these deals done. It's not impossible, but it is unlikely that you're going to get 100 times. So have the right expectations in mind, right? And that also helps you evaluate whether you're getting a good deal or a bad deal, right? Because you want to get the right deal for you. You want to be valued for what you're worth, but you must also have realistic expectations about exactly where you end up. So, for example, all the deals that we've seen happening on average at Series B are about 15 times forward, right? I think, I can't comment on seed. I know nothing about seed. I don't even know how you think about valuation at seed. But that's a massive correction from 2 years ago, where that number would have been 30, 50 times, right? So expect that change. And it's not a sign of death of the market and negativity, it's a sign of reality, right? The best SaaS businesses in the world, billion-dollar businesses growing 50%, are trading at 7 times. So think to yourself, why should I trade at 100 when thinking about getting capital from investors?
Yeah, one other thing I'll add, so this question of the partner versus firm is an interesting one. We do a lot of research on how founders make decisions, right, about what VCs they go with. And the choice of working with a specific partner is often the number one decision criteria. That, and then followed by it's a fair terms, fair valuation. The firm criteria is normally towards the bottom. And if you think about where does value add fall, it's very low. I think because there's not a whole lot of expectation that your VC can add value. It's let's have them not hurt our valuation. I would challenge you to rethink about those criteria. And to me, folks put too much pressure on the individual board member. And there's so much opportunity in the broader firm across the platform, the network, the access to portfolio companies, the resources that you have available. And you could almost think about your board point as yes, they're on your board, but they're also kind of your customer success manager, getting you access to everything. And so test them on that as part of the diligence process. Like, are they actually bringing you customers? Are they introducing you to the right people? Are they helping you or bringing in people that can help you grow your business? I think that that's going to be as important in the long run. Like, their partner could change, they could leave firms, right? But you're with that firm for a very long period of time.
Next question here on the right.
You're right, I'm presuming. My name's Jeff Kaufman. I'm with Trint, and despite my Canadian accent, having lived in the US for 14 years, I've been here 12, and my company's here. One of the observations about SaaStr Europa is that it's a very American perspective, and I think sometimes I've heard things that assume that it's just the same, and the employment market, et cetera, the values of employees, the expectations. And I think as someone who's lived in 3 countries, I've become a student of cultural nuance. And it is quite different here, what employees want, how they value the work exchange, et cetera. I'm interested to hear your views about how you perceive what the current view of the London tech scene is globally, and certainly from the perspective of investors, acquirers, versus what it might have been a few years ago, and what you think those nuances are, and what people are looking for that's different. Sort of just a kind of comparison.
Yeah, well, as someone, I flew in from Boston yesterday, so maybe I'll start on this one and be quick. Like, from a US standpoint, we can end up being very US-centric because there's a lot of startup opportunity in the US. There's a big customer market opportunity in the US. And so it's very comfortable to sort of stay within your local parameters. That said, like, I wouldn't be here if London weren't a very interesting tech scene, and the UK tech scene wasn't very interesting. I think, like, if you were to talk to me 3 or 4 years ago, could I point to how many SaaS unicorns came out of the UK as like truly founded here and grew here? And it like wasn't a super large number, right? But that number has been increasing, and the number of companies that are on track to get there is truly astounding. So there's something special happening here right now that makes it a really interesting time and place to be in London. But as not being from here, right, I can't speak to all the reasons why. That is all the work that's on the ground, all the cultural nuances of building a business here. But it's just fascinating to see London become such a big tech hub.
I think one European perspective is many people, of course, London is its local scene, but many people here are maybe based in London, but look at Europe as a whole. And I mean, for Creandum, I mean, we have hubs in Stockholm, Berlin, and London, which are, you know, some of the largest tech hubs here, and roughly with an equal distribution by now in deals that we do in these markets, or also, you know, pan-European. But I think the perspective is I think that the market here is of course expanding and growing and getting bigger, and I think the US view of like is Europe a relevant ecosystem? I think we don't have that question within Europe or in Europe. I mean, there's like our portfolio company Spotify, one of the largest tech exits ever. There's the UiPaths of the world. There's multiple decacorns here based in London or across Europe. So I think the question of relevance of the tech ecosystem is sometimes something that is discussed in the US of Europe. But I think from a European perspective and the returns that are generated for investors in these markets, which have proven to be very good over the past decade, is not a question. In terms of the current market environment and development, I would say our discussions here are similar to the ones in the US. However, what I perceive is a quicker opinion forming in the US and a faster reaction. So basically, when the market, when COVID hit the market, the reaction was faster in the US, more drastic. When sort of like now last year, beginning of last year, the market started to crash. That reaction was also more hefty in the US and quicker, and valuations went down faster in the US versus what has been in Europe. So I think that those transition periods are, I would say, slightly slower in Europe than the reactions we see in the US.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, we've been investing in European B2B software for 15 years. I don't think we've ever thought to ourselves that there isn't a big opportunity across Europe. I would agree, not just the UK. In fact, Sweden actually is extremely, Stockholm is extremely productive as a geography. So I would agree with that. I think the reality is, if you look at software markets in general, and if you look at companies that successfully go public in software that are across the Europe and the US, let's leave out APAC and Australia for a moment. What you typically see is that about 40% of their revenue is in Europe, and then 60% of their revenue is in the US. So if you're building a SaaS business, you kind of need to be in both places, right? Whether you're a US business that needs to somehow find European customers, or a European business finds US customers, that's just the reality of building a category winner at $1 billion company. So what we advise our companies is, first of all, we only back European founders, so we're always talking to European CEOs or CEOs who are European and have moved to the US somehow. And the idea is, figure out what your special sauce is. A lot of our companies have heavy engineering resource in Europe, for example, and maintain fantastic engineering resource here because it's cheaper than the US, for example, because the CTO is from here and feels more comfortable here. And then they go ahead and build really successful go-to-market teams in the US, sometimes centering those teams around a CRO. So we work very hard on helping companies that are European take advantage of the local opportunity here, which is, I think there's multiple benefits that we've already discussed, but also kind of position themselves to be in a position of strength in the US, because ultimately I don't believe you can build unless it's fintech payments, I think it's very hard to build a global SaaS contender that doesn't necessarily have presence in both of those markets.
So we have time for probably one, maybe two more questions.
Hello. A question about difference in valuation, or whether we target like SMB, mid-market, or enterprise. For example, let's say, will you prefer a company that has less revenue but works with big enterprise customers, or let's say, company that has more revenue but customers are smaller? And where valuations will be like higher?
Yeah, I mean, it's we don't normally think in terms of valuations based on the target customer, right? Enterprise versus SMB. We look at other characteristics of it. And so in my mind, two of the factors we look at would be like the distribution motion and to what extent it's PLG versus more resource intensive, classic sales led. And then what's the retention and net dollar retention specifically, characteristics within that market. And so when you look at PLG businesses, we believe that you can get signals of product market fit earlier in a company's revenue generation. Often people are making a purchase decision on the basis of their adoption of the product, but haven't put a lot of cash against it, right? But you can see, hey, there's pockets of customers that keep coming back to this app time and again. They're sharing it with more people in the organization. They're on a credit card purchase right now, but there's a path to a six-figure deal in the future within the customers that they're going after. I think that's a more valuable business, at the same level of revenue than a business that maybe has sold 10 big deals to customers that aren't all fully live yet, have their own requirements, are taking the roadmap in different directions, right? Like that's more of a sign of product market fit. So look at product market fit and the strength of that fit as a signal of early stage valuations. And then the retention piece gets to the stickiness of the customer base and being able to prove that your customers are not only finding value, they're finding an increasing amount of value over time, which is a great vote of confidence for the product. And again, a pull of product market fit in those early days. You could sell to enterprises, but adoption might be low, churn might be high. It's not normally the case, but like it's very possible. You can sell to SMBs with really high net negative churn and really great growth characteristics. And so it's all about finding that right balance. I think the other thing I would just share for folks is that valuations, while there are metrics that investors use around valuations, you have a big role in that story. I always think about it as like, how do you tell the story about your business, how it works, and why it's poised for growth? And spend a lot of time on having that narrative crafted out and defining the metrics that are essentially proof points to back up that narrative. But start with the narrative rather than getting too over-indexed on these are the 8 metrics I need to have and they need to be exactly in this place.
Hey. Great. Last question.
My name is Alex. I have a question for 3 of you. So 2 or 3 years ago, no-code space was quite hype, but now is slowing down. How do you see in the near future no-code SaaS tools?
No-code SaaS tools, that's really hard to hear since we just invested in one, actually. So our house view is that what's actually happening at a fundamental level is automation. If you think about businesses all over the world, whether they're small salons, whether they're big banks, the key question in their mind is how do I automate more of my work? How do I save my employees time, which enables me to build product more quickly, therefore make revenue more quickly, and potentially save cost. I think that conversation is still happening across every organization. There's a really big underlying question of that, which is how do you do that, right? And there's different levers, all of which I think will be important over the next 5 to 10 years. I think the first of those was indeed, as you say, actually I'll say the first of those probably RPA, right? As the first actual automation trend, the Europa story, which is let's actually just use bots to automate really simple, dumb tasks. And the second of those iterations was, precisely as you've pointed out, low code and then no code and then low code, no code, which is how do I continue to empower workers who don't necessarily have technical skills to actually provide that level of automation in the business. And then I could argue that the third is potentially tools that are actually focused on code, developer productivity, right, which is a massive trend over the last several years. Think about Atlassian, think about GitHub, all focused, billion-dollar businesses focused primarily on getting developers to build applications faster. To the same point, products get shipped faster, I can save cost, it's the exact same conversation. And then today, where we stand is generative AI. The reason it's exciting is precisely the same reason, right? Which is how do I effectively use automation to save my workers' time, to get my products shipped more quickly, and to save cost in my organization. So I think my personal view about where we end up is probably an instance in which all those things are actually critical pillars of many organizations. Some are more mature industries. I would say RPA is quite a mature industry. Some are extremely nascent, like generative AI. But the ultimate goal of ultimately automating work remains the same. I don't think low-code is dead. I think there's also businesses that are doing fantastically, selling low-code, no-code products, both big and small companies that are doing really well there. But I think the question is, do these categories continue to remain standalone, or do enterprises begin to look for a bundled solution that actually incorporates everything? Or is there a role for an orchestrator who actually provides a really good way for everything to work together? So I think we're still, honestly, really early in the automation journey. If you talk to any enterprise, they'll tell you that they've automated 10% of their work, 20% of their work. That could be automated, right? It's a long way to get there, and there's multiple different tools that can be used to get there, and I think it's an exciting opportunity for anyone building in the space still.
All right. Thank you, Shamillah. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, everyone, for coming, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day at SaaStr.
Please welcome SaaStr CEO and founder, Jason Lemkin.
Hello? Can everybody hear me? All right, good. Hey, thanks to everybody. We've done this for the last SaaStr annual in SaaStr Barcelona. If you don't mind, I'm probably more tired than I look, so I'll sit down. I don't have any formal slides or agenda, but if there's stuff you want to talk about that I can help with, give my learnings or feedback on anything we've talked about for these 2 days, just come on up to either microphone and bring any and all questions, and I will try to answer as many until everyone's gone, or as long as we want to. So come on up if anyone's got any questions on anything, sales, marketing, venture capital, markets, multiples. What else have we talked about? Flat turn, the future of SaaS. Anything but AI, I don't really know that much about AI yet. I'm still learning. But let me know. So come on up. But thanks for everyone for being here. I know we're not done. We have a couple hours of cocktails and drinking, but hopefully this has been a good Europa for everybody. Good time? Okay, good. Yeah, we will do SaaStr Annual. If you haven't been, SaaStr Annual is in September. It'll be the 9th. SaaStr Annual 6th to 8th September in the Bay Area. If you haven't been, come. If you haven't been, it's like this but different. It's probably 4 to 5 times bigger. In a way, it's tougher because it's hard to have as many. If you're here for all 2 days and you even come to day 0, you can meet a lot of the folks that are here. It's hard to meet 3,800 people, but you can meet a lot of people. At Annual, there's 12, 13. You can't meet everybody. So that's a negative. In a way, it's more intense. But the great thing about Annual is, as good as the people that are here, it really attracts everyone, right? It attracts the best speakers, every VC, so many founders. So it's different, but I would try it at least once. And we will probably next year, we got to learn it. Amelia's here, she's the boss, but I assume we'll be back to London next year, all things being equal. Roughly the same time, probably, right? So plan it. We did Paris twice, Barcelona last year. I know that if folks went, they liked being at the beach last year. We liked being at the beach. But this is just easier. This is just, the learning is, because we've done we did all the SaaStrs in the Bay Area, which is obviously #1 for SaaS in the world. And I love Barcelona, but it was just interesting that it is not a #1 leading center for SaaS, right? So it's just easier to be in London. This is probably 130, 140% of last year, and it took no extra work. And I think the quality of the attendees is even higher being here. So, and the speakers were much easier, if you're curious. Last year we had incredible speakers. We had the CEO of ZoomInfo, who was amazing, Miro and Tyler, but it was freaking hard to get folks, the Americans, to go to Barcelona. But it turned out we had a ton of great folks, as you can see, that wanted to come to London. So anyhow, Rambly, if you're curious. So we should be back to London next year, and come to SaaStr Annual if you can once in this year, 6 to 8. You'll get some super special, dirt cheap offer or something for everyone that came, right, Amelia? Something like that. You'll get the super early bird tickets if you bought them a year ago if you came to Europa, so it'll cost you almost nothing. But yeah, any questions on sales, marketing, revenue, VC? Come on up.
I have a question about sales and marketing. So help me understand where SDRs should report to. Like, should be they report to head of sales or head of marketing, because this is technically a demand generation job?
Sorry, I asked the question, who should report to what?
SDR. Is this a sales
good
role
question.
or marketing role?
Where should SDRs report to? So let me give you a tactical answer and then a strategic answer. The tactical answer is, in the early days, and maybe later, SDRs should report to whoever has the most experience managing SDRs. It's that simple. There are a lot of sales leaders who have only done inbound, okay? They have only responded to leads. They should not manage SDRs if humanly possible. They almost all fail. They hire the wrong people. They don't have the patience. They don't know what to deal. SDRs need, typically, especially, unless you're lucky enough to get a seasoned one, which we could talk about, and that's a gift if you can find someone that wants to be a lifelong SDR. They need a lot of attention. They often have ADD. They need a lot of oversight and a lot of training, and they often quit after 6 to 8 months, so you have to recycle the engine. And a head of sales, a VP of sales that has never managed a high turnover, brand new team will just, they'll melt, okay? On the flip side, marketers, whether you call them SDRs or BDRs, more and more demand gen marketers have their own SDR team, right? But the reality is most marketers use them to qualify leads. They don't usually use them for raw outbound. Some do. Some are great at combining ABM with outbound. And those marketers are gems that really run a classic sales-driven outbound. Mostly, they don't run the full playbook. They use it to qualify your leads intelligently before they pass them to sales. So that's not perfect either, a marketer that's only done part of the SDR, but I'd much rather have a marketer that's managed 3 marketing qualification BDRs and a salesperson that's never done it. So that's the tactical, and you know that's the answer. Whoever actually knows how to do it should do it. The strategic answer is later, many folks end up with 2 teams. They end up with a classic outbound team that reports to sales that does true pure outbound, right? Like Sam Blond talked about in the first Brecht session. And then marketing owns its own number and leads, and they often will have their own team of BDRs that qualify their own leads so that marketing's leads are higher. And you'll often end up with 2 different teams. They may both be called SDRs, they may be called BDRs or SDRs, but they'll both end up with their own sort of teams.
Thank you. And either a senior SDR, because most SDRs, they want to
It's
grow
a dream. If you know one, let me know. I'll hire them myself. I'm hoping, I talk about this a lot. Lars Nielsen, who runs Outbound at Snowflake, he did a great session at SaaStr Annual this year. You should watch it on the video. We were talking about it. Everyone that's been doing this for a while hopes that this will become a new path, that SDRs that better paid, more seasoned SDRs will stay in the position longer. Instead of, the classic SDR in the US, I don't know exact comps in Europe, especially, or Central Europe, it's lower, but in the US, a classic comp package for an SDR even today might be a 60-20 package. An 80K OT, 60 base, 20 variable for setting up appointments or revenue commits. And look, in certain parts of the US, that's good money. In other parts of the US, in New York or SF, it's pretty terrible money, right? Depending on what it is. And so they're looking at the AEs making 140 OTs or 200, and they all want to be promoted in 3 weeks, right? The ambitious ones. And most folks have not really built a path where an SDR that's great can make 100, 120, 140, 160. And so at least you might take a pause and you might say, I'm pretty good at penetrating. I'm pretty good at getting discussions, and I don't want to be a closer. I don't want to deal with all the procurement and the drama and the 11th. Let me just be an opener. And if you think about it, if you build a spreadsheet of cost of sales and everything, if an opener is really good, you should be able to pay them close to as much as a closer, right? But we're not there yet for some odd reason in SaaS that has not developed in our culture. But once in a while, you can find one. And it is, as a founder, it is worth hunting out these unicorns, these rare people, not valuation unicorns. It's part of the job, right? It's not to hire the mediocre or the average. It is, and if you can find someone that has been an SDR or an outbound for more than 3 or 4 years, and genuinely you can just smell the passion coming out of their pores that they want to do this, talk to them, recruit them, and give them a path. Say, look, you're not going to be stuck with a second tier comp package for your whole life. Like, I'm going to give you a commit. You bring in, a classic way to measure an SDR. You can do appointments, but really the classic metric is an SDR needs to bring in deals that close at 2 million, right? And say, look, to someone great, you got to do that. You do 3 million. I'll increase your comp 50%. You do 4 million, I will double your comp. Like, you could have an unlimited comp like you do with an AE and a great SDR. We had even one on our SaaStr team that did 5 million in a year. Why shouldn't that person make $200,000? Why do they have to be stuck making a 60 plus 25? They don't, right? So anyhow, I only know a few like this. I wish there were 100. I hope there are 1,000, but if you can find one, never let them go, right? It's a gem.
Thank you.
Yeah.
G'day, Jason. Jimmy Smart. SaaS has been on bucket list for me. I've come in from Australia and certainly didn't disappoint, so thank you.
Thanks for coming.
So my question's a bit of a two-parter. And you started to talk to Edith in one of the earlier sessions about, the space that we play in. It's high stress, it's long hours, and with that can be a challenge around managing mental health. How do we get a sustainable output that means we're not burning out as founders, as ecosystem operators? Being on both sides of that coin, do you have any advice as far as mechanisms or things that you've found to work as far as finding that sustainability and mental health in the space that we work in?
How many employees do you have?
3.
Okay, here's my advice. let's step back for a minute. Folks overall in tech, and I don't mean to sound like a fuddy-duddy or someone that's been doing this for a while, and I know some people think this is, I try to mostly be positive, but I'm going to say one thing, because it is so important as leaders. Folks have gotten lazy as frack. Lazy as frack. CSMs don't want to deal with headaches. They don't show up. Everyone wants everything automated. When we complain to CSMs that are on our accounts, they hide now. They used to solve your problem. They used to get on the phone. They used to want critical feedback. Now if they don't get a 10, they don't even want to talk to you. They don't want to fix anything. In fact, many times say all they want is an upsell, or they threaten you on the renewal. CSMs threaten you. Hey, we're going to turn your product off if you don't pay 50%. That sucks. Okay, that's lazy. So many marketers, you heard Sterling talking about sales and marketing from Divvy this morning. So many marketers don't want to own any lead commit anymore. They don't want to own any number. So many folks in marketing want to hide in the middle of infographics and soft goals, and everyone's gotten grouchy because it's been a long time. And I'm going to come back and answer your question. And then things got worse in 2021 for a couple of reasons, right? One, the truth is, when everyone got distributed and worked from home, that worked really well for certain types of people, very motivated folks, senior folks. And honestly, a lot of folks worked even less. They really did work 3 jobs, and they really did work 10 hours a week. And it's true. And anyone that says otherwise is diluting or is mediocre. Anyone that says it isn't true is mediocre. Anyone that's great knows in bigger startups, tons of people did not work in 2021 in general because we were distributed. And then even worse, things got easy in 2021. So people worked even less. Sales, it never got really easy, but it's so much easier than 2 years before or 2 years after that folks phoned it in. They phoned it in on NRR, they phoned it in marketing, and to some extent they phoned it in sales because they didn't want to talk to 4 stakeholders. They didn't want to convince the CFO of budget. They wanted to do a one-call close. And so everyone got lazy, and I worry that there's a whole generation of folks that will never get unlazy. That we almost, and I know this sounds crazy, I almost feel like, though, as leaders, for some of us, we have to start from scratch. We either have to hire brand new people that haven't been trained in the horrible ways from late 2020 to the beginning of 22, hire brand new people, or hire folks that have been around long enough that they remember when sales was hard. They remember when there were 3 stakeholders. They remember when a deal took 6 months to close. They remember when competition was stressful. They remember when venture capital didn't come out of the sky. Right? People got so spoiled, not everybody, but so many folks got spoiled by venture capital being unlimited in 2021 that they lost all discipline too, okay? So I'm worried that everything has gotten worse and that we have bred a generation of, I know this sounds almost terrible to say, but a generation of not folks in this room, but of just lazy people that need to come out of the system, right? And, the way Elon Musk handled it is very toxic, right? But Twitter still runs. With a quarter, 20% of the people it did. Okay, maybe the content is more toxic, but site still seems to be up. We're all kind of like that. Okay, so what do you do is with this balance? But we all want balance. We do want to be balanced, but we don't want people to work 10 hours a week, right? We hear sales reps now complaining that they have quotas because it's harder in 2023. They don't want quotas anymore.
And just to clarify, right? Particularly from my point of view, I'm probably talking from the founder perspective and knowing that, whether you're fundraising, whether you're trying to keep the business afloat, whatever those challenges are that you're facing, they are persistent, they are ever present. So it was probably more at that angle.
No, but here's my answer to all of this. Yeah. Okay. And we all used to do this in the old days when things were smaller. Your first 50 employees, have to be pirates or romantics. They have to be pirates or romantics. You know what I'm talking about. These are folks on your team that for reasons that almost don't make sense, live and bleed startups, right? The ones that know more about your product than you could possibly imagine why, right? That think that your weird type of compliance product for the dairy industry is the most interesting thing that has ever happened on planet Earth, okay? Or these are folks that have never worked in an empowering environment, because if you have under 50, everyone should be an owner. Maybe not a VP or a director. Everyone should be an owner. There's not a lot of redundancy, sub 50 people. So you'll take some folks who had a terrible boss or were micromanaged, and you put them working for you. I know you're a great leader, and they just fly because they're free from these shackles. And The mistake you make in the first 50 is when you hire someone that looks good on paper, or they've made an infographic before, or they've done sales at Brex or Divvy or LaunchDarkly or other great folks have come, but they're not a pirate or romantic. They don't leap off that page, and they don't never work out. And in the old days, only weird people worked at startups. It was so quirky. When I founded my first startup, my dad didn't tell me not to do it, but he told me it was a dumb idea. Startups used to be a dumb idea, right? They were so risky. And when startups became mainstream, no one thinks they're dumb ideas anymore, do they? No one thinks it's a dumb idea. And that's good in the sense that there's more humans, but it's bad because we got normal people. And you can't build, your first 50 people can't be normal people. You'll fail. And then when you go from and then what's the break line? And I've asked a lot of CEOs this myself because I'm learning, always learning. And one way or another, people say the same thing. Some people say, hey, we always want our first 1,000 employees to work 24/7 and be intense and never sleep and all this, but that's not possible. The real answer ends up being managers of managers. When you have 2 levels of management, the reality is like you want to keep the bar high, but you have to expand. You have to expand what you do. But until then, you know what I'm saying, the pirates and romantics, and you've hired normal people that want a normal job. You do not run a normal company. You run an 8-person startup. Don't hire normal people. They will fail.
Yeah.
Right? And they can be quirky and they can be from weird places. But I'll tell you one last story just because it's our last. I didn't totally get this. My first team at Adobe side at EchoSign, we had almost all pirates and romantics, but I didn't know it at the time. But I remember I was at an early Dreamforce. And this like 6'8" sales guy, and Dreamforce is Salesforce's big event. It used to be everyone used to go. Now it's a little more niche. He grabbed me by my, it's like a foot above me, maybe he's 7 feet. Grabs me, almost pulls me up off the ground as I'm walking out of the parking lot, going to my Scotty. I'm like, hello? He's like, do you work at EchoSign, which was my company at EchoSign? I was like, yeah. Do you know Joe Coletti? I'm like, yeah, he's our sales rep. He's like, I love Joe. I love Joe. He loves your product so much. I love that guy, right? That's who you need, right? And it turned out Joe in his previous SaaS job was absolutely mid-pack. Okay, he was not the best rep he worked at a third-tier email marketing company that actually ultimately failed. He was not top decile, but he was smart. His parents were both doctors. Okay, he had not yet been successful, but he knew our products. He knew our product at a level that, like Edith talked about that ad tech person, if you saw that Joe was our guy and the customers just loved him, right? So you get that guy, that pirate or romantic in sales, and magic happens, and Edith told the same story, and you put the ordinary person in, and they sell nothing in the early days, right? But later they do okay. So anyhow, long-winded answer to pirates and the romantics are the only thing I've figured out how to answer this. Yeah. And then the rest of it works itself out. The pirates and the romantics may work 50 hours a week or 40 hours a week, but their output is so high. Yeah. It's so high, right? And the ordinary people that work 20 hours a week produce a tenth of the output of the pirate that works 40 to 50, right? Yeah. And they'll produce the balance, I think.
Cool, thank you.
Hi, yeah. Just you kind of touched on it a little bit there, but there's obviously like the environment that we're operating in 2023 is so vastly different to anything pretty much in the past, at least from my perspective. I'm like a founder that's bootstrapped. Yeah. And I wondered, often when you're Googling founder bootstraps, you can kind of get different playbooks that are written in 2016, 18, even 19. What do you think the founder playbook in 2023 is, considering that so much has changed in 2 years?
How does the playbook for bootstrap founders change?
Yeah.
Well, the good news is it's never changed because you have no capital. It's never changed. Really, the ones that raised $200 million and now can't raise $1, their playbook changed. Let me tell you, their playbook has changed a lot. Okay, it really hasn't changed. And I actually think look, if you're not growing any longer in 2023, that's terrible, right? I actually think 2023 is the year of the efficient. If your growth is still pretty good and you're bootstrapped, you are not cool in 2021. You are lame. You're kind of cool today. So so I'm going to tell you, this is one, it's not where, and then I'll answer your question more specifically. Now's your time, your window, and it won't last. We will get drunk again. Multiples will probably go up. Venture capital will come back. It always has. And, people will only want to work for unicorns again, but now unicorns are stupid today, right? They're stupid. People don't want to work for you, but it will change. So now is your time to hire someone that went to work for a unicorn that got laid off and is bitter. They're like, you know what, now that I look back, I got these stock options at a $2 billion valuation. Even if I didn't get laid off, I was never going to make any money because we were going to exit for $500 million. So what's the point of having options at $2 billion? And they just want to work for a good CEO in a good company where they can be paid well and left alone, and they don't want to deal with that overfunded unicorn crap. So this is a tactical advice. The strategic side is this, and I've written about this on SaaStr a few times. And there's a lot of examples that I've written up. You can see like Atlassian, Qualtrics, and others that basically bootstrapped forever. The reality is it normalizes at about 10 million, 8 to 10 million ARR. Okay? Now you can't, I don't know if you saw Parker Conrad from Rippling. You know, they've raised, he's burned and raised so much money. You can never catch up with him if you're bootstrapped, right? But most normal SaaS companies, when you hit 10 million in ARR, if your margins are 80 or 90%, if you're real software, that means you're getting 10 million of funding each year, isn't it? It's enough. 10 million, especially if you're going from 10 to 15 to 22 to 30, that's enough to hire enough people to start really making it happen at 10 million. And so what does that mean? What does it all boil down to? On average, and I've written up the data, and I'll give you an example. It usually takes bootstrapped companies that go big, that have multi-billion dollar outcomes, another 3 to 4 years longer than venture-backed ones, and that sucks. Okay, it does suck. And if you heard, did you go to hear Daniel Dines from UiPath? He was here. He was our second speaker. What's UiPath work today? 30 billion, over $1 billion in ARR. It took him 10 years to get to 1 million in revenue, and then he went from 1 to 100, I think, in 3 years or 2 years. 10 years, and he had a tiny bit of money, but he called himself he was bootstrapped for 10 years. Took him 10 years to get to 1 million. He didn't quit. And then he grew as fast as, and then he did raise money later, but he grew as fast as any venture-backed company once he got some in. So an extreme example to say that the answer is get to 8 to 10 million, realize it's going to take you to 3 to 4 years longer, cry me a river, too bad, that's life. Okay, raising venture capital seemed free in 2021, it ain't free now. If the costs are high, your VCs want their money back, your valuation's so high, people thought venture capital is free, it's not free. It's expensive and has a lot of conditions. You don't have those conditions. Suck it up. Get the extra years. Get to 10 million, growing at a decent clip, and you'll normalize, right? I'll give you one last story, and then maybe it's too much, but at the end of the day. But I was the first investor, so they did eventually raise some money in a company. Let's see, what's today? 23, right? Yeah, okay. So this company was originally founded in 2004. It went 10 years bootstrapping. Started off as a services company, so bootstrapped through services to figure out how to build the software. Finally built the software, got to $1 million in revenue, and I invested, okay? So it took them forever. So now it's 2023, so I guess it's actually been 19 years. And it took them the first 10 years to get to that $1 million in SaaS revenue. And they just signed a deal to sell for $300 million. Okay, and the founders did raise money, but they still own almost half. That's worth it, right? I think it's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. And it could be worth more, but on a as diluted basis, they don't own 4%. They own half between the two of them. So, but it did take them a decade, like Daniel did at UiPath, and. But once they got, and then it was very stressful. So then I know it's a long story, but it might be helpful. Then they never raised money. I gave them some money. And then they made the mistake that a lot of bootstrappers made is they de-bootstrapped too quickly because they didn't have the DNA. And I gave them like $3.5 million. And they didn't intend to, but they spent it all like in a year. Okay, they didn't do fly first class, or they didn't do any, they got an office, but it wasn't all that nice. But they just didn't have the DNA to know what happens when instead of hiring one person a quarter, you hire one person a month or one person a week. And they just didn't get the physics right of what a VP really costs, especially if they miss the plan. And what does a VP of sales cost if the first one fails and his first VP of sales failed? I told him, whatever you do, don't hire this guy, because I knew him. He still hired him. He brought on 4 tailbore reps. They closed nothing. The costs add up. And all of a sudden that $3.5 million is almost gone, right? So they almost had to rebootstrap after that. And by the time they got to 10 million, they were done. Right? They're like, we're not going to raise any more capital, right? And they didn't grow at a hockey stick, right? But they never quit, right? And they're at 34 million today, selling for 300 billion in 2023, and they own half the company. So maybe that's my answer.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you. Yep.
Hi, Jason.
Hello. Thanks for coming.
I'm over on your other side.
Oh, sorry. The audio seemed out of sync, but since it's the real world, I wasn't sure how the audio got out of sync. It happened once earlier on the screen. I'm like, it's been a long 2 days. Great 2 days, but a long 2 days. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, absolutely. Want to start with a little story because it kind of feeds into this. In 2017, me and my boyfriend went to SaaStr.
2017.
2017.
Was that at the Hilton or?
I think so. It was still in San Francisco. It was still.
But it was crazy at 2017.
It was crazy.
Crazy at the Hilton.
The escalators.
Yeah, that was
crazy.
the Hilton. Crazy.
Crazy.
Fun, crazy, and bad crazy at the same time.
Yeah, it was good. But we went. We had 2 different jobs at the time. We went to all of the SaaStr events. And after the conference, my boyfriend proposed. And
is that good?
Very good.
Okay, congratulations. I thought there might have been a few years. I didn't know where the story was going to go.
Very good. And we decided
SaaStr proposal. Okay.
A SaaStr proposal. And we opened up our company. It opened up the week of our wedding. That wasn't planned, but it just happened to be. Now we're evaluated at 4.3 million and make about 1.5 in ARR. As you can see, we're kind of romantics, and your pirates and romantics thought really, really resonates with me. How do you find them? I'm a very animated, romantic person, so I start talking to people and they mimic what I want to hear.
Right.
And then when I get in a meeting and I'm thinking I have these passionate people, they just blink at me, and I don't know how to get the right people in the room. It's not on Indeed. So do you have any advice?
You feel like you can bring in folks into the hiring funnel, but you're having trouble figuring out if they're the right fit is your problem?
Exactly.
Are you the CEO or are you?
My husband's the CEO and I'm the COO.
Okay. Well, look, I mean, I don't mean to oversimplify, but maybe it's not the problem you think it is. Like, first of all, the number one job for founders is recruiting. Always. Not for a little while. At first, you recruit the initial team, and then you recruit one person at a time. And then as you scale, you spend your entire life recruiting. Everything when you get big. It never ends, and you better get good at it. But you don't have to be great at all parts of it. Some folks are good at top of funnel, creating excitement. Some folks are very good at screening and have the sixth sense of who's the right. And hopefully either your husband, hopefully he has complementary skills to you. And if he doesn't, hopefully someone else on your team does. Don't kill yourself. You create interest. You get folks. I mean, look, you're doing $1.5 million in revenue or 2 million. Like, you're great. You're not nothing, but like, you got to get people excited. They haven't heard of you. You're not Rippling or Divvy or LaunchDarkly or UiPath or Loom. So you're activating people. Play to your strength and have him do the tough interviews.
Okay, thank you.
Right? Yeah.
Hey, Jason, thanks for another great show.
Thanks for coming.
So a lot of what we've been talking about in SaaS for the last few years has been a lot of specialization, building out specialized teams. You kind of went from sales to SDR to inbound, outbound, customer success, now growth marketing, customer marketing, field CTO, solutions engineers. How do you think about specialization in the new kind of era of efficiency? Has your thoughts changed?
It's a really good question. So yeah, in my time in SaaS, we all went from very light specialization, SDRs and AEs was specialization. Then we figured out we needed sales ops earlier. RevOps became professionalized. CS became professionalized. There were always SEs out there, but true solution architects and all this became professionalized. And initially, the idea was efficiency. It was efficiency. Why do you want an AE being a solution architect, an onboarder, a renewal expert, an SDR, an outbound expert, a technical expert, right? And Salesforce kind of blazed the way with, back in the day, one SE per like 8 AEs, and Aaron Ross and others in the early days built out an outbound function. We all kind of copied that. But what got lost around 2019 or so was that team has to pay for itself. That team has to pay for itself. And what happened starting in 2018, 2019 when things got heated and then got overheated in 2021 is we saw no matter what anybody says, there They're full of it. On a yielded basis, sales efficiency went way down. So if you have sales reps only closing 2x their OTE, and you have a whole team of enablement, and you have a whole wonderful RevOps team, and a whole this team, you're never going to get profitable on your customers. It will never happen. And so the goal of these functions has been corrupted. And for the handful when capital was free in 2021, it was okay, because it was okay if these previously efficient functions really just enabled faster growth. Right? Faster growth. And it was okay. But it wasn't okay in 2018, and it's not okay today. So it was interesting when Sam Blond that was CEO of Brex, kicked it off. He talked about how even Brex, which was still relatively SMB for a long period, how the AEs had to do half of their own deals through outbound. And so he really described, in a way, a full stack AE, right? And people talk about that. And I think that's great, and Sam's one of the best revenue leaders. But I don't think that works for most people. I think most people need to specialize. Closers should close and openers should open. And when the product gets complicated, you need some solution architects and sales engineers. And when you have more than 4 or 5 reps, you need some type of RevOps to keep you don't want your VP of sales doing all the scheduling and all the management. It doesn't make any sense. But you've got to make a spreadsheet and figure out what do these people cost, and sales has to pay for it. And a simplistic way to boil it all down is, one, we have to revert back to sales closing 3 to 5 times what they take home. At least 3x for SMB, at least 4x for mid-market, 5x for enterprise. And you have to budget in there the cost of the support of the team. And so that may have to be, it could be more when things were nutty in 2021, but usually all that extra stuff costs about 20% more when you model it out. So it really maybe need to be 3.5x and 4.5x and 5.5x at scale, and do it in a way that you believe are you the CEO or the founder?
No, I run some of the regional teams.
Well, okay. Well, however builds it or however you advocate, like quotas got to go up. Or maybe quotas don't have to go up. Maybe that's the wrong way to look at it. But attainment has to go up, right? And you have to pay for these resources. And if you're a manager, right? The problem is too many managers were trained the wrong way the last 2 years. They never had to understand the fully burdened cost of these resources. Now, even most VPs of sales don't really understand the fully burdened cost of the resources they want on their team, but they kind of get it. Like a classic kind of gets it. Like, I mean, Sam Blond I love to death. Sterling I know less well, but I love. I'm not even sure they knew the fully burdened cost of their sales teams, okay? And they're pretty damn good. But your average team lead has no idea what this stuff really costs, right? But you can distill it down to 3x, 4x, 5x, plus a kicker for these teams. And if you're not performing at that level, it doesn't make sense. Okay, so that's all of it. Will in inefficient era folks roll back some of those functions? I hope not, if they can reach the attainment required to justify them. If there's no proof of ROI, just like with your customers, they're going to get cut. If you have a large RevOps team and you cannot prove that the sales reps shouldn't just schedule themselves and they shouldn't just submit their own invoices themselves, they shouldn't just train themselves. If you can't prove that that leads to an extra deal or two, it's going to get cut back. It's going to get cut back. If the SDRs and the AEs argue and the AEs say they sourced all the deals themselves, you're going to have a small SDR team, not a large SDR team. So they have to prove that they are accretive. That's the answer. These resources they used to be accretive. They weren't accretive for about 4 years. They have to be accretive again.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm going to ask, I think you've kind of answered parts of my question in the last 2 answers you've given around like managing costs around customers. But I've been in the London customer success market for over 12 years, starting with a career with Yammer here, which everyone's forgotten. But and the thing that I've noticed in the last year is that, and along with my peers, is the dumbing down of customer success. And companies are no longer looking to hire VPs of CS and CCOs. They're focusing more on the director level, head of, or even below, rather than thinking, hey, I can bring on this person that's got like high value, high skills that can maintain and grow my customer base. They're choosing to go for a lower value person that just turns the nuts and bolts of the customer function around. I don't know if it's happening in the US as well, but what are your thoughts?
That's not my experience.
Yeah.
The question is, are folks dumbing down CS to save costs or for fewer issues. I have not seen that at all. I have seen other things that trouble me and bother me in CS. I see the opposite. I see, even with the flatness we see in the market and stress, I see tons of founders of really good startups that cannot find a great VP of CS, a great one. I see the majority of startups I meet between 1 million and 10 million want a true VP of CS and don't have one. They want one. They can't find the person. So I don't have that experience. But a few qualifications. No one wants a strategist at that phase. And what has happened, there's many things that have happened in the CS industry, which if you've read SaaStr since its inception, since 2012, I've been the biggest champion 10 years ago of CS. Gainsight did a whole day at their conference like 8 years ago where it was all SaaStr content done live because I was such a proponent of CS. I'm not a huge proponent of CS today, of the way people do it, of this lazy way. I'm not a proponent of the laziness. I'm not a proponent of folks only wanting to do strategy and not meeting with customers, okay? And not wanting to learn the product. And I'm definitely not a proponent, and I can't fix this third one, of CS main job being to drive revenue up. I do think that CS, a good CS team should have an expansion goal, okay? But I don't think CS, at SaaStr, we're tiny. We get threatened by our vendors at renewal time. That's the wrong way to run customer success. Even me, I don't want to talk to these people. I don't want to talk to any of all the software stacks we buy at SaaStr, and we're tiny, but we're actually, because SaaStr is not tiny for events, we are a number of vendors' largest customers, believe it or not. I will not talk to the CS people. I will not talk to them. They're either not going to want to hear my feedback and do nothing about it, or they're going to threaten me for more money. If you want to threaten me for more money, just do it by email. Like I'll just read the email. Okay? And they're so lazy. I will tell you a recent experience. Recently, there was a piece of software that we wanted to buy that was about $50,000. And we were going to substitute from another vendor that was $40,000. So we were going to pay more. And after we're a team of 7 for SaaS. We don't have a lot. We don't have a CIO or a lot. And after about 2 months trying to get it to work, we couldn't get it to work. And they told us, the CS person told us they would need an extra $100,000 from us to get it to work. And they would need a year of overlap. So we would have to pay them $150,000 because of the overlap. And we would have to run both products in parallel without syncing the data. And we'd have to run 2 databases of SaaStr attendees, 2 databases of all of this for a year, for $150,000, and do all those soft costs. That's pretty bad. That's what the CS team told us. So we said, well, we'll think on it. We didn't say no because if the prospects is like frustrated, that means you still have a shot. As soon as they just go dark, you've like, oh, well, we'll think about it. We stopped arguing. But then one of the folks at this company, one of the founders, happened to email me and asked me how it was going. And I'm like, I don't want to tell you because we're business friends. He's like, no, how's it really going? I'm like, well, you know, we tried for 2 months. It's supposed to be a 1 hour deployment, and then they wanted 150 into 2 years, and it's like, I'm like, but please don't tell anybody at your company because I don't want to. And then of course I get an email the next day from the SVP. You know, we need a 2-hour call. Like, oh, now I'm guilted into it because the founder. I do the 2-hour call, listens. We explain all the issues. They're like, oh, that's very interesting. We'll get back to you. Never gets back to us. Never fixes the issue, nothing ever happens. It's just enough already, right? It's enough already. So no one wants that person on there. No one wants to make that hire. That people are too strategic. The CS leader wanted to get on the Zoom, but really she just wanted to hear that things were great. You know, she got on and said, oh, we're sorry that this happened. Empathy. But what are you actually going to do to fix it? Nothing. Nothing. No one does anything to fix it. So no founder wants to hire the resource I just described at an early stage startup, do they? But everyone wants an owner. Here's the thing, every founder is desperate to, who's frustrated made a hire that they thought was an owner that isn't an owner? Raise your hand. Who in this room? Everyone wants owners, right? So I would worry less about whether you're the SVP of CS. I would talk about being the head of customer CS and explain how you're going to be an owner and you're going to be tactical and strategic. And if you talk to 50 CEOs between 1 and 10 million, I think you're going to get 10 jobs if you approach it the right way. That's my perspective from the field.
Yeah.
But I don't see this dumbing down thing, but I could see how you might see
It's
it,
the
right?
salary attached to the roles now has gone down about 30% in the London area.
Well, maybe it has. Well, I mean, look, that's a different issue of what happens with comp, okay? And CS is a little different than sales, but let's step back for a minute. Sales comp has gone down in 2023 because attainment is lower, right? I mean, I did a SaaStr survey of a couple thousand folks. I put it on SaaStr in the last week or two. You know, only teens of folks are hitting 70% attainment. So if your sales team in 2021 was hitting 70% attainment and they're hitting 30% today, your sales team's probably, depends on how it all works, they're probably going to make 60% of what they made in 2021. They might make half. And I'll tell you, a lot of the sales folks I know are just grouching about it. I don't make enough money. Well, how much have you closed? Well, I've closed, I don't really close anything anymore. Well, what do you expect? What do you expect? You think 2021 was normal? Okay, and it's not the same in CS, but if you find the right job, you may have to prove yourself. You may have to take, I know it sounds terrible, you may have to take a salary cut to do it. And I know it sounds terrible, but maybe some of it is that the world got bloated and made no sense for about 18 to 20 months, and it's life. Right? I know it's not what you want to hear.
I have 3 jobs. I'm okay. It's my peers that are struggling.
No, I know, but I can't. I know.
Yeah.
And also, and the other thing to realize, and I don't know how long you've been doing that role, comp also went dramatically up for about 2 years. And you might not have seen it if you got promoted in 2020 or 2021. You might not have realized how much comp went up, but it went up crazy in many cases, right? And it can't stay crazy, right? And so maybe what you're seeing is founders are like, listen, I can't go to my team and ask them to take a salary cut. Like, I'd rather just hire a more junior person and let Bob quietly leave, right? I can't solve all the things, but I will say I can't solve whether it is, and startups pay less than big companies. All I can tell you on the other side is every CEO wants an owner. And whether I can get you the comp you want after 2021, probably not. Can you get the position and the title? Yes. Can you crush it for 6 months and ask for more money or talk about it up front? If you raise the NRR 10%, bring it up front, ask for more variable comp, approach it as an owner, and maybe you can bridge the gap in the middle.
Yeah, thank you. And please continue to sack your CSMs if they're rubbish.
I just think the easy times of 2020 and the inflated NRR were just corrupting, right? It just corrupted.
I'll ask one over here. Thanks. It's our first SaaStr, and I really enjoyed it.
Thanks for coming.
I had a question. So we're between Series A, Series B, about 3 million annualized revenue. We have a
There's no in between.
As in, we raised a Series A about a year ago.
Assume you're unfundable until you hear otherwise.
Thank you.
And that applies to everyone in the room.
No, that's good.
I laugh, and I want to hear a question, but if I can provide some advice, even in June of 2023, every founder I meet is too optimistic about funding today. There are so many VCs here to shake a stick at. VCs have not gone away. VCs have raised bigger funds than ever. But every VC I talked about that I've known for years in the green room, whether they're seed or Series A or Series B, all said the same thing. Like, we're just not seeing a lot of deals. We're just not getting a lot of deals done. And they're getting, like, did you see the ICONIQ growth session in this room? It's okay if you didn't. Well, they're one of the great growth investors. Yeah. Well, they did 0 deals last year. 0. One of the best growth funds. They did 5 this year, so it's back. But everyone's default no. So I know it's not, I'll answer a question you didn't ask. You're not between rounds. You are unfundable until someone tells you otherwise. Everyone was between rounds in 20 and 21. We're pre-Series B. We're pre-A. We're doing our 3rd pre-A round. And what happened in 2021 for the privileged, and I said this in my opener, but it's worth saying again, 2021 just taught everyone the wrong lessons because funding got easier. People really thought they were between A and B, right? And it's so hard out there, and it should be hard out there. We could talk about why, but anyhow, I know it's not the question you're asking, but to everyone else, there is no between A and B or C and A or B and C. You are unfundable for now.
I'll restate my question. We're an unfundable company.
No. I know. It's good context. I didn't mean to pick on you. I appreciate it.
I knew I was going to get roasted. I just wasn't sure it was going to be that far.
So let's step back. You've got about $4 million in revenue. You're doing well. You've raised a Series A round.
Yep, that's right. And we generate both recurring software revenue and also non-recurring professional services. We have a pretty complex product.
What's the ratio?
It's about 50-50 right now.
Okay, we'll come back to that. But okay,
Yeah.
I get it.
So
and what are your blended margins? What are your blended margins?
Blended margins about 70%.
Okay, that's
so
not
it's
bad.
still pretty high.
It's not bad,
So we see a future where we can pull out more of the professional services, either automating into the platform or with partner programs. And I want to think about the timing of that. How long do we intentionally stay close to customers and embrace the
It's a great question.
professional services versus start to build those kind of programs?
Yeah, the question, it's a great question. I was just talking with a couple of founders about it, and I've lived it through several investments I've made, including the one that sold for $300 million that we were talking about. The question is, if you have one of these businesses where services really enable the product to work, right? These aren't just to help folks start or to deal with the fact you didn't build a few features you should have built out of that, your onboarding is bad. Like sometimes professional services solves bad onboarding. You're talking about, especially there's a lot of verticals where that domain knowledge really helps people use the software, right? You need both together, right? Is that something like what you have?
Medical research.
Yeah, medical, environmental, all these things. It's very common that, big customers want a solution, and software alone is often not the solution. They want experts along with the solution, right? So here's the conundrum, and the impact of the conundrum changes based on macro. We got to be a software company. We got to be a software company. So at some point, that means at least 70% of our revenue has to come from software, not services, ideally 80. I've written this up a few times on SaaStr. Viva went public, which is at 30 billion, 70-30. Qualtrics was like 80-20. Palantir is most interesting. I wrote up Palantir. When you go to SaaStr and search Palantir, Palantir was like 18% software until the year before their IPO, and they flipped to like 70 in 1 year. Okay, now some of that I bet is financial shenanigans because it's too fast. But Palantir was basically a services company and then became everyone wondered, because it was so mysterious before it IPO, is Palantir really a services company with custom software, or is it software company? Well, it was a services company that magically before its IPO became a software company, okay? So you know where you have to skate to eventually to go big. You have to skate to 70% or more. Look at Viva, look at Qualtrics. Look at Palantir too. And to raise that B, no one on planet Earth wants to fund a professional services company. You know that, right? I'm not saying, you are unfundable, but it doesn't mean you'll be unfundable forever. You might be fundable this afternoon, right? If you had a great meeting here. But I don't know any Series B investors that want to fund 50-50, right? So you probably have to answer this before your Series B round in part. But, this is my experience with companies, but, geez, be careful. Because you can throw out the solution with the software. I've seen this happen too many times. Is founders get all this advice that you have to be all software. They dump the services business when it's a solution business. It's not a game, it's a solution business. And the customer, it gets much harder to close the customers, right?
Yeah.
And so when you compare a Viva or a Qualtrics that always had a high level to make their products work, to a Palantir that waited until the last minute. I don't know the answer, but if it were me, I would actually, and this is different advice than you give from some, I would keep that mix as long as your funding allows it. Knowing almost nothing about your business, but pattern matching. Because when you make the solution worse, you lose some of your magic, right? So I would be careful with the advice. I would be careful with the advice to change too quickly. I would be careful with advice to dehumanize the support until the software really can replace these very specialized folks with medical knowledge and others. I'd be careful, and always, and it's a mistake we can make as CEOs especially, and it's an understandable mistake, is you can do too much for your VCs and money, right? And I used to joke about, someone told me this many years ago, that every software product has a feature that's only used by one of their investors, okay? And if you went to Adobe Sign, which AdecoSign was started in 2005, if you went until about a year ago, there was a notes tab. So that when you signed a contract, okay, you could write some notes about it. Hey, this was Michael and Jason's contract. And that note was searchable through our search index, and it was very cool. And one of our investors said, you got to have, I know all about contracts. You got to make notes on your contracts. And so we built it. It didn't take that long. All the way through our acquisition, 3 people used it. And it took a whole tab. It took a whole tab in our app. And but that wasn't like dumping our services business, but it was clearly doing something to make a VC happy that was unnecessary. We all do that, but take it to an extreme, it's bad advice, right? So what do you think the answer is?
Yeah, I would like to stay as close to our customers as we can. Some of the other advice I've gotten is don't really think too much about it until you're at 10 million plus ARR and you really understand the solution.
I like that too. Okay. Yeah. Stay as close as you are. Just figure out where you are between Palantir and Veeva and look at them. But I think that's the right advice, right?
All right. Thank you.
Hi. First SaaStr as well.
Thanks for coming.
Absolutely. I have the maybe the misfortune of having argued with you once on Twitter about DocSend, and I apologize for that.
Well, I mean, I was right.
Yes.
You want to know the trick to being right?
Having done it before and made the mistake.
Just don't speak up unless you are. That's the problem with Twitter. Everyone's talking and talking about things that they might be right about. I just try to hold back. And then I'm sort of kidding, but what did I say?
I think it was about don't send DocSends to VCs.
If you're selling. If they're selling, put it behind 11 firewalls and 28 passwords. You just got to figure out who's doing the selling, right? That's the problem with the advice.
Understood.
Right?
I didn't come here to argue about DocSend.
No, you may. We're not arguing. That's just the subtlety people miss.
It did get me interested enough to come to the conference. So.
Thank you for coming.
My question is this. Traditional sales-led model, not a product-led model, grew 3x last year, raised a Series B, so we were fundable.
Congratulations.
Growth stalled out.
What? Growth
stalled out.
Well, as you saw in the charts today, you're not the only one, right?
Right. Had built up a sales org, including the VP of sales. Read a lot of your stuff on that. Now I've got to go back in and rebuild. How have you approached this in the past? And is it usually the founders just got to basically go back in and run sales? Do you hire a new head of sales?
Well, let's step back for a minute. How big is or was the sales team?
It's about 12 if you include the technical support.
Okay, and the VP of sales left, or he's still with you?
No, still there.
And wants to stay through this tougher period, committed?
Yes.
And how many of the 12 are sort of kind of hitting quota now?
3, maybe.
3. And what is, 3 or 4?
I'd say 3.
3, and then 3 are sort of covering their costs or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or not. Depends on the quarter.
What does your VP of sales want to do?
Iterate and try to make things better. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's not illogical, right? Okay. So, but here's I'm going to ask you to ask the question again because you still have your VP of sales. You have confidence in her or him?
I think the challenge is that the things we did that worked, 18 months ago don't work anymore. Right?
That's true of half the room, right?
Yeah.
But the question is, do you have a person that is agile enough to evolve the playbook or not?
I think the problem we've got is that we've now had a number of quarters to evolve it and it hasn't, and I've been off doing other things. Now I've come back to it and I've realized we've got to iterate it faster. So I guess the question is have you seen? It doesn't necessarily mean that I need to fire everyone or fire individual people, but the question is have you then seen those VPs of sales get layered? Let's say they want to continue to work, but they're not going to be running it. Or have you seen founders usually come in and say, we're going to run this whole thing, or basically need to go out and find a new VP of sales? I mean, I know it's an unusual moment because we haven't seen
it. Not unusual. Not everyone's been through what you've been through, but almost everyone's been through some version of that, right? Where there's a phase change, things get harder, right? It's not always, it could be in a good year. It even happened to people in 2021. Things got harder, and you have to understand what to do with a somewhat expensive team that is now underperforming, right? And so let me step back. I wrote this in a math on a SaaStr post. You can search it, and I've updated a couple times. What to do with a good but not great VP of sales. And I'm not saying that's your person, but the math holds. And I did some math of what happens in a typical model if you have a bad VP. And it doesn't mean they're not great somewhere else. I'm not criticizing them as humans, but bad at your company. You usually see performance decline from founder-led sales. It's all the time. A founder will have a certain level of quirky efficiency with 2 AEs. They'll bring in the wrong VP of sales, and efficiency goes down. That's sort of unfixable, right? Revenue even goes down. That's bad, right? A great VP of sales is in one quarter you're selling more. Okay, whether you're selling 10% more or 100% more, That's a sign of that in 1 quarter or less, or 1 sales cycle, it's materially better. Then there's this middle area where things are still growing. Or if it's struggling, you're still hitting what you think as CEO is reasonable growth, given the macro changes, reasonable growth. And what you usually find is if you get rid of the good but not great VP of sales and don't have a plan, don't have someone to replace her or him, don't have a strategy. I see companies go into a spiral they often struggle to recover from. And this is a tough part of the CEO job. Who do I have? Do I have bad? Again, in air quotes. Doesn't mean they won't go somewhere else and crush it. Or do I have an okay? And I think the article's titled okay but not great. And I put all the math in a spreadsheet. And you got to be really careful and understand. It's hard, right? And you can look at it quantitatively. You got to do it quantitatively, but you have to add like a toughness factor to it, right? And I see too many emotional, passionate CEOs go off and fire that head of sales. And then for a year, there's no one. They don't have a plan. There's no one, okay? Now, sometimes if they're bad, what often happens is there's someone that steps up on the team, like that number 1 rep becomes the team lead. And another sign of a bad VP of sales is it gets immediately better when they leave because the rest of the team steps up. It happens all the time for a bad VP of sales, but you have to decide if bad or okay. And I'd be very cautious about making a replacement if they're okay in this environment. And I put the math in the article, but you got to make your own version. So that's the challenge, but the job as being the leader. So, okay, the second point is about leveling or topping someone. I guess my learning over the years on this, and look, it's really stressful, and we all go through it. You know, I'm hitting 10 million, 20 million. I'm not sure Bob can still do it or Jane can still do it, and I'm worried they'll quit if they do it, right? The answer is always be 90% transparent and do what the business needs to be done and be open about it. And sometimes they will quit, but it's okay. Like, it sucks, but it's okay. You don't hide the ball. Don't try to do a stealth search unless you magically find someone. Like, if you bump into someone here and they're your new VP of sales and they're clearly better, you did a stealth search. Congratulations. Walk her into work on Monday, and things will be good. But you can't do a half-ass search. You can't do something. And I've recently gone through 2 of these toppings or levelings with a company at about 30 million in revenue. Went through it with one, and the person wanted to be a CMO and immediately quit. And things are worse without him now. They're not bad, but they're clearly worse. And it stinks that they left. And it took a few months to hire the person. But this person was unable to get to the next level, so he had to take the medicine. And then they did it with the head of sales and brought in a real CRO that this person looked up to and respected, and sales was faster. He resisted it first, but the deal was we're only going to bring in someone that you agree is better than you, and that you agree will enable you to do better. There was some resistance, there was some crankiness to the interviews, but they aligned on that candidate, and the person's a lot less stressed and doing a lot less better today as a VP of sales with a CRO above him, right? So I just, my learning is you can't, these topping thing or leveling thing, like, you can think about it for weeks and days and try to play games or whatever, but at the end of the day, just do it. Just be 100% transparency is too much, I think, but 90% is pretty good, right? Hopefully it's helpful.
It was, thanks.
Hi, first time at SaaStr as well, love it.
Thanks for coming.
So far I understand that the topic of this event is efficiency. So I'll ask.
Sure seems to be the theme of the year, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'll ask a rapid fire question. How do you respond to cold emails, and what it takes to write a great cold email in 2023?
How do I respond to cold emails in general, for investing, or for what reason?
In general.
Well, look, you can go to SaaStr.com, and we have a big search box in the middle, and I will show you, and I have an article titled, 2 Cold Emails I Funded for Millions. And I have another article, if you search cold email VCs, and I have David Sachs, Keith Raboy, Eileen Lee, Satya Patel from Homebrew, who did Chime and Plaid, and me, all sharing examples of how they respond to cold emails. Those are pretty good folks, if you've heard of them, right? I mean, some of them have some weird political views, but they're pretty darn good investors, okay? So, and I put real examples of the actual emails from TalkDesk, which is worth $10 billion, and another company, the original emails, they're all in this thing. And so, look, the answer is, you can ask one follow-up question, because cold emails is a great theme.
amazing, great emails that are perfect, that solve your problem as a buyer for real right now, or as an investor that are jaw-dropping investments, get opened. Here's the thing, and are you CEO?
No, I'm the head of sales.
Okay, well, head of sales too. The weird thing about CEOs, even of huge companies, is almost all of them open all their emails. They sit in front of their phones and their computers. And look, they don't open the dumb emails and they don't go to the promotions tab, okay? But if you're a CEO and someone sends you an email with a headline that's going to solve your problem, imagine your problem is I need a VP of sales. I mean, it's not your problem, right? Or maybe you need a director of outbound, okay? And you get an email and it's from me. And I'm like, I've got the best director of outbound candidate for you. You're going to open that in 4 seconds, right? And CEOs of the biggest companies open the perfect outbound email in an hour that day. Unless they're out of it, they all do. And they ignore all the other ones. But they see the headlines. They see the headlines. And it's true up and down the stack. And that's why amazing outbound works for sales. It works for marketing. It works for raising fund. The mistake everyone makes, the mistake mediocre salespeople make is they think a cadence is going to work. Or they think a form email where they replace vendor with secure frame is going to work, the same content. Or an SDR asks if they can pick my brain or buy me coffee. You can't buy a CEO coffee, right? The stupid emails don't work, and even the mediocre ones. But the one you spend 2 hours on researching and you solve their problem, it always works. It always gets opened. It always gets opened, right? And listen, when I first started as a SaaS CEO, I tried to do it myself. I was terrible at it, right? I wrote dumb emails and it didn't really work. I had done it before. I closed a $6 million customer from a raw email before. I can tell you that story. But then when I got into SaaS, I didn't get it. But then I was at, an early Dreamforce event, and two of our customers, I was on a panel with Jeff Yoshimura, who is now CMO at Sneak, right, in London, Sneak. He's the CMO. And but back then he was at Salesforce, and he put together this panel, and it had success factors, which got bought for $3 billion by SAP, and the head of sales operations was there. And they were talking about products they use, and he said, I use EchoSign, now Adobe Sign. And we didn't even know we were on the panel together, right, exactly. Maybe he knew, I didn't know it. It's like, wow. He's like, why'd you pick us? He's like, well, it was, this is the early days of e-signatures. It was the 30th of the month. I couldn't get my damn team to get any of these contracts signed, and I got a cold email by someone at your company. And you said, we can get you up and running today and sign your contracts on the internet. And he's like, this was my friggin' problem that week. And I get 1,000 pitches for sales tools and all, but that was the one he needed, and a $3 billion company became, and I didn't even send the email, right? But it wasn't a random spam of, meet for coffee. It was, here's exactly what we do for your peer companies, for your competitors. Can I do it for you? Sent to the right person, the right buyer at the right time, right? It's that simple, right? And if you don't invest the time on outbound, I really don't think it works in 2023. Too many SDRs don't invest the time. There's still too much spray and pray, too many cadences, too many dump everyone in a list and do no work. It can work to impact the funnel and to move things down the funnel, but it doesn't work for raw outbound.
Yeah.
Is that helpful?
Yeah, is that helpful? Do I have my follow-up question, though?
Sure, yeah.
All right, let's go. There's a lot of buzz right now around salespeople building personal brands. It's not really a selling activity. It's not really moving a needle forward right now, but on LinkedIn, it's everywhere. What's your take on that?
My take is that I think sales folks should spend at least half their time building their own brand rather than selling their product. I think they should spend 60, 70% of time just on LinkedIn, promoting themselves, not selling, but I think it's great if you've had at least 2 weeks of experience of an SDR is if you share your learnings with the world for hours a day. I see so many I've been an SDR for 4 weeks now. Let me tell you how to do outbound. And after that, buy my course. I think, listen, LinkedIn feed is very interesting. I don't think any of us expected that LinkedIn feed would get as big and as visceral as it is, right? Right now, the engagement for SaaStr Europa is higher on LinkedIn than Twitter. That certainly wasn't true 4 or 5 years ago. It's crazy. The best stuff, the best summaries of this event, the best photos, the best long-form content. I mean, I do love LinkedIn. I use LinkedIn a lot myself. And what do I think of it for revenue professionals and leaders, right? I do think a modest amount of it is good for your next job. okay, as an individual contributor. So I think we're looking to get to know people, right? And we look at social media and we look at you should look at the dumb things they put on TikTok or Facebook, and you should not hire people that say inappropriate or sexist or problematic things on social media. Don't hire those people that say inappropriate things. On the flip side, you can research someone on LinkedIn and see if they say very intelligent things about not just themselves, but maybe their product. Someone that, what's your company called?
Woodpecker.
Woodpecker. Okay, Woodpecker?
Yeah.
Imagine I want to hire someone, and this person on LinkedIn, this young sales exec, tells me 12 amazing reasons to buy Woodpecker. Like, I'd want to hire that person, and vice versa. So if you do it well, it is a great way to showcase your skills in a way that's hard to do for an IC. For a leadership, I think a thoughtful, careful way of doing it really helps with recruiting. It really helps with recruiting. But people get it wrong because they don't know what to do. You know, the best VPs of sales spend 25-30% of their time recruiting. And you need to do that one-on-one. You need to do it manually. And you need to create excitement around your startup, often that no one's really heard of, right, or has other issues. And I think a handful of folks do this very effectively on LinkedIn. But 80% of folks take it too far. They spend too much time. They give cut and paste advice. And I see, and they judge themselves on the number of followers or views they have on LinkedIn, but I don't think that helps them hit quota, right? So like most things, quality over quantity and moderation, I think, is the key, right? Seeing a couple great posts from someone on how to do sales in your industry, really interesting. Seeing 8 a day, maybe I wouldn't make that higher, right?
Thanks.
Yeah.
Hi. My question. Oh.
Was I rude? Hold on. Sorry.
I'm so sorry. Please.
Hi.
I'm sorry with it's my fault. Yeah, I get confused.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's
Thanks
my first
for coming.
SaaStr. Thank you. I'm a new AE. I would be super curious to hear a story of yours about a time you had to make a really difficult business decision, perhaps related to integrity. What happened? What did you do? At what point in your career was this? And would you have handled it the same way today?
Around integrity, I can try. Is there any angle of it? It's actually, there's a lot of elements to integrity. Is there anything rattling around in your brain, or is it just a general question?
It's more a general question, just how to deal well with difficult situations, especially when integrity is a priority to you.
Look, I think I think about this stuff a lot. People may disagree with me. There's two sides to many stories, not every story. I generally think, being objective, I think I'm one of the highest integrity people out there. And the more time that goes by, the more benefits I get from it, and the more hurt I get by it. Because the more people will throw you under the bus, the more people will wrong you. Literally, without getting into details, right before I got here, someone took millions of dollars away from me that I earned for them. Okay, millions and millions of dollars I earned for them. They just took it away. I won't tell you why. This is people I helped for years, and they did it because they could. And there was no reason to do it. They did it out of just sheer greed or whatever. This just happened to me again. And so the longer you're in the game, the more this is going to happen. I had a very good friend who started his own startup. And incredibly creative and talented, but probably too emotional to be a CEO, right? Probably at the edge of unstable, maybe past the edge of unstable. But one of the most greatest product geniuses I ever had. And he just melted down being a CEO. He hired a great engineering team because he's a great leader, and the customers liked him, but it was just too much for him, and he would break into a sweat. And I calmed him down. I became his advisor. I got him in front of a bunch of VCs. I helped him raise his round. I turned a guy that wanted to quit. He begged me to be CEO. He didn't want to do it, and I did it out of loyalty and friendship. And he sold the company for $150 million later. Good outcome for him. And I never asked for a nickel, but he gave me $100,000 of stock options, which is not a lot of money compared to what it is, but it's not nothing, right? It honestly wasn't going to impact me either way. And $100,000 out of $150 million for what I did is not the most generous advisor grant in the history of mankind, okay? But I didn't even read the advisor grant. I just signed it, and it had vesting in it. and he started the vesting really late, and technically in the acquisition, he could decide whether to fully give me the 100 grand or give me $18,000 that had vested. I made this guy about $5 million before, and I got him his $150 million exit. What do you think he did with the money?
Oh my God.
Gave me the 18. I told him to, just keep it.
Wow.
Just keep it. Just keep it. But it still rattles around in my head, right? I had another boss. I had an boss earlier in my career who I came in. I was hired to do a specific role. I was in business development. I had a 30K bonus on a 150 base for a VP of business development. I went into a company, and I had a specific business development goal to hit. It turned out to be technically impossible. Okay, the company lost all of its revenue. It was going to go out of business. CO was going to give up. I went out. I pitched 200 VCs, and raised him $40 million. All he had to do was show up to the meetings. No, everyone else in the company had given up, raised him $40 million. He sat me down after in the conference room and said, "You saved the company. Here's your bonus." Because he gave me 10 out of the 30. I said, "Tim, I get that I did not hit my initial KPI, but I got you the $40 million. You were about to go bankrupt." It's like, "Yeah, but you didn't hit your goal." I thanked him. I said, "Keep your check." I said, I'm fine. I'm here. I'm on your team. Just keep your check. I don't need it. I didn't quit or create any drama. I just gave him the 10K back.
Wow.
So about 2 weeks later, he sheepishly gave me the 30 grand.
Wow.
So I don't know if these are the questions that you're asking. And maybe if you asked him and he was here, he'd say, "Well, Jason was great, but I'm glad he gave me the 40 million, but he didn't hit his other goal. He didn't earn it. Like he forced my hand." I could keep going if I could think of some other stories. And there's a lot of them. But then there's some magic that happens. There's some magic that happens. And I've been a good investor. I've been an okay founder. I've done other things. But I will tell, without getting into too many details, founders that I have helped, I have made literally millions of dollars that out of them doing the right, helping me, being grateful, then I didn't ask them for $1. Now maybe if I had, I would have gotten millions and $1, but not hundreds. I've made millions of dollars from founders being appreciative when I went the extra yard to help them. And so, someone a couple weeks ago took away millions of dollars, not tens of millions, but it's a lot of money. Others, I have more life experience than you, so I know these numbers sound big, but I'm giving you hopefully, I don't think there's any karma out there. I've decided after all these years that the people that mistreated me, many of them did pretty well. Mm-hmm. I actually think the folks that really harmed, my founder that gave me the 15K did fine. Like he was a CEO, he then became the CEO of a company that went public, he made about $40 million and retired. He seems to be doing fine. Right? The guys that stole my millions of dollars, they just made tons more money, and they're fine. They're going to live in their chaotic, neutral, or whatever world, and I see no karma out there at all. But people do startups because they think it's a positive sum game. Real people do startups because they think that the pie grows. The pie can only be 100%. But if we all grow the pie, we can do something where we don't have to steal from each other. You can be successful as an AE without taking away revenue from your colleague, without stealing their leads. It's not Glengarry Glen Ross, hopefully, in software, because the company grows. The leads aren't fixed. They grow each year. We go into this. You especially can't be a leader if you don't think it's a positive sum game. If you're a zero sum or negative sum person, go work at a hedge fund or something else, right? So if you're going to make a few bad bets in your career and you're going to feel thrown under the bus and treated, but if you don't get jaded, and this will be the last point I'll make, you can ask a follow-up. If you don't get jaded and you're good and you stay in the game, there is no karma. It will not be fixed. The person that wronged you will go on to success, but you will probably get other shots and other chances to benefit from this positive sum game that is startups, and why I think the best of us do it, right? I don't know if that's not what you're asking, but maybe there's some helpful stories.
Those were super helpful. Thank you so much.
Yes.
My follow-up, I'll take it in a little bit of a different direction since you're talking about VCs a lot. For me, as an account executive, what would you recommend as far as my relationship to VCs? So we tend to work in an account-based way, and most of my accounts aren't connected to VCs of ours, but is there something that I could be doing that would be wise as far as even just understanding VCs better? Like, can I be better for my clients through understanding VC
Do you sell to
relationships
VCs?
better? No, we sell to game development studios.
I think that, look, my first, I've worked one way or another adjacent to VC since my first tech job. So I'm a little jaded on it because I think this stuff is boring. It's the same crap over and over again. That it's pretty, but I recognize that 99% of the world thinks it's opaque, right? And sometimes I write some SaaStr articles on VC and I think, oh my God, this is like the 12,000th article. Same thing. And people love it, right? People love VC Day today. And a lot of the great folks, and I know a lot of the folks that spoke, I thought some of it was very specific and great with data, but some of it I think, I don't need to hear this story again. But it's so, I forget that most folks don't have that much experience, right? And it's weird, episodic, opaque experience. So in some ways, I'm not the perfect person to ask. But I wouldn't, what I find is, you do want to learn about VC, and we had a whole VC day today. We published a lot of SaaStr content, and we do workshop Wednesdays, which are live with VCs that you can attend. You want to learn just enough to know how the world works. You want to learn how fundraising really works, why companies get funded, what the bar is to raise. I joked about with our friend here about not being fundable between A and B, but that was a joke. But what does that, like, you might not know as an AE what that means, but he knew what that meant, right? That to understand what I said, you want to get that smart, but any smarter is not a good use of your time until you're raising money.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Hi. My question is about the simple role of luck in success.
Role of luck?
Luck of luck. So you see founders who...
Luck is staying in the game. Well, ask the question.
Oh, sorry, no worries. So you see founders who hustle, they hire the right people, they come to SaaStr and absorb all the advice they can, but things don't work out. What proportion of people and founders have that fate, and what lessons can you draw from that?
What proportion of founders have, sorry?
What proportions of people do everything right, as far as anyone might say,
and still fail?
And still fail, and what lessons can be drawn from that?
Well, look, I think that all the metrics on startups that fail, that 90% fail, I think these are Sony baloney metrics. I think truly great founders, truly great, that have a great CTO and CTO, or a CTO that can be both, that can build amazing software, that do not quit, that commit for years, not months, but years, and that understand a market. I've seen 0% fail. I've never failed in my entire career from startups. I'm no, whatever, Aaron Levy or David Sachs or any of these folks. I'm not as good as Edith, who I know well. I'm not as good as Parker. I'm not even close. But I've never failed. But I've almost failed every time. Almost failed every time. My first startup, it was tough times. We did need to be venture backed for the way we did our technology. All the VCs pulled their term sheets. We ran out of we could not make payroll. I had 2 weeks left. Okay, there was no way to make payroll. I went out, I closed $6 million of contracts and shipped our product in 2 weeks. $6 million of revenue and shipped our products in 2 weeks. I finally got a term sheet, but only if I would personally pledge $750,000 to back the company. I had $8,000 in the bank. But we did have a house, so I had to pledge the house to the VCs. But I friggin' did it. That's me. I'm no Parker Conrad. I did it. But it almost failed, right? To skip ahead, I can give you other stories where we almost failed, right? At Adobe Sign, EchoSign, we screwed up. I had to go I had some money for my first job. I had to go 14 months without any salary to stretch it after having a salary, but I didn't quit. My other co-founder walked out the friggin' door and never came back. said he was taking parental leave, came back 8 months later for 1 day, and then turned around and left. He quit, smarter than me. He is smarter than me, he quit. If I did what him, I would have failed. But I took no money and did know nothing and never quit and got on planes and finally found Dell and finally found GE and finally found BT and Comcast and closed them. And it took 2 years longer than it should have, and I had no salary, but I didn't quit. And I recruited pretty good people, not perfect, but I kept recruiting good people. So that's me. This is just me. I can give you other stories from I'll give you more. Even with our little team at SaaStr, we have 7 people. March 2020 came on. We were the first major event to be canceled by COVID by Santa Clara County. We lost $10 million in one night. We lost $10 million in one night with 7 people. A bunch of the team quit. Amelia, who may or may not be here, right there. That night, she didn't go home and started dealing with everything and fixed everything in 30 days. We couldn't get the $10 million back. We fixed all these issues. She didn't quit. Half our team quit. They're good people, but they quit. There's a theme there, right? And I look back on different cohorts, and I just think of the peers I've had at different phases of my life. The ones that had great co-founders, great CTOs, and were pointed in the right direction, didn't quit. They've never failed, okay? And I'll give you a couple. When I started investing, I kept a very tight box on who I would invest in, and I had a couple rules. They had to be pointed in the right direction, and they had to be better CEOs than me. Because I knew if they were pointed if they had a somewhat better unit economics, a somewhat better price point than I did, and they were better than me, if I didn't fail, what are the odds they're going to fail? 0, right? So, and I just kept doing that again, and my first investment was Pipedrive. That sold for $1.5 billion in cash when I invested early. Second one was Algolia. They're at $200 million in revenue and are worth $2 billion. The third one is TalkDesk. The CEO was the only person in the country with 5 guys in Portugal. They're worth $10 billion today. Okay, the fourth one was actually Greenhouse, who sponsors out here. They were worth $800 million and are worth $200 million today. They never quit. They never quit when it got hard, right? The fifth one was SalesLoft, which you may know. They sold for $2.5 billion at the end of 2021. Kyle had to abandon his first product. The CEO, I did something. His first product before SalesLoft was the product that it is today. It had a different product called Prospector that had $7 million in revenue. LinkedIn threatened to sue them, and they had to abandon $7 million in revenue and start from scratch. He didn't quit, did he? So he took a product that went from 7 to 0 and built it into a $2.5 billion exit. Okay, so you bet on those folks, and they don't lose, do they? So. Look, that's the long-winded answer. It wasn't easy. When Tiago, who's the CEO of $10 billion TalkDesk, came to SaaStr Europa 2018, I invested when it was him and 4 engineers, right? But they were at $1 million in revenue. And I knew it had taken him 2 tough years with like no money. Like he just got a little money from 500 startups. He had nothing to get to $1 million. He did it from dirt. And that's hard enough, right? To do that with no money. Then I found out before that, it was so bad before those 2 years, he had to babysit to make the company happen. It was so rough. That's pretty tough, but he never quit, did he? So it's a lot of stories. I don't know if it's helpful. You can ask one to follow up. But my answer to all this is Cry Me a River. It's supposed to be hard. And the best ones almost fail. And Daniel Dines, again, from UiPath yesterday, 10 years to $1 million in revenue for UiPath that's at $1 billion today. He didn't quit. 10 years? How many people would wait 10 years to get to $1 million in revenue? I mean, pretty crazy, right? I mean, maybe you would. So, but he could have. I'm sure he could have quit anyway on the way to 10 years to $1 million in revenue. And so, startups are supposed to be for crazy people in the early days, right? But the last point I'll make, and then I'll shut up. But you can ask a quick follow up. So these are my stories, and I'm hopeful they're illustrative, right? Where do people, in my experience, still fail like this? Okay, and the number one way they really fail, and this is something as founders, as business founders, you should reflect on. The number one reason I see these failures happen is when the CEO's like pretty good, they're committed, they'll do it for 10 years, they'll run up the hill, they'll hustle, they'll get the sales, but the CTO isn't that good. It's too competitive today. You can't sell a mediocre product. Everyone has competition. If you don't think you have competition for budget. No one is going to go bankrupt if they don't buy your product, absent a few crazy security products. And where I see failing it is when a CEO, especially a CEO that hasn't built software before, doesn't know how to build great software, or is not a great recruiter, starts off with an okay technical co-founder that they found on Craigslist or something, or I'm joking, but I see this too often. and you want to bet on the CEO, and you want to invest in them, and you want to support them, and then I do a lot of seed investing, and most founders tell me I'm the only investor that has to talk to their CTO. No one else does, but I always do. And I'm looking for a CTO that's better than the CEO. I'm looking for a CTO that's so amazing. I ask, what features do you want to build? Like, what kind of software do you like to build? What do you like to do on the weekends? What do you think? And I want to hear someone that's a hacker that wants to triple the output of their software and that has 7 features they're going to launch next week. I don't want to hear someone that's talking about how they wear Prada shoes and like it's really hard to get the release out. Like you got to run from those people, or they don't know, or they're intimidated, or they're scared. Too many business founders fail without a great seat. That's what I see the root cause in SaaS, right? But I know it's crazy, but if you know a space, like who the heck needs who needs a SalesOft competitor, or a Greenhouse competitor, or a HubSpot competitor, Pipedrive? But these are old products. And if you have an amazing CEO and a CTO that makes your jaw drop in a space, you can win in the most competitive spaces in the world because there's always white space. There's always something that whoever, Vanta or SecureFrame or Vendor or HubSpot or Outreach that are here or anyone, there's always something they're not doing. I don't know what Outreach is at. I think they're at like 250 million in revenue. They're probably not handling the smallest part of the business that well, are they? It's not worth it, right? So the best teams, they may not have a $10 billion outcome, but they always can build something great if they're committed and they know the market and are tenacious, right? And where you lose as an employee, where you lose as an investor, is when you cut that corner. When there isn't a great CTO, or they're pretty good, or they're not fully committed. But, not to ramble, but the beauty to software is some of it's pretty hard, but a good team can build anything with APIs and frameworks today. You can build anything. A really great CTO can build anything. Go build me a whatever. Go build me a sales automation tool. Go build me a sales intelligence tool. Here's ZoomInfo. Go build me a better one. Here's the idea. Here's what go build me a part of HubSpot that's better. HubSpot is amazing, right? It's one of my favorite companies, but this company started 15 years ago. You can build a piece of HubSpot build HubSpot for restaurants, build HubSpot for taxi cab owners, right? A great team can do it, can't they? So sorry if it's too much. You can ask a follow-up question, but I just think the rambling answer, if this is helpful, the best founders bend the odds. They bend the odds. They turn that 90% failure rate into 0.9, but they almost fail all the time. Everyone has an almost failure story. Not all of them. There's a few that I know. I remember I asked Doug Song, who founded Duo Security, which Cisco bought for a couple billion. I'm like, what was your rough year? Well, actually, we didn't have one. He's the only one. But everyone else, every other founder I've ever asked on stage, Stuart Butterfield, Slack almost failed as TinySpec. It started off as TinySpec. They lost all the money, right? But they didn't quit. They built Slack as a side project. Stuart offered to give all the money back to Andreessen. You can just Google this. He said, we failed at TinySpec. You want your money back? Andreessen said, this Slack thing looks pretty good. You're a good founder. Just go do it. Don't quit. Didn't quit. Had a $27 billion exit, right? So they bend the odds. Stuart and Cal and the team bent those odds because they failed, right, at TinySpec. It failed, and they burnt out away half the money, but they didn't quit. So thanks.
No, thank you.
Thanks. So, a bit of context. I'm the head of revenue at a B2B business called Trust Keith.
Cool.
$1 million of ARR, and we do data protection as a service. So we help other tech startups comply with things like GDPR. We're about to embark on this journey from 1 to 3 million, and just wondered if you have any thoughts or advice to share as you go onto that journey, because it's quite different from 0 to 1.
Well, how much time do we have? Just a time check. Are we over? A few more minutes? 10 more minutes. How quickly do you want from 1 to 3?
How quickly? Maybe in the next 2 years.
Well, 2 years is a lot different than 1 year if you think about the human beings that you need, right?
Yeah. We're bootstrapped, so I would say within the next 2 years, that's probably the time frame that we'd be looking at. If we could do it in 1, that's great, but yeah.
Okay, so the question is, what should you do in this phase?
Yeah, what advice do you have on the journey?
Who else is on the sales team besides you?
It's me, an SDR, and the founder probably spends about 60% of his time in the revenue function as well. So we've got a pretty lean team.
Well, look, I think there's a lot. There's a lot of what most folks do wrong. Almost all CEOs. I remember I actually did it with Sam and Parker in the early days of Zenefits, and then they got it right. Is they just don't calculate just the amount of human capital it will take to hit these numbers, okay? And they usually get it wrong. And the faster you're growing, the more you get it wrong, because you need the scaled human beings to hit the plan 3 to 6 months from now, not to hit the plan now, right? So the faster you're growing, the harder the math it is. The slower you're growing, the more you have time to get the people and go. But let's step back from it. You want to go from 1 to 3. We'll come back in 2 years. So you want to add plus 2 million over 2 years. Let's simplify, even though the math's wrong, to 1 million over the course of a year, a little less than 1 million. Yeah. Probably you and your CEO can do 1 million with the SDR, but it would help a lot to have one good AE. So the really simple math is in the next 6 months, you should hire one great person to your team. Yeah. And then if you want to go from 1 to 3, that's not fast enough, right, in 1 year. But if you want to do 1 year, you should obsess about not hiring a salesperson, but one great AE will move the needle for you, right? And then hire another. Like you have the luck, if that's the growth rate you want to do, you can hire these AEs sequentially, so you'll need one more to hit the plan next year, and you'll need 1 or 2 more the following year. And depending on the physics of your model, like you have one SDR, as great as she or he is, that there's a chance they want to be promoted or leave, so you need 2. Like you always sort of need 2 of everything to make it work for redundancy. So you need 2 AEs and 2 SDRs is kind of the nuts and bolts. It might not be the question you're asking, but it's what you need.
No, that's really helpful. Also, follow-up question then. A guy came up here earlier and said he's got a team of 12 AEs and like 3 of them are hitting target.
Yes.
So where do you stand on the balance between marketing and sales? Because I feel like every business I speak to is way over-indexed on sales and isn't touching marketing. So where do you stand on that? Like if we get one AE and an SDR, do you have thoughts on the marketing side as well?
I think it's a really good question that could go a lot of ways. First of all, I think your observation is a good one, an astute one, which is almost all founders put more energy into sales than marketing for a variety of reasons. They don't know demand gen. Sometimes they don't trust it if they haven't done it. They think it's too soft. So that is an issue. Also, there's another reality that in most startups, sales consumes so much of the oxygen. It's so human-centric. It takes so much time that marketing gets ignored in a sales-driven organization almost by default, right? Even our little SaaStr team, 7 people, when we do our daily scrums, 80% of it's sales for us. And like everything we do, all the content in this event costs money, but everything else is free. The weekly webinars are free. The YouTubes are free. SaaS University is free. We generate so much content all the time, but 80% of our conversation is about those little sponsor booths that are out there, right? So, how do you address it? Well, I think the simple answer is you can't fully, but the key is to help. Do you have like a real head of demand gen marketing today?
We've finally found a freelance marketing director who we're getting along with really well. They've got like a good strategic know-how, but they're also happy to get stuck in, and it's taken about 1.5 years to find that person.
I'm worried they're a freelancer, and I'm worried you said strategy, but putting those big points aside.
They can do the strategy, but 80-90% of what they're doing is actually getting shit done.
So usually the reality is when you have a CEO that has not lived demand gen or ABM or all these other things, you at least help her or him find a great person if you can, which you have, and then promote it and educate it and build, like Sterling talked about this morning, promote that partnership, come up with joint goals and promote joint wins and try to elevate the level of marketing in the same way attention that sales gets, and it will then get more attention than it deserves.
Nice, thank you.
Yep. And then just I know this is obvious, but especially if they're a contractor or consultant, make sure they're part of at least the pseudo management team. And do you have weekly staff meetings?
We do, yeah. Weekly leadership meetings.
Is she or he coming to them, this marketer? No. Well, I would change that. That's the one thing if you change that next week, even if you have to twist the CEO's arm, either you will find out that person is not a leader because they don't come, or you will change the whole. If the person doesn't have a seat at the table, this is true in so many things. It's true in equality. It's true. If someone doesn't have a seat at the table, they can't really influence the decisions, can they?
No.
So that's one quick hack you can do, and watch what happens. They may quit. Your freelancer may quit when they have to show up to the meeting.
In an ideal world,
but you'll find out.
In an ideal world, we end up hiring them. So
yeah, but it may be great. That's what I would do.
Nice,
bring them to the staff meeting.
Thanks. That's really helpful. Thank you.
Hi, Jason. Last one. How do you see the customer success in the next 3 to 5 years done right, and in terms of tooling and everything else? Because you had a point earlier. In 2012, if I remember correctly, you said you pushed this idea of customer success.
Where do I see it going in 3 to 5 years?
The customer success, yeah. How do you see employees behaving?
I think that, listen, I have a lot of insights here, but I know that they're actionable. I actually think we're going to have to remake this entire industry because I think the experience of the last couple years has turned customer success from the advocate of the customer to a wing of sales. And if you read my SaaStr content from years back, there was an open question. Should customer success report to sales? Should you have a CRO that owns sales and customer success? There's kind of a debate, and people would say, well, the pro is you're all hitting an ARR job. The downside is that customer success becomes all about sales and not about the customer. What we learned in 2023 is when you do that, the customers have a horrific experience. They're threatened during renewals. They're threatened for upsell. No, when the numbers get hard to hit, like they are in 2023, the knives come out, okay? There is a leading SaaS company, I wrote this up on SaaStr, I did not name names, that we overpaid $1,000 a month for, sent us a threatening letter saying we had to buy 3 times as many licenses and prepay for 4 years. What did that go to from, Amelia? From $1,000 to $30,000, $40,000 they asked for us? From their customer success team. That really was successful. They asked us, and they threatened us, and they said, you have to sign a 4-year bond. This is a month-to-month credit card product. We had to sign a 4-year deal and buy 3. They said we had to buy like 100 licenses instead of 20. We have 7 people. They said you have to buy 100 licenses and prepay for 4 years. Okay, what did we do? Well, we went that night and we just downgraded to 7 seats, and they lost half the money they already had, and they didn't get the thing. And then the VP of CS reached out to me and apologized. And they said it was an anomaly, but was it an anomaly? Then I saw on Twitter, all these other people got the same thing from this vendor. So customer success has been corrupted, and this vendor, this is an iconic company that we all love, but growth has slowed for them. It's really, and I get why they did it, because if you're a public company and the difference between growing 15% and 20% is your stock price grows or craters, and 2023 is hard, you're going to put all this pressure on folks. But that pressure is destroying the relationship between customer success and the customer. So here's what I think is going to happen. I think when things rebound a little bit, customer success is so corrupted, it's going to become account management. And we're going to come up with a new name for something that is now between support and customer success. Like customer success was between support and sales in the old days, right? You need this longitudinal relationship, and support's too reactive, so we need someone to own the relationship long term. That's the initial idea of CS. I think CS is so corrupted, we're going to have to come up with a new term, which is like customer happiness, or customer won't rip you off officers, and staff a whole new layer between CS and support. And CS is, I think it's too late for CS to not be a sales function, and so be it, right? But by relabeling account management and account upgrade CS, we've done a disservice to things, right? In the short term, we'll get a little more revenue, but in the long term, we've lost the customer advocate, right?
So you see now opportunities in terms of funding the new SaaS that will be built for this customer happiness or whatever.
Do I see opportunities for software and stuff?
Yes, exactly, to be built specifically on this.
I hope so, but I think I'm on the bleeding edge here. I don't think everyone else is. I don't think everyone else in the industry. I think they see the issues, but I think it may take a little while. I think we need to get our multiples up and get through the kind of unicorn carnage for people to get out of wartime mode and say, holy crap, like what we did in 2023 was not cool. They're going to have to take a year and say, holy cow, let's be honest, our NPS went down 30 points. Let's be honest, a couple of our customers asked to have their case studies ripped off the website. We stopped getting referrals. It's going to take a year for that little bit of revenue artificial boost for folks to realize it was a mistake. It may even take 2 years, right? So would I build software for that today? I mean, maybe, but I'm not smart enough to. I just think it's going to iterate again. So one last question if we have one, then I think we got a break. Go ahead, maybe 2 if we have time.
Hi there, Jason. Loving SaaStr, my first time.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you. So my question is, I'm a VP of sales, and I am currently available if our...
Available? Are you willing to actually do the work or just strategy?
Oh, yeah. Look, I started commission only, so I can do the hard stuff. Yeah.
All right. Let's get you hired.
Thanks. So my question is around sales. How do you keep a team motivated in these really hard times? Where it is hard to find budget, where really the cost of doing nothing is, doing nothing is the biggest competitor.
I think there's a lot of issues in there. How do you keep in tougher times, right? I'll tell you a story. I'll give you an example in a second. But the simple answer is you have to concentrate your money, effort, and energy in your top closers. In 2021, I told the story, I think, on the opener of how a friend's daughter went to work fresh out of school at DocuSign and closed 3 deals her first day and thought she was brilliant at sales. True story. Like, a lot of things were just different during the boom, right? But usually what happens is, and I wrote this article on SaaStr a while ago with a lot of actual data. You go read it. It's called, in the toughest time, even in the toughest times, the best still perform. Okay, and I found it myself as a veteran again and again. And that CEO was talking about that was struggling after his B said the same thing. He said, well, 30% of my team's still hitting quota. What you want to do is, instead of trying to do something about the 30% that is failing and the other 30% that is hitting half of quota, is you got to give all the good leads to the good players. When times are booming, you'll give good leads to the new folks because they got to learn. You got to train the kids. And yeah, they're going to blow a few of them and you give them some coaching. But if you don't give them a few of the good opportunities, they'll never learn, right? So in good times, you have to deconcentrate, right? But in tougher times, if you concentrate your leads in your top reps, you sometimes can make it all up. Because the best reps, the good reps close twice what a mediocre rep would, you probably know. But sometimes the best reps close like 5 to 10 times what the mediocre ones do. 5 to 10 times, right? And you probably weren't here, but when Sam Blond was the first session from Brex, when he worked for me back in the day, when he took over SMB sales for us, he closed more than anybody in the first 60 days, right? And then he and 2 other folks, we went through a phase transition where I hired a terrible VP of sales. 3 of them closed more than all the other 12 people did combined. So if you concentrate, and then when 08 and 09 came, and I know I'm dating myself, but when 08 and 09 came, and it was hard in different ways. It was hard because the world melted down. We again concentrated all our leads in our top closers, and they made just as much money. And our churn went up, but our bookings was decent because we stopped giving leads to the mediocre. You got to let the mediocre go in tougher times, and then it actually works usually. If no one can hit quota, then this doesn't work. But if 30% can or 20% can, give them all the leads, it works. Right? Okay, last question. Thank you.
Thank you, and I have no follow-on. You'll be pleased to hear. Just to say thank you for organising such a great event, and thank you for bringing it to London, and please do bring it back to London as quickly as possible. Yeah. And as you start to think about events past this one, I just wondered whether you had any thoughts yet about what you think next year you're going to be talking less about, and what you're going to be talking more about next year when you look to the events next year. Thank you.
Oh, I'm not that smart. I don't know. I actually thought, if you read a lot of what I've written, I actually thought multiples would be public multiples would be higher today. I thought we would bounce back a little more, and so I thought things would be a little bit easier than they are today. It's not that I didn't think unicorns would fail. It's not that I didn't think there was a lot of dumb money in 2021, but I made a bunch of charts of I just drew a line from 2013 to today for multiples. And I said, listen, I think the overall growth trend from 2013 through 2020, we had this anomalous time, but we should go back and resume that growth. And e-commerce went back and resumed that growth. And as we talked about in the opener, cloud spend is still growing 18% a year, right? But multiples have stayed flat. And maybe it's all interest rates. Maybe none of us knew we had to study interest rates so carefully for 15 years. And clearly it's correlated. Multiples are correlated. When interest rates were jacked up in a year, multiples plummet. There's no question there's correlation. But I still thought multiples would be a bit higher, which means venture capital is easier and everything's easier, and I was wrong. I might still be wrong. I think I'll still be right, but I was probably going to be off by a significant amount of time. So I don't know. The only thing I think, and I said this, and maybe I'll say if it's helpful, I don't know that I have a lot of insights. I don't know that I have a crystal ball. The world, if you think things are hard today, and it's not hard for everybody, it will get easier than it is today. I don't know that it will ever be easy like 2021. It will get easier. Things always swing back. They swung back really quickly in 2016. They swung back shockingly quickly in 2020. I mean, it really looked like the world was going to end for a while in 2020, right? It really looked, 1 week after lockdown, like some SaaS companies laid off like 20% of their company, and 6 months later they were doubling their headcount, right? I mean, we couldn't predict. 2008, 2009 lasted 2.5 years, but the economy stopped growing. Our economy, we still have no unemployment. The economy is still growing. The world's pretty good. So I don't know when the pendulum will never swing back like 20. Maybe in 20 years every 20 years we have a 2021 moment. It was 1999, 2021. Maybe in 2040 we can get together. Taylor, could you come in 2040? Are you able to talk about the next crazy time? But I'm gonna bet that things come back 20 or 30% next year. It's not, but things get easier. This lets us pay people better. It makes venture capital easier. It loosens the purse strings a little bit. And I'm gonna bet that 2024 is a smidge but materially easier than this year. And so what I think will happen, the interesting question is, will efficiency slightly fade away? I don't think we're going to put the genie in the bottle. I'm going to write more about it. I talked about it. I think the fact that HubSpot and Monday, as I talked about in the opener, HubSpot went from barely profitable to highly profitable in 1 year. The fact that Monday swung from negative margins to positive 25% operating margins in 1 year, I think Wall Street and others are going to expect that going forward. I don't think they're going to allow SaaS companies to be infinitely not profitable. But it may be that at the end of the day, people care about growth, right, more than efficiency. It's like today we care about it, but they always care more about growth. And so I think next year the pendulum will swing back a bit. And we will talk about, I think next year we will talk about how 2023 was harder. That's how I'll end it, right? So thanks everybody for all the time.
Thank you.
Really grateful. Hopefully see you at SaaStr Annual September 6th through 8th. Thank you.